My family, the Yagami clan, once reigned supreme. Its legacy entwined with the eternal symbol of fire. But fire alone does not define its power. Beneath the radiant glow lay a secret, a shadow unseen by the eyes of the world. On the day when the flames of our clan were extinguished, my elder brother chose the path of silence, bearing the weight alone. But I swore to fight back. Why did you do this? The fire blazes with light, but the shadow fuels the fight. My family, the Yagami clan, once reigned supreme. Its legacy entwined with the eternal symbol of fire. But fire alone does not define its power. Beneath the radiant glow lay a secret, a shadow unseen by the eyes of the world. On the day when the flames of our clan were extinguished, my elder brother chose the path of silence, bearing the weight alone. But I swore to fight back.
Why did you do this?
The fire blazes with light, but the shadow fuels the fight. My family, the Yagami clan, once reigned supreme. Its legacy entwined with the eternal symbol of fire. But fire alone does not define its power. Beneath the radiant glow lay a secret, a shadow unseen by the eyes of the world. On the day when the flames of our clan were extinguished, my elder brother chose the path of silence, bearing the weight alone. But I swore to fight back.
Why did you do this?
The fire blazes with light, but the shadow fuels the fight.
Good evening to everyone from around the Free Fire sphere. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Clash Squad Swiss stage for day number 3. And we've got plenty of matches lined up today. 6 matches, in fact, 6 BO3 starting with the 1-0 Swiss bracket. You're with me, Husky. Alongside me, I got Dana Lee that is going to be with me for the rest of the evening. We've got plenty of things to talk about. First of all is just the 1-0 matches, which I think a lot of people are extremely excited about. Especially, we got Evos, we got underdogs like Kagendra playing.
I don't think I want to call Kagendra underdogs anymore because they played so well last week that I feel like they're going to give some of our top dogs a run for their money. But we don't know how high they are up on that leaderboard yet, so we'll give them a chance. I don't think it was luck that they won their matches last week. They are a team that did prove quite a lot. Speaking of proving, by the way, folks, if you didn't know, we are sponsored by Red Bull. If it wasn't for Red Bull, this tournament would not have happened. And as you can see with Red Bull, Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand is supplemented with B3 and B6, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused and seize every opportunity to achieve stylish booyah victories. And trust me when I say that if you have a can of Red Bull before you play a game, that stuff works.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. I mean, I've had my fair share of Red Bull. I'm pretty sure we have been connoisseurs of Red Bull in the past few years, just being in broadcast itself. But you were there, right? You were there when Kagendra took down RRQ Kazu, so that was quite a spectacle. One of the best ways to open up Clash Squad with an upset, all for the grand prize of $30,000. Of course, we have $15,000, half that prize pool for the second place. But if a player becomes the grand finals MVP, they get an extra $3,000.
Yeah, so this is just the Clash Squad prize pool. There is a lot more money on the line, but let's be real, you want to earn as much money as possible, right? So first place is going to be on everyone's docket today. So we do have our tournament timeline as well, where we have the Swiss stage from the 28th of August until the 12th of September, and we are halfway through the Swiss stage. After the Swiss stage, from 18th of September to 19th, we will have our double elimination stage, and then to wrap things up on the 4th of October, we have our grand final. So plenty of Free Fire action to go still, folks, so don't worry, we still have a lot more coming, but make sure to mark those dates if you want to catch all of the matches.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we are also governed by the Holy Covenant of competitive Free Fire, so the rules are still the same. One unique active skill per player, no duplicates unless they somehow get it from in-game, from the shop in Battle Royale. I think you can also basically do that in Clash Squad as well. But aside from that, we get to see individual team expression with the different kinds of skills that they are going to bring into the table. And of course, compared to Spring, we have 8 extra teams from 8 to 16 teams qualifying for Clash Squad mode, and here they are on your screens.
Yep, so all 16 teams are here. Nobody has been eliminated yet, but we are getting very close to seeing some of these teams unfortunately being knocked out of the competition. So make sure to make a mental note of everyone here. Make sure to make a mental note of everyone you're cheering for as well, and get ready for today's games, because obviously the tournament continues and we have to see who makes it through to 2-0 and who's going to make it to the 1-1 and the 0-2 bracket, because as you can see at the moment, nobody wants to make it to that 0-2 bracket because you are at risk of elimination if you're down there. So very, very scary times here, folks.
The best part is we get to see the first 2 teams that qualify for playoffs by the end of today, and that's why we have 6 matches instead of the usual 4. The first 4 teams that advance to 2-0 will have to play later on to see which 2 out of those 4 advances to the 3-0 bracket, whereas for those that unfortunately loses their series today, they are going to be in the 1-1 and will play on another day. But for our opening bout, we got Evos coming up. Let's hear what they have to say.
Nggak terlalu banyak ya, tapi kita berusaha juga untuk menang. Yang penting gas-gas aja udah. Menang kalah itu biasa.
Ya kalau dari kita pribadi nggak ada sih, kita pilih main disiplin aja, main kayak biasa, lebih enjoy game. Dari Pak sama Racer Deo.
Alright.
Karena mungkin dia jago juga di chat. no debat. 2-0 lah. Kalau buat AG Global ya enjoy the game aja dan sampai prestasi lawan kita.
Ya pesan-pesan buat AG Global, kapunut hap.
Sawadikap.
Good luck, have fun. Of course, good luck, have fun. That's the name of the game. Our opening best of 3. We have Evos Divine taking on AGAL. I think it's no surprise that a lot of people, a lot of fans, basically expected them to be in this 1-0 bracket. But of course, at the end of the day, one of them will have a chance to instantly advance to the playoffs. I think based off of the results between both Evos and AGAL, they had quite a journey, right? They got 2-0s all around in that in the opening series of the Swiss stage. Evos taking down Bigatron by Vitality. We got a 6-1, 6-3 scoreline, whereas AGAL basically made quick work of GOW with a 6-2 scoreline across both maps that they won. So it is going to be interesting to see if they get put to the test today, because I think that is going to really show us who is going to be the more solid team coming into this, considering that they basically had a cakewalk in the first round.
Okay, so let's have some fun prediction times here, Husky. Who do we think is going to take, not the whole series, let's just say the first matchup in this best of 3?
Oh, I have a feeling AGL might be able to do it. I think in the opening series or opening game, depending on the map, right? We get to see the map order right now. We start with Nextera, Kalahari, and Bermuda. Let me quickly check. Nextera, both of them actually played Nextera in their opening series last week, and both of them had great results. 6-1 for Evos against Bigatron, 6-2 for AGL against GOW. I think AGL probably will have a better opening sequence, but we'll see. I mean, Kalahari is up next, and that's where Evos thrives.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking. So I think both of us sort of agree. Game 2, it's Evos. AGAL. Okay. I might be the bad guy here, but you know, there's always going to be a bad guy on the broadcast. I kind of feel like this could be a 2-0 for Evos as well. Because, as you said, right, AGAL, you think they're going to take that first map. If Evos win the first map, then I think it's not safe to say, but I think a lot of people agree that Kalahari is probably going to be Evos' map as well, which means AGAL is at a disadvantage. So, yeah. If AGAL don't take that game number 1, then things start to turn into a bit of a coin flip moving into that game number 2. So I'm probably going to say, I think it's Evos personally, because I think they have a lot more to lose if they don't win this game 1.
I agree. I think overall, if you are in Evos' shoes, I think you want to at least be in the 2-0 bracket. For AGAL, they have, not to take anything away from them, but they have been in lower bracket runs or kind of fallen behind in competition plenty of time, and I think there's still some that to be desired from this team. General consensus is, AGL, we want them to have a better front. We've sort of seen that when they were up against GOW, but based on how much of a landslide that was, this is the true test.
Yeah, and I guess there's also another thing to consider, the difference in teams that both of these teams played. Like, if we were to sort of compare the... you know what? What's in the past is in the past, because apparently the game has officially started here, folks. So game number 1, we are jumping into Nextera for this first matchup as well for Evos versus AGAL. And Oscar and Santino are going to be our first bans for the day, which, not surprising, these have been amazing picks for teams last week if they're able to get their hands on them.
And one of the signature picks, or one of the more common picks that Evos have been going for lately is the Chrono. And a lot of teams, they pick Chrono to be in either the rusher or the support. But for Evos, they pivot the Chrono to Rasia, right? We've seen, I think, only 2 teams do it. One of it is Evos Divine. They put Chrono on the sniper, but in this case, the Iris is still available, so that Chrono kind of becomes a flex to that front line, which I'm liking so far.
Yeah, so Tatsuya is going to be the next pickup there for Evos. So they do have access to that Tatsuya dash for their rush. So on the side of Evos, we are going to be seeing more of a backline Chrono, and Tatsuya is going to be sitting in the front lines.
Yeah, I think there's a high chance. Either that, or we have Tatsuya and Chrono basically being in the front, right? We still are looking for that 4th pick. Ignis Clue taken away. The Coda is actually still online, so if the Coda gets picked up, there is a chance we get a a 3-1 formation for Evos. I'm surprised Dakota made it all the way to the back, but considering that Santino was banned now, so taking Iris first as a priority does make a lot more sense.
Yeah, and I mean, Evos kind of need to have access to that vision, but taking quite a while to consider that last pick. Maybe they're thinking about something else instead of Coda. They're actually Homer? Okay, I mean, Coda's worked out for a lot of other teams, but Homer here, I mean, okay, Husky, I want to hear your thoughts on this Homer pick because this is not something that is extremely common, and lots of teams do like to prioritize that vision. Like, how does Homer sort of round things out here for Evos?
Well, Homer is one of the more classic intel gatherers before Coda was a thing, right? So you look at Homer and then you look at what AGAL has. They have characters like Ignis. You put up the Flame Mirage or the firewall, whatever to call it, to cut off line of sight. But Homer allows you to basically track down where your enemies are. And with a Tatsuya plus Iris in the back, kind of being the supporting cast, I can see how this would work out. It can be a super aggressive matchup where you have Homer track someone down, Tatsuya goes in, gets the knockdown, resets the Rebel Rush, and then they rinse and repeat the whole process. But at the same time, you also have a very solid backline with this Iris. When she pops the ability, suddenly your glue walls are not impenetrable anymore. So it's pretty interesting. I think a lot of people, just like we do, would have expected the Coda to get picked, but this is an Indonesian team, right? They were the only team that runs the Raiden and Homer. So let's see what Evos has.
I mean, if they whip this out, clearly they're going to be very confident running this in their lineup. But kind of interested here to see who is going to be playing what, if we might be seeing any swapperoos. And it looks like we have locked in all of our characters here of our teams. And I don't think we're seeing anything out of the ordinary, right, Husky?
No, everything is, this is kind of the state of the meta. I think we are going to see almost the same kinds of draft until some major changes happen or like a big character, overpowered character release. But aside from that, this is what we get. Even strong characters like Skylar at one point, who was the thing, is no longer needed because you can basically get the Riptide Rhythm from the Cyber Shop at some point in the game. So yeah, this is what we get. I think the most innovative region is probably the Indonesians because they are the only team again that plays the Homer every now and then and sometimes brings out the Raiden and have found success with it.
Yeah. Well, innovation, or would you say maybe they could be locked in their old ways, considering that Homer, he's been in the game for such a long time. Because sometimes if you think about it, right, like you have all of these new characters coming out and some of them, they seem to outshine some of the old cast, but once you've played the game for long enough, you kind of feel like, oh, it's not that bad, it's not that much of a difference. In fact, you can generate new strategies playing older characters. You just have to figure out how does it work for your lineup and how does it play up against your opponent's lineup. Win conditions for both of these teams. What are we sort of expecting here? Like, are we expecting Evos to be the ones to sort of rush into AGAL, or is it vice versa? Just because looking at what both of these teams have, right? Like, you've got AGAL, which are we expecting Cypher and Team SR to basically try to duo their way into Evos, like run in with the supporting cast of that Ignis firewall?
I think the more aggressive team is probably AGAL, just based on draft alone, right? You press all your buttons, you put up the Flame Mirage, and then you have Cassie, Zane tethered together. You can basically just run in and start hunting people down with Clue to give you the info. But Evos, they have some pretty good ways to defend.
Yeah.
If you look at the sniper role, you compare an Iris to a Clue on your sniper, on the sniper role, it is very, very different. Or in this case, actually, Russia is somehow labeled as the Russia. But either way, with that direct comparison alone, I would take the Iris any day. And let's say AGAL, they go aggressive, they run straight at Evos. You have Homer to kind of slow them down. You have Chrono with the Time Turner to create that dome to protect your teammates from long-range assaults. And if they are able to stave off the initial wave of AGAL skills, I think Evos can easily turn it around.
So then if that's the case, because I think AGAL, they're also visualizing a similar pattern of moves for Evos. Like, how do you change things up then to break through Evos's lineup? Because AGAL, they got the last, oh sorry, they did not get the last pick, they got the second last two picks. But like, how would you sort of break through what Evos have with a lineup that is, I mean, on paper, you have a look at what AGAL have. Like, it's pretty obvious what they want to do. Is there a way they can pivot to beat around the bush and surprise Evos in this first game?
I think you hit them hard and fast. I think AGAL, right? If again, when they press all their buttons and then run at Evos, if you can basically just take one guy out from the start, then you essentially have that numbers advantage, which can easily start snowballing. The problem, I think, starts when Evos gets to bait out abilities from AGAL or are just able to stop the initial wave, and that's where maybe AGAL will struggle a little bit. And then we have to start looking at the front lines, right? Again, Saifa, he needs to be able to deliver on that. We've talked for so many months and seasons regarding this lineup that you cannot be the only one that is delivering. You need a strong front to hold, and so far when we talk about strong front, I do prefer Evos' lineup a lot more.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, actions speak louder than words, and we can only talk so much until these teams really prove to us what they're able to bring to the table here. But AGAL, can they take this first game? Because just the comparison between these two teams, like that game 2 was going to be brutal for them. So if they can take this first game, this will at least keep them in the running to win this matchup. And Husky, we are ready to go.
Yeah, right off the bat, we are seeing Kochu take a very aggressive position, and basically both teams swap places. Saifa getting knocked down by Abax, and that's already the start for Evos, right? 2 members of AJL going down. They had a right idea on how to approach this openings round, but Evos Divine just getting the drop on them, and it once more comes down to deal in a 1v4. Safe to say that Evos Divine have won the first round.
Yeah, really pretty quick and decisive round as well. But to be fair though, I don't think I can blame AGAL for pulling off that play. Like I think if there was a round to try to snowball against Evos, it was probably this round. So it's just very unfortunate that from the get-go, they weren't able to execute that initial rush. So reset, we've got round number 2 here. AGAL, can they pick themselves up off the floor and really get their lineup rolling?
Usually round 1 is kind of a whatever. It really comes down to if, let's say, in this round we're at Graph Lab, so it's a bit of a coin toss thanks to the low gravity environment. But if Evos, let's say, wins round 2 and then we go to round 3, that's where we need AG Global to stop that, right? You don't want Evos to be up 3 rounds in a row. That's too big of an economical hit. We see the Flame Mirage to stop any sort of attempt to attack, but Kochu is not slowing down.
No, he's actually going to stick around for the team and provides vision. Just chops down Chinoi, but at the expense of Ray. Oh my gosh, Dew gets taken out thanks to Kochu. Oh my goodness. Evos are just on a roll for this first matchup. It's not over yet though. They still have Cypher coming in from the side, but it's 2 versus 4, Husky.
That's not even close. Avax getting the job done once more. And Graph Labs taken by Evos Divine up 2-0. And for both games, both rounds at least, they did not lose a single member. So economically, they are looking fine going into round 3. But it's also the same time where AGAL is going to start getting access to proper weaponry. I don't think they invested anything. At least they didn't invest it in any heavy weaponry in round 2. So this is where we want AGAL to step up.
I'm worried for them because if they don't step up soon, I feel like Evos is just going to run away with this matchup. But here we go, folks. Round number 3. Can AGAL get a point on the board? And both teams just going to run at each other. But at the expense of Kuchil, already down to half health. And Abax going in, Kuchil coming in as well. Jumping onto Cypher, who's managed to pop off that glue wall. But he's stuck in there, it seems. And Cypher, first one to go down, Husky.
Lovely stuff from Rasha. The Flame Rasha actually misses. It goes down to the lower ground. So those glue walls remain, and that allows Evos Divine to just run through the defenses of AGAL and mow them down once more. Dew left to his own devices, stood no chance. 3 rounds in a row for Evos Divine. Delectable performance so far.
Delectable, and I'm really worried now because it seems like they are starting to run away with this game as well. They just need a few more rounds to lock in this first game, and we already expressed our worry for AGAL. Having to win this set is so important for them, but it just, I mean, Evos read their lineup, and I guess like the question now stands, like, did AGAL maybe pick up the Cassie Zane too early?
No, I don't think so. I think the draft is completely fine. If I was in AJL shoe, I would have went for Zane Cassie too, because it's too risky if you don't take up the duo, considering that Tatsuya is still in the pool. It's more of Evos Divine just getting the read right. Just now we saw AJL, they put up the barricade of glue wall, and then they just lost track of the possibility that Evos could just lob a frag grenade and get the initial takedown. I think adjustment needs to be made from AJL side. They're back to square one in terms of economy, rocking 2 P90s, not looking too great in that long range department.
Oh boy, Abax gonna be watching out for the team. Always gets taken down, but down to 29 health. Does survive, but Ray in the meantime gets taken out by Cypher. So 3 versus 4. This is the opening AGL was looking for.
And with suboptimal guns, being able to win this round is going to be a big morale boost. Unfortunately for Evos Divine, they're not really able to convert much. Cypher taking matter into his own hands, and that allows Dew to finally spring into action, and that's a clean round for AJL just when they need it.
Just when they need it, they finally put points on the board, and they are going to start rolling in that money, Husky, which is the most important thing for this team. Like, imagine what they did with this kind of a round. It's going to be much more difficult for Evos to take them down, but it's possible. Absolutely down to positioning as well and skill. So 3-1 so far, folks. It's round number 5. AJL, they're not out of it yet, but they need to keep it up because Evos, they had a strong start. If they can get 2 more games in, at least this game will be tied.
And we can see that round 4 win actually forced Evos Divine to go into power saving mode, right? The economy kind of got broken because of that. So this round should theoretically go over to AG Global, but knowing these teams, we know that sometimes on an eco, you can still win rounds like what they showed us. But Dew showed us how it's done. Ray going down, that frag grenade actually detonates, but didn't take out anyone. Kochu, though, not that lucky. Chinoy finally puts one on the board himself. Apex finds an exchange, but numbers favor AJL.
Yeah, Dew doing big numbers on that roof. Well, Abax going to be the last one standing here for Evos as Ray and Rasia on the ground. And I mean, if this man manages to make a comeback against 3 players, this would be a miracle of a play. But no, gets finished off there by Cypher. And AGAL, they bring the series 3-2 after having a really tough start. And now this team is rolling in money. And Evos, as you said, Husky, they are in power saving mode. They're in economy saving mode. I think they're going to have to start spending some of that money because you really don't want this series to get too close.
And let's see, still not doing too well in terms of money. When you look at the buys itself, this is definitely a very awkward position to be in. So it's another round where AJL will have a chance to tie it up. In the previous round, I feel like Evos Divine basically sort of got lost a little bit in the sauce, not really knowing where the long-range shooters are from the side of AJL. So coach is going to move on forward, even using the Rebel Rush. They just want to close the gap and not allow people like Chinoy or Dew to activate. And Apex doing the same to put pressure onto Cypher. Cypher takes the 1v1 but gets blocked off as Kochu down Chinoy in the backline. And that's first blood for Evos.
Oh boy, Evos. It is 3 versus 3 now. Abax going to be going onto the low ground as the team starts reeling, trying to use those blue walls to their advantage. Ray dancing around, trying to find somebody's head to pop, but there's just far too many glue walls thanks to EGAL. And Ray going to have to abandon ship, goes to the side. Dew's still there, tethered up with SR, and Ray goes down. Oh, Cypher, he clips him. It's 2 versus 3.
And Cypher so far has been doing such a wonderful job. He's single-handedly holding a front line and he's single-handedly winning these fights for his team. And that's why he's one of the pillars for AJL when he needs to be relied on. Rasha ends up being basically left alone to his own vices. 1v3. This is an impossible round for Rasha to win and he knows it. So the equalizer is there for AJL and you gotta thank Cypher for his performance so far.
Cypher for his performance. I think if anything, the whole team just made a really great comeback in this series altogether. Just because they didn't let those first couple of matches shake them, they found the opening necessary, and now they've started to pick up on how Evos is playing. And they're also finding areas that Evos can't immediately knock out AGAL players too. So if they can keep things up, keep things solid, it might be Evos that could be in trouble now. The countdown is over. We're on to round 7, 3-3 at a piece. Both teams currently tied, but who's going to break this stalemate? We'll find out in just a second.
one of the struggles that Evos Divine will have to contend with in this game at least is that they don't have anyone to really break blue walls, right? No Oscar, they don't have the Ignis, so that is going to be quite a problem, and that's why they cannot break to the front. And with Baybax getting taken down, Chinoy has already completed step 1. Kochu also down in the red, trying to look for Sypha, but once more outplayed. Sypha is just working magic.
And we're down to 2 versus 4. Rasia just gets picked off as well. So Evos, they are just they're just falling as a team, it seems. They just can't get a grip on any of these AGAL players that they're trying to focus down. Like, they have their frontliners trying to take down the initial front line, but their snipers are getting picked off in the back lines as well. We still have Ray sticking around, but Cypher, he's there. He's ready to take him out. He just needs to clip him. He sees his back. He wants to clip him so bad. He just needs the angle. Oh, he manages to almost get it, but no! Ray, he does heal up in time. I mean, Ray's buying a lot of time, but if I'm Evos, I'm already talking about the next game.
Yeah, there's really nothing much that Ray could do. Again, money is going to be a problem. You know, losing 4 rounds in a row, you get a bit of bonus on top of that lose streak. But I think Evos needs to start realizing that as much as there are multiple members that they need to deal with, the most important person right now is they need to somehow get rid of Sypha, because he's doing too much for one person. He's holding the front line, he's winning 1v1s, he's providing long-range support when no one is looking. Evos needs to somehow get him out of the way. Even when you look at the total economy, Evos is down by more than 10,000. And again, the buys are just not good enough to win these explosive fights. And we've seen for 2 rounds in a row, Evos on the eco mode stood no chance against AGAL.
So now the question we have here for Evos is, how do you break through AGAL? Minus mistakes, right? Obviously, mistakes, you capitalize on those and you're going to be able to win. But what else can they do? Because they've struggled to catch out onto Dew. Chino has been a big problem, which, as you can see right here, actually, Rusty is able to get rid of him. So numbers advantage already going in the way of Evos, but numbers are just one piece of the puzzle.
And I like the fact that Evos is pressing, is pushing forward, bringing the occasion straight to AGAL, and good stuff from Kochu. Finally, they double up on Sypha with Sypha out of the picture. Dew also taken care of by Rasha, was able to convert the earlier knockdown into more. Evos Divine finally stems the bleeding. We got a match on our hands, Danny.
We have a match probably going to go the whole way, but who's going to take it all the way? That's something that we all want to know. But AGAL, they're putting up a really well put together Evos, and actually make look to be the ones that are probably the underdogs in this matchup. 4 apiece so far, folks. We're going to count down from 3 seconds. Round number 9. It's almost the finish line. But who crosses that finish line first? It's going to be a matter of who manages to get those points first. And as you can see, SR and Cypher already leading the charge. Coach Shield leading the way here for the team. Abax and Ray are together, but Rasia, he's on the other side of the map. But on the other side, you can see that they're actually trying to backstab Rasia.
Rasha is the only person right now with a decent gun. He's got the right gun to play from long range. And again, taking down Chinoy, Rasha is converting whatever he got in the previous round into more and beyond that previous round win. 3 down for AGAL. The Evos Divine essentially puts themselves in a position to get to match point.
Okay, this was a really interesting matchup here, Husky, because you can see there was a lot of commitment by AGAL to go for the wraparound to catch out Rasia. But do you think that might have been a bit of a misplay here? Because doing so, going for a 2-2 split, they kind of left their front line exposed. And the moment that Chinoy, I think it was Chinoy and SR, the moment they went down, it was just Cypher and Dew left.
I think it's okay. It's more of, again, they need to be able to hold the front, right? Like the previous few rounds that AGAL were able to win, it was because you have Sypha just being able to hold the front line all on his own. But we see the adjustments from Evos Divine to penetrate that iron defense. And of course, coupled up with the fact that Rasha basically got the perfect gun for his sniping occasions, and he's converting it to more. And that is based off of round number 8, where he took out Chinoy, grabbed his gun, and essentially went on to snowball 2 consecutive rounds. Now Evos Divine in the match point spot. 1 more round, and they will be up 1-0 the series.
All right, AGAL, what is the plan? Are they going to go for that 2-2 split to try and cash out Russia again? Or are they going to go back to what originally worked for the team? It's time to move here, folks, because if Evos win this, they will be getting the first points in this best of 3 matchup. And already, Cypher and SR leading the charge. Chinoi is going to be running alongside Dew. And this time, they're not going to go for the big commitment wraparound. They will be going for a full-on 4v4.
And this is going to really put that team comp to the test once AJL press all the buttons. We expect them to be the first one to draw blood, get that first blood, and then outnumber Evos Divine. Against Cypher, being that Zane, you have a Cassie electrotherapy. That tether is what's keeping Cypher topped up. But under the condition that he uses that to bolster the front line. And Evos Divine, they're not biting. In fact, AGAL, Dude getting an initial knockdown onto Russia. That is going to open things up for AGAL.
Oh, that is huge, because now you don't have that backline sniper support on the side of Evos, and as you can see already, the charge has begun in that front lines, but Chino is the first one to go down, so now they've equalized this back to that 3v3. Coachil, though, almost going down, just surviving on a sliver of health, but Ray and Coachil this time being caught. It's now down to ABAX, a single player left, and AGAL, they bring it 5-5 apiece. We're down to our final game in this best of 3.
Yeah, we did say that AJL, once they strike when the iron is hot, they will be able to straight up overwhelm Evos Divine. And what better time to find that elimination than now? Dew masterfully executed. You take out the person who literally has the best chance of ruining your game plan, and now it's sudden death. The first match of the day, we get all the way to 11 rounds.
Oh boy, this is a scary one. Is it going to be a match between the snipers, or is it going to be a match between the rushers? And both teams just running right at each other, with Coachil already starting the round with half of his health. Oh boy, very scary moment. It really depends on who gets taken down first, and that's where things start to collapse.
Of course, ABAC's not really getting time to heal himself back up. The Flame Mirage basically taking out all the glue walls. That's 2 glue walls from ABAC. I think he has 1 more left. They're trying to go for a shoulder boost, but it's not going to be easy. So Evos, they switch tactics, run straight at the front line. Let's see if they can win this fight. 3v2, and for AJL, all they need to do is to hold the front, and again, it stands solid and undeterred. AGAL basically breaks it down 1 by 1. Chinoi finally drops, but they still have a numbers advantage if the backup can come through, and Cypher arrives just in time to run down the rest of Evos Divine. And what a way to come back from a deficit. AGAL with match 1.
Match 1 with a full 11 rounds as well. What a comeback from the team, and they must be feeling very good now, because coming into Kalahari, I mean, if they have to, they can lose the set, but they still have that final 3rd game to fall back to. They now don't have to worry about that reverse sweep, which was a very possible scenario if they didn't manage to get things sorted after that 4th round. But so AGAL, really great play. I loved how they started to adapt around Evos as well once they started getting that economy rolling, right? Realizing who was those priority targets, and we had a couple of star moments, right? We saw things like Dew getting that win in the sniper versus sniper showdown, basically opening the door for his team.
Yeah, and we did say, you asked me earlier on which team is more likely to take round 1, and I said I think AJL has a chance to do it, right? And now they got the ball rolling. You like you pointed out, even if they drop Kalahari, they still have Bermuda to play, but most importantly is AJL, they got the momentum, right? This is a momentum-based team, and I think today they're feeling good. They woke up, right? Cypher woke up on the right side of the bed, and he is killing it.
Look, if they can keep going, they can probably grab the 2-0 here, because if they grab a 2-0 against Evos on Kalahari of all maps, oh, that's a statement already. That's a team that you do not want to be messing with at all. But we'll have to see what happens with the drafting stage as well. Like, what kind of changes we're going to be seeing from both of these teams. Like, are they going to go for the same bans, or are they going to maybe change things up a little bit because of the map change? MVP for the match is none other than Dew, dealing 5,500 damage in the series altogether, with 8 eliminations to his name. There were a couple times where I actually kind of feel like Dew, he made the game-winning opener for the team. Like when he got those crucial snipes a couple times, that was sort of the door, that he opening the door for the rest of his team to really come in and finish the rounds.
And I think round 10 was the best example, right? He was the reason that
Yes.
we even got to sudden death in the first place. We look at the scoreboard for, between these two teams, AJL, it's without a doubt that Dew and Cypher, the two main foundations of the team, they were the ones that really had the most eliminations. 10 for Cypher, 8 for Dew. But on top of that, Dew also clocked in 13 assists overall.
13. And that just goes to show how much Dew alone contributes to a lot of these engagements from the team. So as long as Dew's around, you gotta really be careful going up against AGAL. But here's the match summary. We've just played our first game of this best of 3, and AGAL currently leading after taking match 11 in our first game against Evos. And if they can pull off a bit of a miracle here and take the next series, which is Kalahari against Evos, I think AGAL might be the team to look out for today.
There's a good chance. I mean, if they win 2-0, they got some time to rest before we head into the second game. Let's hear what AJL has to say.
ความคาดหวังก็คือติดท็อป 4 ครับ เพราะว่าอยากเจอฟาลคอนกับบุรีรัมย์เพราะว่าผมจะเป็นราชาคนใหม่ครับ ถ้าให้เลือกทีมที่แข็งแกร่งที่สุดก็น่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์กับฟาลคอนครับ เพราะว่าเป็นแชมป์แล้วก็รองแชมป์ครับ แล้วก็อีกทีมหนึ่งก็น่าจะเป็น
Pretty standard responses. Oh, Virtus Pro?
ทีมที่น่ากลัวน้อยสุดก็น่าจะ
Husky?
เป็นโกครับ เพราะว่า
Huh.
ผมไม่
They
ค่อยได้เข้ารายการ
I'm surprised. I thought that they would. I thought that they would want to take on teams from other regions, but again, I think for AJL, the most important thing for them is take it one step at a time, right? This is a team that I think if you just pit them in a situation where they just have to play 4v4, is a very good team. We judge their performance based off of Battle Royale a lot, right? And that's kind of the primary game mode. But in hand-to-hand combat, this team is no pushover, and I'm just happy to see AJL doing well. Them against Virtus Pro is very possible if they win this, and then VP wins their match, which is going to be tough because VP is going up against BRU.
Yeah, I mean, okay. If we storyline, we're gonna have to pay attention to that mashup and pray that it's not going to be a very one-sided game because yeah, I think a lot of people are probably expecting that to be very one-sided, but again, we'll let the players do the talking, the playing. Speaking of playing, for anyone that just joined the broadcast, we've already played our first game so far for Evos versus AGAL. And AGAL, they managed to take the first map already, which was Nextera. We are flying into Kalahari next, which statistically speaking is a very Evos favored map, but that's not to say AGAL can't take them on this map either. So very, very possible chance that AGAL could 2-0 this series, but again, it really depends if Evos is going to be able to make that comeback happen, because now Evos, to win, they have to reverse sweep these next 2 games. So to trigger the reverse sweep, Husky, if let's say we're kind of thinking for Evos here going into Kalahari, what are we really aiming for with our draft? Are there any like survivors that we'd want to get our hands on?
Let's see. I think it's still the usual ones. I would expect Evos to go back to normalcy a bit more. I think the Homer wasn't really working out for them in game 1. The Coda, I think Coda would probably be a better choice, like by default. But on a map like Kalahari, I think there are some areas where the Raiden could be of use, but so far only like 1-2 teams have used the Raiden, and it has to be in very specific situations. And I don't think Evos is one of the teams that is willing to experiment with that. Depends on whether they get first or second pick, because first pick, because they've been banning the Santino, right? They banned the Santino just now, so let's see if they get first pick. Would they open the Santino and force AJL to ban it, and if not, take it for themselves, or would they just go with same bans and just change up that first pick?
Yeah. I really think it's going to depend on those bans. AGAL, they have banned out the Santino, which is the ban that Evos went for in our previous matchup, and Oscar is going to be the ban there for Evos. So basically just a swap, same bans from game number 1, so no real changes there. And AGAL are going to be the ones to get access to the Chrono first this time.
Okay, so it's technically the same first pick same sequence from the previous game, just on
Swap
different teams.
Yeah, pretty much.
So here, there's the Zane. Zane Cassie would be the first two I'm looking at. Or they could prioritize the sniper, right? I mean, we see them prioritize the Irish just now. Though I would personally prefer if they just take the Zane first. If they want to let the Cassie go, so be it. But if you take a Zane plus a sniper, or you take the Koda and then +1. No, they take the Tatsuya Iris, so they're willing to give the Zane Cassie away. But AGL, they have other plans. They take the Ignis.
I wonder if AGL is thinking this is a bit of a trap. Or maybe they just think that, okay, because we have the Chrono, maybe they don't want to run the Cassie's Zane. Because like looking at what they have so far, like could you even fit Cassie anywhere in here? Not really. Not even Zane.
So they go for the Ignis Clue, so it's almost the same as last game. Aside from the Chrono. I mean, now there's a Cassie opening for Evos if they want. Again, Koda's still untouched so far. If, let's see, even if they don't take the Koda, do they go Homer again? I personally would go Koda, you know, as opposed to Homer, unless Evos are willing to give it another go.
But then what are they also picking alongside the Koda/Homer pick?
I think you take
There's
the
the Koda.
Cassie, I guess.
Oh,
The
no.
Zane too. I mean, it's either or, right? You either.
Yeah.
I think Zane makes a lot more sense in this scenario.
Yeah. I think I'd have to agree with you there. They probably needed the extra firepower as well, considering this is Evos's map. So if you're comfortable on a map, I think sometimes you just kind of have to go hard or go home, right? You just got to shoot first, do the damage, break through those blue walls, just do whatever it takes to win that match. But AGL, they're the ones to go back and pick up the Cassie. So Zane Cassie are going to be split this matchup. But the Evos, I think they're kind of going all in here. I think they're just saying, okay, we've got a lot of ways to breach the enemy line. It's probably just going to be Evos running it at AGL at this point. So, I mean, is that what you're kind of seeing here as well, Husky? Like, Evos just saying, to heck with it, we're just going to run at them.
I think they have a draft to do that. Like, absolutely. They could basically just run at AJL. I mean, they did it in the previous game too, even though we expect AJL to be the aggressors. But Evos were the ones that's, starting the fights. They were the ones trying to really get in the faces of AJL. Now with this draft, it's even more doable. Although without the Cassie means that you have to be a lot more careful about your movement, right? You can't just run in, take a couple of shots, and expect to be healthy again. This time, you've got to really plan out your moves and before executing. But with the Zane Tatsuya, I think they have a pretty solid front line despite not having the Cassie.
Yeah. So let's see who is going to be playing what, if we see anything out of ordinary. But I'm presuming we're just going to be seeing normal roles, unless someone decides they want to have a little bit of fun this round. Which, if you're Evos, I don't think they're going to be having fun. They're looking to win because they do need to pull this set to that game 3. And here we go. So we have Rasia on the Iris, Kuchil on the Tatsuya, Ray on the Koda, and Apex on the Zane. Team Asa on the Cassie, Ju on the Clue, Chinoi on the Ignis, and a Cypher piloting the Chrono this round.
Okay, so again, Cypher given the tool to hold the front, but an even better tool because Chrono with the time turner allows you to negate any long-range damage, especially long-range shots when you drop the dome. And on top of that, it's very effective at playing defensive as well. So again, the idea is there. It's like good approach from the side of AJL in terms of draft. We were wondering how the execution is going to be in the previous game, and they were able to pull it off despite a slow start. Now they have a draft that can really hold the front.
So we are going to be starting this matchup in just a second, but to the chat, let teams that you're rooting for know that you're supporting them. Show them your love, give them your energy. For AGAL fans, pray for this 2-0. But for my Evos fans out there, send them your energy. Force that 1-1 set so we can go to a game number 3. Because it could go any way at this point of time. Both of these teams just looking really good in their matches in our first round. It really can go anyone's way. It just really depends on that execution and in some cases, which sniper snipes first.
Both teams, actually, both Russia and Dew have had their fair share of highlights in the previous game. I think Dew woke up slightly later, but still got the job done either way. I think if you're Evos right now, you are definitely thinking on how to deal with this formation of AGAL, especially Cypher, who has been instrumental in the success in match 1. Whereas for AGAL, I think for them it's a lot more easy to pull things off. They have a draft that could basically wait for Evos to attack, but at the same time, Cypher is on a hot streak. So if he keeps that up, I think AGL could walk away with a 2-0.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, can they, I guess, deflect what's potentially coming in the second game from Evos? Because we did kind of talk about this, how Evos, because they didn't go for that classic sustain lineup, that they are going all in, all firepower, all bang. Can AGAL survive that initial bang? We'll have to find out, folks, because we are jumping into our first game, our very, very poor round, pistol round for our teams. We'll have to see who grabs the first win here, because this might be the start of something fresh and something new.
So in the first game, we did see Evos, they come out the gates and they were just ultra aggressive. This game, seems like Evos have slowed down a little bit. We see the Ignis Firewall being sent through down the middle. A-Back's able to cut through the side. Chino is going to take contact, but in this situation, it is going to be a 2v3 in favor of AGAL. And Ray actually gets a good snipe onto Team SR. A-Back gets cut down by Cypher's sight. But at least Evos were able to secure one for themselves. Team SR still at a chance of being saved by Cypher. Kochu needs to win this, but he's not landing the shots. But bought enough time for Team SR to bleed out.
And Evos Divine, they are not looking too healthy, but neither is AGAL. Cypher losing their health here thanks to Ray on the high ground. But Kochil going to be hitting the ground there, but Dew's been caught as well. We are probably looking at a 2v2 matchup very, very soon. But Ray, very unhealthy there, gets caught thanks to Chinoy. Beautiful sniping. And it's going to be down to Rasya. Can he somehow win this round against Chinoy and Cypher combined?
It's going to be very, very tough. Both Ray and Kochu are bleeding up, but Rasya has no opening to help them out. So has to someone take this fight, and for AGAL, just, again, split up, you doubled up on Rasya, do whatever you have to do. In terms of numbers, especially in the pistol round, the clutch factor is almost non-existent when you don't have a high-powered weaponry. In this case, for Rasya, I don't know how he's going to do this against Cypher and Chinoy, who are very well positioned around those containers.
Yep. Oh boy, here we go. Cypher and Chino rushing at Rasya, who's going to try and use the high ground to his advantage, but he's just taking far too much damage. Here you go! Rasya!
Unbelievable. Rasya pulls it off again, the Wonder Kid.
Yeah,
in an impossible situation.
I think some of us may have blinked and missed it, because holy moly, this man just beat a 2 versus 1. Oh my gosh, that shot onto Chino was delicious.
That's going into the Hall of Fame for at least the next season. And it was against Cypher with a time turner too. We literally just said that the dome protects you from these kind of situations. And then you have Rasya working magic, basically dragging his team back from the depths and winning that pistol round. That is going to break the morals of AGL, if anything. Let's see if he can translate that momentum to something else. He did that in match 1. And now with this kind of opening, you get the mini Uzi in the hands of Kochu. Rasya goes hunting. Same as Kochu, A-Back with the sight in hand, tries to run at AGAL, but has bought enough time and space again for the rest of his team to spring into action. Kochu now looking for victim number 3. The dome saves Cypher for now, and then Dew gets the knock. But Ray now goes for the exchange. Dew goes down. It's Ray and Rasya against Cypher.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen 2 versus 1s go in favor of the 1, and we'll have to see if Cypher can do it. Team SR, though, does get picked up, and Rasya, again, all alone for the team, but he's going to be shooting through the smoke screen. We'll try to go for the pickup there onto Kochil. Is it going to be successful? He will get him. Cypher is there. Kochil going to mend himself, and Husky, we're back to a 2v2.
Yeah, Rasya again called to action and delivers. Kochil, he sees that information. He knows what Cypher is. Relays it instantly, and Rasya there to receive it. Very well prepared, and once more AG Global when they seem like they had the lead, Russia prized it away from their cold dead hands. That's 2 rounds in a row for Evos Divine in a situation where they had no business winning.
Nerf this boy. Nerf this boy, Garena. I don't think Russia should be allowed to play this game mode because this player, this boy, this man, he has become a man. He just is a monster. I think in most cases, right, you would normally think a numbers advantage is going to tilt in favor of the team with more players, but it's just, I don't know how Russia does it. He always finds the right times to either pick up his teammates or to get those crucial headshots in some of those tightest situations. Maybe this is why this team is so dang good on Kalahari, because this is their map. Who knows?
Who knows? I mean, he is that 1%, right? He is the person that's going to defy all the odds. He already defied the odds on his debut year. And this is his debut year. We haven't even gone past that part just yet. And he has already won an EWC title. The 3rd round in a row. This is where we want AGAL to come back. But again, Rasha. This kid has woken up for sure. Team SR trying to crawl towards Cypher. But Cypher also finds no cigar in that 2v1. AGAL losing 2 members right off the bat. And Rasha goes hunting again. This time finally knocked down and taken care of by Dew, but once more has whittled down Dew enough for Kochu to follow up. Evos Divine looking at the 3rd round.
Yeah, so even though they committed quite a lot to take out Russia, the front lines unfortunately did go down much earlier for AGAL, and you know, without your front liners to keep the rest of Evos at bay, it sort of leaves your back liners really exposed. So I think AGAL, they're still trying to identify what the issue is. Like, obviously Russia alone is a problem. You really cannot afford to leave that boy alive, but at the same time, can you afford to dedicate resources to eliminating him first before dealing with the rest of his team? Because, I mean, we've already played 3 rounds so far, and even though you take out the front lines, it doesn't necessarily mean you've won the game for AGAL.
So we're back to the exact same spot as match 1 where Evos Divine are up 3-0. Match 1, AGAL came back 4 rounds in a row and then back and forth until we get to sudden death. Let's see if AGAL can repeat that. I mean, there's still a chance. The weapons looking fantastic for Evos Divine. That flawless performance so far, but it's about closing out the game that really matters. And AGL were the ones that crossed the finishing line. Chinoi with a good opening. This time with Rasha eliminated. It seems like deja vu from match 1 again, where Evos Divine are down 1 man.
Yep, this might be exactly what they're looking for here. Dew, though, unfortunately has been clipped in the back line, so both snipers taken out, but Ray, the next one to fall, it seems, thanks to Team SR. Coach Shield, next to fall, thanks to Cypher, and now it's down to Abax. Thankfully, Ray is going to be picked up here, but 3 versus 2. Abax has got a lot of heavy lifting to do, but unfortunately, too many bullets hit his skull, and he's going to be going down. And Ray, last one to go down. And it looks like AGAL, they're starting to find that rhythm yet again. And on that magical round, Husky, it seems, round number 4 seems to be the comeback round here for AGAL.
Yeah, it seems like it. Clean round number 4 to give AGAL you know, some sort of a start. Yeah, it feels like Evos Divine looked a bit lost in that round. Obviously, they were taking the fight to AGAL, but with minimal degrees of success. Let's see if this round 5 is going to be any different. The long-range weaponries are finally starting to come out for both sides. Smoke grenade. The Cypher Team SR will team up, detonate slightly earlier, so Team SR completely fine, but he does a massive one onto Kochio. They're all blind in the smoke, so it's pretty hard to find the right target. Cypher running around right beside Kochio, but has no idea that he is beside an enemy.
Yeah. And because Ray is there, he's also going to be able to keep an eye on Rassia. Abax, though, first one to go down on the side of Evos, and Chinoi still there. Ray, unfortunately, has been clipped and will be the next one to be taken out. And AGAL, the entire team is looking tip-top in shape and healthy. Coachil, Ray on the ground or gone, and Rassia is the final player left. And I mean, against 4 players, this might be the one matchup this Wonder Kid cannot win.
This one, I dare say, is impossible to win. 20 HP, 20% HP, 3 members to go through, and he only has a P90 in hand. There's no way that Russia is going to pull this off.
Double kill.
And pretty evident, AGAL again with 2 rounds in a row, just slowly negating whatever lead that Evos Divine have gotten for themselves early on.
I wonder what's kind kind of happened with Evos, because this is the second time this has happened to the team. Like they always have these amazing starts. Although in this particular series, I feel like this game in particular, Evos really going off to a really strong start. But it's just match 4 onwards, the team crumbles. And I guess the question is, like, we have to wonder, is this an Evos issue, or is this AGAL just picking up Evos Divine's playstyle? Because you also have to remember, this is Kalahari. This is a map that Evos Divine specialize on, especially the Indonesian teams. This is supposedly this region's map.
Yeah, maybe in Mammoth it would change a little bit, right? Mammoth is all about taking vantage point. In this case, Dew will have priority over that. We do see Rasha. He's not thinking about going to the high ground just yet, but he's also keeping a safe distance so that he doesn't get caught out. I like the approach a little bit. AGAL putting Cypher forward. Ray actually getting knocked down, but Rasha was able to take out Cypher. 1-for-1 trade so far. Rasha getting knocked down. Dew with a good response. Identifying where the Wonder Kid is, and Team SR now to the rescue. A field medic to bring Cypher back up to speed. Ray also gets picked up in the process, but a nade from afar. Ray gets exposed. Blue wall goes down. And Evos Divide again. They just flatlined at Mammoth. And AGAL have caught up. It's 3-3 once more.
They've caught up, and based off of these snipes, Rasia just getting clipped there by Dew. This team, they are doing an amazing job at checking Evos Divine after those initial 3 rounds. And now Evos, they have to figure out, okay, even though we had those first 3 games, like, how are they now going to have to adapt to AGAL's style? Because, like, they can keep playing like this if they want to, but I feel like it's just such a dangerous coin flip to play in a way that AGAL is basically comfortable with now. So you really got to pay attention to where everybody is here. And it's going to be nothing too crazy, just a nice 4-man fight. We still have our frontliners, we've got the glue walls, the smoke as well. Chinoi maybe going to run it into Ray here.
Cypher at Kochu. Oh, sharing the same smoke
Chinoi.
screen. Cypher actually sees Kochu. Almost takes him down. Topped up by the electrotherapy again. Kochu, if anything, he's going to need to hold on his own or call for help. Rasha able to take down Chinoi as Kochu finally goes down thanks to Cypher. And Team SR finding ABEX in the backline too. AGAL once more with a numbers advantage.
With the numbers advantage, it is Ray and Rasia versus the world. Chinoi is down though for AG Global. So the game is not over yet. It's really going to come down to whether we can get some crucial knocks. And, well, Ray is going to be on the ground here. So through Cypher's POV, it's just Rasia up against 3 players. And unfortunately, his health is dwindling. He is going to try and buy some time, heal himself up. But if he can get 3 headshots here, that would be a miracle on its own. But just 1 too many headshots, it seems. And now AG Global are going to be the ones to lead this set.
Deja vu indeed. Just like match 1, they lose the first 3 rounds and then they come back swinging 4 rounds in a row to put themselves in the lead. And just undoing whatever Evos has put in. Once more, the economy goes right down the drain. Everyone has the M590 in hand, the most powerful weapon in game. We actually asked the pro players what they feel about this gun, and they said that you either nerf it or remove it from the game. That's how powerful it is. High damage, low reload rate. But overall, in this particular scenario, once more Cypher is going to be the problem. This time they send 3 men after him. One of them blocked up with the glue wall. Cypher still stands, and Doof catches Rasha. This guy's winning 1v1s when they need it the most.
Man, Rasia just can't get a break. Constantly being picked up by Dew. And now all of a sudden, Evos are going to be jumped by AGAL, who are rushing at them. Ray's the first one to follow it. Cypher will be going down in exchange. ABEX just gets a gun to the face, and it's all down to Coach Shield. AGAL dominate the round, and they've now picked up 5 points. 1 more win, and they will take the entire set 2-0 up against Evos Divine. And I mean, Evos, they're in dire straits now. They have lost every match after winning the first 3. A 5-match loss streak up against AG Global. So it's do or die now for this team. They're about to potentially end the set 0-2.
It would be quite a surprise, honestly. I would expect it to go 3 games. At least that was my expectations coming in. But AGAL, if they win this, they stand a chance to go into the playoffs by the end of the day. You see the smoke grenade being thrown at where the Cyber drop is. They want the Cyber coins. Chinoi in a 2v1. Pretty unfair. We can hold just a little bit. It's gonna be worth it. And indeed, he has held. Saifa again hunts down Russia.
First blood.
And this time, the backstab pays off big time. Chinoi does end up going down, but I think the job is done. Now you leave the rest to Saifa, the big brother Saifa, who's not going to let Chinoi go down. In fact, Evos wants to collect it!
Double kill.
And a reckless move that leads to his demise. More than enough for AJL to close it out. 6 rounds in a row. Another reversal to win this match and the series 2-0.
Oh man, AGAL making waves here at Clash Squad 2-0ing Evos Divine. First on Nextera and then on Kalahari of all maps. And I'm pretty sure the team feeling absolutely thrilled with themselves getting a 2-0 win. And it was a convincing one as well. Sure, our first set we did go through all 11 games, but the Kalahari set. Losing the first 3 rounds, we're winning the next 6. Yes, please. Thank you very much.
I like the first one, sure, right? Close, sort of what we expected, but the second one, holy cow, AJL really waking up. They probably need to take a beating, take a little bit beating in the first few rounds, and then they come back swinging. But the way that they did it was chef's kiss. I think Saifa, Deal, they were the first 2 to wake up, and then the effect spilled over to the rest of the team. AJL, basically, they just rallied. They took the game, and then they ran without looking back.
Yeah, so that does mean that's going to set the score for all of our teams. So AGL will continue with their victory today. Now they're in 2-0, right? The 2-0 club.
Yeah, they're in the 2-0 club.
Yeah, so that means, unfortunately for our Evos fans, Evos will be dropping down to the 1-1 club, which is not too bad. They're all still in a very decent spot, but 2-0 would have been much preferred. But this also means that this is going to set them up for their next matchups after today's game. So we will find out who is going to be the opponent later on. We won't be watching these teams later today, unfortunately. But it would be pretty interesting to see who else is going to be making it to the 2-0 club and who drops down to 1-1. But I mean, Husky, did you think this set was just going to be? I guess like the second game, it really just felt like a stomp, honestly.
Yeah, it felt like Evos had no answer to what AJL wanted to do. Right? Even in the very last round, it felt like there was some miscommunication. The Evos wasn't really they weren't really on the same page in what they wanted to do, and they were just straight up losing fights against AJL. And I think that's kind of the main reason why AJL is all rolling over Evos, because they are just winning the 1v1s, they are winning the 2v1s. This game definitely a lot more dominant for AGAL, and due with 12 eliminations by the time the game ended.
This man, I feel like the focus required from this man every single time to figure out where's Russia. And I think we saw him, I want to say 3 or 4 rounds in that previous matchup, just getting that one tap on Russia every single time. And I feel like every time he hit that button and he hit the nail on the head there onto Russia, that was just the game-winning setup for the rest of AGAL. So props to Dew. I think teams moving forward, if they did not watch this game, or if they're going to, you're really going to have to pay attention to see how impactful Dew is for this team. And I kind of feel like, the way that AGAL treated Russia when playing against Evos, I feel like that's how teams are going to have to treat AGAL in their upcoming matchups. So you kind of have to keep tabs on where Dew is.
Yeah. And it also kind of ties together something that you mentioned earlier on, where you said that you were wondering if it was the right idea to split up and hunt for Russia. When done right, that was kind of the effect that you get, right? They hunt down Russia, they eliminate the sniper, and suddenly it becomes so much easier to deal with the rest of Evos, who have been struggling in these high stakes rounds. So kudos to AJL, they were able to decipher the game plan of Evos Divine, and they didn't, stop following what the plan was, even though it failed in the earlier rounds. They kept on doing it, and eventually it paid off, and it paid off big time. My personal MVP, Dew and Cypher, hands down. Pick either one of them. But I personally am also curious to hear what they have to say once we bring the interview up.
Yeah, so we are preparing for that interview. I kind of wonder from AGAL's perspective, right? Like, did they expect to win that set so convincingly? But it looks like we are ready to jump into our interview with AGAL. So let's see what they have to say after securing their win over Evos Divine.
Hello and welcome to the interview section in Booyah from Alchemist Global, and here we are with Deal. Alright, so the first question. Last week, Team SR say that Evos DY is the number one of the Indonesia in the class squad, and now you play against them and you beat them down. How do you feel about it? อาทิตย์ที่แล้วทีม SR บอกว่าทีม Evos DY เนี่ยเป็นอันดับหนึ่งของอินโดใน Class Squad แล้วก็บอกว่าค่อนข้างที่จะแบบเก่งมากๆเลยวันนี้ได้เจอกับเขาแล้วรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็รู้สึกว่าสไนเขาคมมากครับถ้าเขาได้ซาเดโนไปก็น่าจะสวยครับ
เขาไม่ได้ไปเหรอ
ใช่ครับเพราะว่าแปน
เราแปลไปก่อน So about the Evos DY, their snipers so good, especially Razia. So we have to ban Santino. If they got Santino, maybe we cannot beat them. Alright, let's go to the second question. I have to admit that about the game, two games that you got it at the first round, the Evos DY already got like 3-0. And then your team is come back. I want to know what is your strategy or your communicate that can make you through that. อยากรู้ว่าในเกมค่ะ2เกมที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยเราชนะก็จริงแต่ว่ามันเป็นเกมที่เราตามเขามาด้วยอยากรู้ว่าตอนนั้นอ่ะคือเรามีแผนการยังไงแล้วเราคุยกันยังไงทำให้เราสามารถกลับมาได้ค่ะ
ทีมผมชอบทอนครับเพราะว่า
ชอบเลยนะ
ชอบทอนครับชอบทอนให้ทอนแบบว่าทุกเม็ดทุกดอก
ก็คือให้เขาก่อนเดี๋ยวเราเอา
ให้เขาได้ใจเดี๋ยวรอกระชากเรายิ้ม
Okay, so our team style is like we want to give them first and then we will take it back. So do you say that who is how do you say the one who smile first is not that word, so we want to be the last one who smile. So yeah, that's it. They beat the Evos DY down. Alright, let's go to the last question. So now you are in to the round 2. So you have to wait for another team. So it's my BP Esports or Team Falcon. Which team do you think that you're gonna play against? โอเคตอนนี้เราเข้าสู่รอบต่อไปแล้วเราจะต้องรอเจออีก2ทีมคืออาจจะเป็น P Esports หรือว่าทีม Falcon คิดว่าทีมไหนที่เราจะต้องเจอคะ
โอ้ผมอันนี้ผมการันตีเลยครับว่ายังไงก็เจอ PE ครับเพราะว่า Falcon เล่นไม่โหดครับ Falcon เป็ดใช่ครับเขาไม่ใช่ราชาอีกต่อไปแล้ว
Okay I think that we're gonna play against P Esports because Team Falcon is not that good because their crowds already taken, so they don't have any crown anymore. So I don't think that Team Falcon gonna make it. So let's see that P Esports or Team Falcon gonna play against the AGAL. Alright, so thank you for the interview and thank you for watching us. So we're gonna have a short break before get back to the tournament.
Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill.
phải luôn, bắn phải luôn lên đây luôn, lên đây với tôi.
Đi hết kèo cho bọn, hết kèo.
Được, lên đây với tôi. Nó mồ này.
Má càng rồi.
Còn mồi.
Đó không mời đó.
Phá luôn rồi.
Ở dưới bắn nhau anh em ơi bắn.
Lên.
Dưới bắn nhau kìa.
Không, 4 thằng nguyên luôn rồi.
Xong luôn rồi.
Nó 1 nè. Được Quý ơi. Gãn đi. Hay Quý ơi. Hay Quý. Còn mồi Quý. Dưới tỉa Quý.
Chạm xong rồi.
Được. Tin tôi.
Rồi.
Chết đi bro.
Đủ bạn. Ada member dia datang.
One squad dah.
Rumah kayu.
Dia macam 7.
Nak. Rumah kayu.
Gas aku gas. They follow me.
No. Dekat aku. Dekat aku.
One play on me.
Bantai gate, inform gate. Depan gate, bu.
Depan gate. Mana gate?
Depan gate.
Ya.
Mampus. Siapa tu ada?ไปบันได
ไปเนินก่อนได้นะเนินซ้ายล่างก่อนมีโดดปะ
มีโดดอยู่เพื่อนใจเย็นๆคุณแม่เมียบอลลูกเดียว
เขาโมตีอยู่ดาวอีก
คิวเลย
ก็มันเหลือที่4แล้วมึงเสีย2คนเนี่ย
เออ
โอ้ยทำตัวซ้ายไหนกลับมาแต่แล้ว
กูโดดเข้าไปในบ้านได้แล้วเนี่ย
ที่หาตัดได้หมดเลยเพื่อน
บ้านนะเพื่อน
ต้อง
โดดขึ้นหลังคาบ้านวะ
กูเราตัดได้อยู่ชิวเข้ามาก็ได้เพื่
บ้า
อน น
ไหนแล้วกัน
เชี่ยดาวนะ
ไปนะพี่
ชิวคุมราคาเพราะกูอยากบีบเล่นเลยว่ะ
เล่นผม
บีบขวาเล่นเลย
ครบได้
มันเล่นกันแล้วนะ
ตัวแชมป์ป้อนยิงตัวขาหน่อยได้ไหม
สวยเจ็บหมดเลย
เจ็บอีกหนึ่ง
เจ็บหมดเลย
สกายเลยไปแฮก
ดาวสวยชิ
ตัด
ทำได้สวยยังเซตอยู่
สวย
สองไหวเพื่อน
เข้ามาโดนแล้วตัวเดียว
ตัวเดียวป้อนอย่าบอกนะ
เดี๋ยวกล้าปะ
มี
ด้วย
รั่วเลย
Aman. Gua turun. Di dalam gua nih. Bukan. 12 lah. Ada yang di luar, Roy.
Kanan nggak ada pelontar.
Gua bisa dari sini.
Kanan 4. Kiri 4, kanan 4 gua dempetin juga nih.
Sabar ya. Sabar.
A masterclass from AGAL as they take down Evos Divine in our opening match 2-0. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 4th season Clash Squad Swiss Stage Day 3. We got more action coming up, and next up is Versus Pro against Buriram United Esports. My name is Husky, and alongside me is Dana Lee, and both of us will be with you guys for the rest of the evening. We got 5 more best of 3s coming up.
Yes, so really exciting day, and I think this is the perfect match to follow through, Husky, because we literally had an interview video with AGAL, and they wanted to play Virtus Pro. So the question is, are they going to get Virtus Pro? And I think a lot of you are probably thinking, is that even possible? Because Virtus Pro is playing up against Buriram. I think in this mode, anything is possible. You just kind of have to have the right composition, the right play style, and maybe more than a little bit of luck. You kind of need a lot of luck as well.
This matchup is definitely a taller mountain to climb, for sure, compared to Evos Divine against AGAL. Dew in his interview just now, with our host from Thailand, Morphine, also said that he thinks that PE Esports are going to take down Falcons in the matchup after this, because he says that Falcons are no longer as strong as they used to be.
Wow.
So I think they have a lot of things that they're asking for. They want to face VP, they want PE to beat Falcons. So let's start with VP, right? Let's see if they get VP. And even if VP wins this, we still don't know if the matchup is going to be between them and VP. And if that's the case, then wish granted for AGL. But going up against the one of the best teams in Clash Squad, it is going to be a tall task. Because last time BRU fought Falcons, who were crowned the best teams in Clash Squad. BRU 4-0 Falcons in the finals in the most recent Clash Squad we have.
Yeah. Now we do have Buriram here, and I do believe we've got a bit of an interview with them. So let's see their responses to some of our questions.
เป็นแชมป์อีกครับรู้สึกว่ามันหอมหวานเหลือเกินถ้าเป็นทีมที่แข็งแกร่งที่สุดนะครับผมว่าจะเป็นทีมฟอลคอนครับ
Okay, this is already a contradiction, Husky, because Buriram think Falcons are the next strongest team.
I actually don't blame them. You know, Falcons were the first team that won Clash Squad, and they the official Clash Squad we had.
I'm deceased. Did you see that answer just now? Who was the weakest team? Virtus Pro. If I ever saw fighting words, I think we just saw them.
Jonah has taught him well, for sure. I think Jonah, Captain Jonah taught Moshi well. To be fair, like Falcons is the strongest until BRU beat them in the Ninja Clash Squad, the All-Star match, right? And beat them, and I think that finals, the MVP was actually Get High. And that happened like a month ago, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Falcons come back swinging, but we won't see that matchup for now, right? They have to go to VP first, and if VP is as underwhelming as Moshi pointed out, this map order could give BRU the upper hand. We'll see if BRU can 2-0 them, you know, like 6-2, 6-3, then sure, then it stands. But if VP can draw some blood, then maybe, you know, they gotta give VP some credit.
Yeah, if I was the coach, I think I'd be throwing a couple of Red Bull cans at the boys, because they gotta grow some horns and they need to impale Moshi for that comment, because that was unnecessary.
It's fine. I mean, the friends outside of the game.
Yeah. I mean, I know they're friends, but sometimes you've got to use some of those words, right? That motivation to help you win those matches that people think that would be considered impossible for some. But speaking of matches, folks, as you can see, our map order for the matchup is going to be Nextera, followed by Kalahari and Bermuda. So we'll have to see what ends up being the plan here for our teams. Now we do have, obviously Husky, we have a little bit of data going off of our first matchup so far. Our first two games, which was Evos versus AGAL. For the draft for these two teams on Nextera, Evos had Chrono, Iris, Tetsuya, Homer, and AGAL picked up Clue, Ignis, Cassie, Zane, and the bans were Oscar and Santino. Are we probably, minus the Homer, looking at the same character selections for this Nextera matchup, or do you think we might see something a little different? I think the only thing missing here really is Coda. So,
yeah, I think Coda was like picked once, right, in the previous game, in game 2.
Yeah,
didn't really work out the way that they wanted, that Evos wanted it to go. But between VP and BRU, you can expect the draft to be a lot more streamlined, a lot more meta, a lot more normal. They are not the kind of teams that like to, you know, divert from what's already good. Though one of the major changes that some people probably have realized by now is that, you know, Coach Namo is no longer with BRU, so that responsibility falls completely to Deck Long, who is again long-time veteran of the squad. Has been there since the very beginning, and is now taking over the full responsibility of being the coach for the team.
Well, I mean, as long as the team performs, it doesn't really matter who's coaching the team. We'll have to see if anything changes for this matchup. If we see an improvement of performance, maybe not so much improvement, because I don't think we've ever seen this team not improve in any of these matches. They always come up with something new, something fresh, something that just works. They have so many resources at their disposal. But we're still waiting for our teams to get ready. But I do believe we are just about to start this matchup, folks. So to all of our viewers at home that are watching and are in the chat with us, send your energy to the teams that you are rooting for. Let Buriram or Virtus Pro know that you are rooting for them, because they will need it. Especially Virtus Pro, because they are considered the underdogs of this matchup. And already our opening bans are going to be the exact same as our previous matchup. Oscar and Santino out of the pool.
Like how BRU just randomly flash the Wukong. It'd be so funny. I'm pretty sure if it gets locked in, we're gonna have a redraft. So thankfully that didn't happen. Zane opener. Santino is such a powerful tool right now for a sniper. It literally is Tatsuya but better, right? You get a doppelganger, a decoy, whatever you want to call it. You get to reposition. Imagine a sniper that can teleport around multiple positions. It's just not fun to deal with. Same for BRU, Cassie +1 for VP.
I do like that they've actually poached the Cassie for themselves, knowing that Zane's already picked up by VP. And Tatsuya is going to be the second pickup here for VP. So pretty strong already from go. You've got a frontliner as well as the Cassie comes with extra heal. What's the next two choices here for where Chrono was in the pool, and that has already locked. We are still what do they want to do? It's going to be the clue. Very, very popular tool for scouting for a lot of our teams. And we've seen Moshi play this quite a lot for Buriram last week. I do believe it was Moshi piloting this. And that man, you give me any kind of advantage and he just runs away with it.
Yeah. So see the Coda Iris for VP to round out. Very solid draft all overall. Hold on, BRU. Stop flashing characters that you're not going to pick. Who do we still have? I mean, Zane, Chrono, Clue, the Ignis is still up. A lot of teams
Ignis
are probably
is still up.
Can default to the Ignis. If they want to get fancy, they could go for like I don't know.
It's Buriram. I think you can afford to be fancy in game number 1.
No,
come on,
no,
Buriram.
Buriram.
Give us something fancy. Come on, it's
they always go meta.
It's
Knowing
not
BRU,
fancy.
Knowing BRU, they are not going to like pull out something special, right? I think the most unique pick.
They literally said Virtus Pro is the weakest team in the tournament.
Yeah, but they didn't.
I heard them right.
Yeah, he didn't preface it by saying that they are weakest when we pick our strongest picks. You know, the context. Moshi didn't clarify that part.
Okay. Sure,
I think the most interesting pick I've seen in Clash Squad. I don't remember who picked this. Was it by a Latam or Brazilian team?
What's the pick?
Orion. Orion was picked once. It wasn't in the fall season, thankfully, because that would probably spark massive outrage. Because I think it's a troll pick. But it was picked before, I think, in the recent show match, and it worked for like 2 rounds, and then for the rest of the match, it was just a wash. That's probably the most unique pick we had in Clash Squad.
Yeah, well, we haven't gone that crazy, I believe, or at least the matches I've seen for Clash Squad. So I think we're pretty safe here in Southeast Asia. But we have seen our team's players for their characters as well. So on the side of BP, we have Nameless rocking the Tatsuya, Diamond on the Cassie, Green James on the Coda, and X-Crazy on the Iris. On the side of Buriram United Esports, Jonah's going to be on the Ignis, Moshi on his Siklu, Wasana on the Chrono, and Get High on the Zane.
Oh, I'm so excited to see Get High. I mean, if he repeats the performance that he showed us already, then I can confidently say that this could be his year. Like, he has always been in the background, you know, he's always been a solid cast for the team, but a lot of time the praise goes to, you know, Moshi, Jonah, Wasana. You know, people don't talk about Get High as often, but man, can he hold his own ground, and just as a support player of all things.
Well, I think we also give credit where it's due, right? Like, one of the issues playing a supporting role is that, generally speaking, you make your team look pretty dang good. So I'm pretty sure Get High, like, he's doing a lot of flashy things in the sidelines that we aren't aware of. And honestly, I think it'd be really cool one day if we could ever get a supports perspective on some of these matches, and especially comms. I feel like voice comms are where supports really shine, because with support players, they to be the ones that pretty much dominate the voice comms. They're the ones pointing out play, like who is where, when to go, if they're ready, how's their economy looking. So, you know, as much as we don't really see Get High being shouted out in a lot of these games, he plays a very pivotal role in the success of his team. So out there that says, you know, like who needs supports? No one cares about supports. Supports matter. All support lives matter. Give them the credit.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know, man. I'm a support player, but I follow orders. Maybe I'm a different kind of support player.
Yeah, that's not a support. You're given orders if you're a true support. Okay, we'll elevate your support game in a couple of years.
Sometimes I forget that, Jonah is technically a support player too, right? He's the captain of the squad, but you don't see him being, labeled as a support. Right? He's the bomber. I basically put those two together. Bomber is just part of the support. It's just a fancier name for someone that gets to lob grenades a little more often than the support. I think the easiest term that some of us would probably understand is that Jonah is the post 4. Get High is probably the post 5. He's the one that gets the least, but he has to make the most out of it.
Right. And alright, let me just double check where this match is. I think we're almost ready to go here, folks. So it is going to be game number 1 of this best of 3 set. It's Virtus Pro going up against Royale United Esports. Who do you think is going to take this first game? Let us know in the comment section. Is it going to be an absolute snowball by Royale United, or is Virtus Pro going to come back and bite them?
Let's see. I mean, VP, they definitely have a hard task ahead of them to take out BRU, and that is a decent opening. You chunk down Get High to 10% health. Jonah obviously just pelting at them. Diamond somehow got his head popped by Jonah from that range. Boonjame now puts on the pressure onto Captain Jonah, and Jonah is winning. Gets the reload, puts out the firewall, gets the turnaround, support comes through, and somehow Jonah holds his own and delivers another long-range knockdown onto Exposy. BRU, call it what you may, but this team is just something else. Wasana now on the offense, Get High with the support, and first round for BRU.
I mean, I think this is very much to be a very expected round. Just beautiful start, just catching out diamonds. I think that there was probably just the game-winning play already for Buriram. That play from Jonah, just to get rid of a key player and forcing Virtus Pro to go back and try to pick up Diamond. Like they do get the pickup, but does it really matter? Because you've given so much time for your opponents to rush you afterwards. Like in this game mode, you kind of don't want to pick anyone up. It's actually more beneficial in a lot of cases to let them bleed out.
Yeah, if the person who knocked you down doesn't have a Raphael, obviously the chances of you bringing them back out is so much higher. But against BRU, they are so good at securing these eliminations, right? Like anyone that gets knocked down, and they're very good at shutting down support, so they could leave you out high and dry and not worried of any sort of recovery from the opponents. We saw like every single member of BRU. If we go back to just a year or two ago, we say that they are a one-man army on their own. Jonah in that pistol round was a great example of how good long-range support can instantly win a match for you.
Yeah, skill matters for every role in a game. Now, for VP, they are going for a slow wraparound with Exposy sitting at the back for the team. And for VP, they are getting pretty close to Moshi, but not really in a position to try and go for a flank there. Wasana, though, getting a couple shots in, catching out Nameless. And a bit of a slower round here, folks. But it looks like Buriram wants to be the ones to make the move first because they do bring Wasana in. And he's right next to Boonjame, who's just next to that staircase. Boon going to come out. He does not get the one shot, though. Wasana will be able to get out. And Boonjame, fast one to go down.
First blood.
Yeah, and Get High with the opener again, the mini Uzi in hand, making it look very, very easy. And Virtus Pro struggling to figure out how to take this on. And Jonah finds Nameless. And so far, a lot of these knockdowns, even in just 2 rounds, are primarily 1v1s, and in Moshi's case, it's a 1v2 with the help of Get High. So 2 straight rounds for BRU, and 0 casualties so far.
0 casualties, and not a good sign here for Virtus Pro, unfortunately. 2 games down, but who knows? Maybe Virtus Pro, they need the same treatment as AGAL, just lose the first 3 games and kind of take it away from there. We're getting pretty close to that that checkpoint though, so we're going to be jumping into round number 3 here, ladies and gentlemen. But Royale United Esports, favorites to win Clash Squad, currently leading with 2 points over Virtus Pro, and they've done so quite convincingly. But here we go, Nameless going to be starting things off here with Get High right next to him. Flame War gets deployed there as well. Jonah to provide support. Diamond already down to half health after the first shots have been landed. But Boon Jane almost going down. We'll be able to hold on the fort for a little bit longer though. And also for Virtus Pro, they get the cyber points.
And Boon Jane Nameless again getting dropped so fast these rounds. They are accelerating without VP even being ready for it. Exposy, he just dropped down and he lost half his health bar. And it seems like for BRU, what Moshi said, the fighting words so far are true. Moshi is going to end up going down to Exposy, but still BRU have the numbers advantage. And there's really nothing much VP can do in this case. Even in a full-blown fight, BRU have the numbers, Get High, getting blocked off by the glue wall. But Wasana comes in from the back and suddenly it's a pincer maneuver onto Exposy. And Diamond left out to get crushed. BRU 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, well, I don't know who said Diamond is unbreakable, because I think we just saw Diamond unfortunately get squished there in that fight. But Buriram just looking really solid as a team overall. Like, sure, they lose Moshi, but if you get the rest of the opposing team, that's already a big win for you in that round. So 3 points easily going in the way of Buriram United Esports. And for Virtus Pro, they've got to do something soon, because they lose these next 2-3 games. And that's going to be it. They're going to be down 1 game in this best of 3. And against Buriram United, I don't think you want to be down any games up against the favorites.
I gotta say, I mean, these 1v1s have been brutal for Virtus Pro. They have not been able to win any of it. And not only that, they're getting outmaneuvered by BRU. Look at that. Nameless and Diamond, they get distracted by Get High just a little bit, and suddenly Wasana pops up from behind. Now they turn their attention over to Wasana himself, and Get High relocates, and it's just straight up chaos. Both of them trade 1-for-1. Jonah actually missing the landing, so for once, VP starts off with an advantage by taking out Get High.
Alright, it should be an advantage here for versus 3, but we know how sometimes you can get those one-shots in. Diamond's gonna be caught in the backlines, but Jonah will be paying with his life as well. And Diamond, he gets picked up yet again. And Moshi's gonna be the next one, leaving Wasana all on his own up against an entirely angry cage of bears. And, you know, this might be Virtus Pro's time to shine. It was game number 4, just like AGAL in our previous round. You lose 3 games, but from game 4 onwards, that's when things start to tip in your favor.
Seems to be the pattern so far. Virtus Pro not losing anyone, the best case scenario, and then of course we have to go to Graph Labs to roll the dice a little bit, see how BRU navigates this. I mean, they did had a good start to round 3. It's just unfortunate. I think Jonah missing the landing kind of costed them a little bit, because he was basically amplifying the pressure that VP was already receiving. But with him out of the picture, just for that sequence itself, VP got time to recover, and Jonah actually losing a lot of the health bar. Somehow Wasana getting Diamond off screen, and just like that, BRU up 1 man.
Oh, I mean, things started to look good for Virtus Pro. Already going down, but looks like Get High managing to get caught there thanks to Nameless, who manages to clip him. Wasana almost going down as well, just surviving on 1/4 of his health. Will be able to heal up. And Moshi is still on the ground and bleeding, and I don't believe the team is there to pick him up, so he's going to be the next one to fall. And all of a sudden, this game may be tilting in favor of Virtus Pro. They've just got to figure out a way to get rid of Wasana and Jonah.
Yeah, good stuff from Boon James, the grenade to take out Moshi. Jonah actually knows where they are, but Nameless able to catch Wasana by surprise. And that leaves Captain Jonah in a 1v3, and in Graph Labs 1v3 is close to impossible, and Exposy knows where he is. Blue zone closing in. Jonah is going to choose to go to the low ground. Maybe the odds are slightly better, but he only has a P90 in hand. That's number 1. Jonah might be able to do the impossible, but with no time to get his health back, Nameless will just quickly end the round, and Virtus Pro finds the second.
I think it was the best case scenario there for Jonah. You know, just take someone down with you and at least try to improve your economy moving into that next round. So we are starting to see this comeback magic that we saw in our first best of 3 set, ladies and gentlemen. Virtus Pro picking up 2 points back to back up against Buriram after dropping 3. Can they pick up any more points moving forward? Because if they start to tie this up, I'm thinking Buriram might be starting to sweat bullets.
And we could pin all of that onto Nameless, or majority of that effort. Nameless holding 5 eliminations so far. He's the one that has been finding the members of BRU and really turning the tides. You know, they got off to a slightly slow start, and the economy is not looking well for BRU. Jonah taking out Boon James, half his health bar at least, and get high. He has eyes on his target. Wasana actually gets clipped too. Moshi now will be pushed by VP. He's forced to relocate, spraining his ankles a little bit on the way down.
Oh, a bit scary there for Moshi, but they managed to find him, and they've gone right after the snipers. So sniper down, no one nearby for Boyram. And it's going to be down to the rest of the team to make the comeback happen. Wasana going in for a bit of a gunfight there. Will take out Boon James, so the numbers have been equalized, 3 versus 3. But who is next on their target? If they can get rid of Nameless, that would be huge. Nameless running into a battle here with Jonah, who's actually chucked a glue wall there as well, using the blue zone to try and juke and jive, and has actually managed to catch out Nameless thanks to Wasana. Beautiful teamwork.
Yeah, Jonah dancing around Nameless and made him and played him like a fiddle. Wasana will clean up the rest of the round, and BRU back in control. 4-2 it is.
So not quite 3-3 yet, unfortunately, Virtus.pro. Maybe getting a little bit too excited, but to be fair though, if you manage to get 2 back-to-back booyahs, I think you have to ride that wave if you can. The wave though just finishing a little bit short in this round, but they can definitely find it again. They've just got to find that crack in Boyram's armor, because we have seen that Boyram, they're not immortal. They do lose rounds, they do show moments of weakness. They've just got to find that little crack. Yeah. So Virtus.pro, if they could topple the Giants, that would be huge.
Even just taking 1 game away would be a statement. Ignis Wall, the Flame Mirage was very, very early. Get high, ready to receive this pressure. Can he hold on though? There's a Cassie supporting. He drops the dome, get high somehow. Still alive, but not for long. Diamond finally takes care of him, and Jonah couldn't support him, but finds Exposy somehow. And that's gonna level the playing field. The rest of VP now looking for Captain Jonah. Moshi clips Diamond, and just a 2-prong attack from long range, basically throwing VP off their game.
Oh no! VP, they thought they were going to be able to get the rush there onto Boyram, but they fell into a trap instead. So Jonah going to be using this corner to hopefully catch out Nameless. He's ready to clip his head the moment this man moves. He does do quite a bit of damage, but not going to be a one-tap, unfortunately. But he does reveal his position, so VP, they know where Jonah is, and he has to be the next one to reposition. But look at this interesting move. So Jonah trying to go for a bit of a wraparound here against VP. I mean, if they can try and get them to corral into a certain location, we might be able to see them just corral them and get those eliminations right off the bat. As Boon James! Beautiful tap there by Moshi from the rooftop, but now Wasana. Oh no! They catch up Boon James and Diamond. They get the whole team. Boyram. 1 second was all it took. 1 second where VP overstepped their bounds. That's all it took.
And just look at this. I think VP, this is what we call tunnel visioning, right? I mean, I can understand the game plan of VP to chase after Jonah, but they definitely lost focus and forgot that there is still Moshi in the equation, and they had no idea where Moshi was. So they were banking on being fast and getting away with it, which BRU did not let them get away with it, of course. And now BRU is sitting at match point. And Jonah, what an opener onto the most important target on VP.
I also did quite a bit of damage onto Exposy as well. And Boon Jade! Oh my gosh, Boyram, what are you on? These guys, in their moments of truth, in match 5, all they need is 1 more win, and they are just destroying VP. I mean, it's down to Diamond and Nameless, and if these two are able to bring it back, it would be a miracle. But Nameless, again, just gets 1 shot, and that is it. Boyram take the entire set for game number 1, putting them 1 game in front of Virtus.pro, and essentially setting themselves up for a 2-0.
I guess what Moshi said definitely holds some weight. They made quick work of VP. You know, they tripped a little bit. They dropped 2 rounds, but it's not too big of a deal. Boyram recovered very, very easily. And this 6-2 is a statement on Xterra. I think VP, they just did not have any answers.
Well, I don't think they didn't have any answers. Like, they definitely had something going for them, right? Starting from game 4 and 5. I think that was their comeback rounds, right? They had 2 back-to-back booyahs. They clearly figured something out for Buriram. But then after that, I'm glad you brought up the whole tunnel visioning thing. I think they got lost in the thrill of the hunt, right? Like they thought they were going to be able to make that comeback happen up against Buriram. They played extremely aggressive and unfortunately a little too aggressive, where they opened up a couple of openings. And we know Buriram, this is an experienced team. You give them like the tiniest margin and they take it the whole mile. So, I mean, Virtus.pro, clearly they're scrim partners. I'm pretty sure same region. They're probably going to be scrimming up against each other. They know how both teams play. But I think Virtus.pro, they have potential. They really do. After seeing those 2 games that they won, they have potential to take Buriram, but they need to rein it in. They need to rein it in and really keep track of that game and don't lose focus. Just assume that every round is the last round.
Yeah, it's not an easy task. They are going up against one of the best team in Free Fire just overall. So I think, VP fans, don't be too disheartened. We sort of saw this coming, that this is going to be a hard series for VP, and it's just kudos to BRU, right? It's not easy to be this good for so long. MVP of this game, Wasana, 10 eliminations, almost a staggering 5k damage. It's just Wasana things.
I think it's just Buriram things. It's not even just Wasana things. So the entire team just popped off, right? Like, look at the eliminations across the board for Buriram. And this is something, it's not purely unique to Buriram, but I think when you see a lot of the other teams competing within Clash Squad, you tend to see a lot of the eliminations being ordered by 1 to 2 players. But in the case of Buriram, like, it's equally distributed, because the entire team, like, they know how to kill. So it doesn't matter what role they're playing. The entire team knows how to find those eliminations and assists. It's something that some of the other teams, I feel, in the competition, if they can try to polish up their own personal skill, and this includes your supports and everyone as well. If everybody can find their own eliminations, it makes it much easier for the team to play this game mode. Because unlike Battle Royale, I feel like with Clash Squad, being able to spread the talent amongst a roster, it really benefits the team as a whole. Because if you lose your star player, I think Evos is a really great example of this, right? Like Rasia, I think it goes without saying that he, to some degree, carries the team when he's alive. So the moment Rasia is gone, all of a sudden the team has been nerfed. And I kind of feel like if you can fix that issue and say, like, if you lose this player, your team is not nerfed, you're just down a player.
Yeah, and the best example that we always use is BRU. They are the first team that I think since they were on at their prime, which was like what, 2021, 2022. This is a team where they can lose 2 members, be down 2v4, and you will still root against the team with 4 members. That's how good they are. And even till today, they are still that team. And of course, even we saw just now on the match result, Moshi had 4 eliminations, but 11 assists out of 8 rounds. So he's something else. Moshi still retaining one of the titles as the GOAT, in the entire competitive scene. We're going to Kalahari next. Based on track record, initially BRU's track record on Kalahari for Clash Squad isn't the best, but after seeing how they took down Falcons in the most recent tournament, I think that they are the best in every single map at this point.
Yeah. Also, just a quick note for any of our viewers, there will be no changes to either squad, so no substitutions. And first ban is going to go to Virtus.pro, which I think... okay. We're already starting to see some variation, because Zane is going to be the first ban, leaving either Santino or Oscar in the pool.
Alright, I think you ban Santino here. You wouldn't want VP to first pick
Do you?
Santino. I mean, they had first pick in game 1 and they still ban Santino. Unless BRU was like, yeah, let's roll the dice, let's ban something else.
Because
I wouldn't put it past BRU.
Yeah, like,
I think you ban
ultimately,
Santino, right?
which one? I don't know. I kind of feel like maybe it kind of depends on how the team's going to play. But Santino, it's being flashed. Buriram, I think they're about to lock it in. And there we go. So that means Oscar is in the pool, and obviously VP, they snap that up. If you're Buriram, do you have to change your play style now that an Oscar is on the field because of the dash, the Valiant dash? Because obviously the key behind Oscar, right, is that he just helps break down, like he dashes in and breaks those glue walls. And sometimes when you have those fights where you have a maze of glue walls, Oscar just comes in and he just ruins the entire thing. So
that's true. It's also actually a soft counter to Chrono, because like Chrono, yeah, you put the time turner, it looks very, very cool. And then Oscar comes in with a Valiant dash. He just runs through you. You know, he just bumps you a little bit, so he doesn't really care about that. Or you just take the
Chrono yourself.
Or you just take the Chrono. I think BRU
Exactly.
going for Cassie Tatsuya makes a lot of sense. I mean, I personally would have went for the same pick, because I think you take Chrono as well, Oscar is gonna ruin your day. So they give the Chrono and flew over to VP. I'm liking this VP opening. Now it's BRU's turn to figure out what to do. I mean, there's still the Ignis and Coda if they wish to go down that route.
Yeah. Also, just thinking of picks for Moshi. I mean, Iris is in the pool as well. So, what would you kind of want to grab for Moshi? Because there's no way Moshi's playing that Tatsuya.
No, I think
Coda?
Moshi is gonna be on. The Iris is still up.
That's what I was thinking. Iris is available. Skylar?
Whoa, okay.
Okay, hello. All right, break it down for me, Husky. Why are we picking up the Skylar here?
Honestly, you know, for quite a while, I've been thinking to myself, what if a team actually picks Skylar? And I always dismiss that thought, because the reasoning would be because there are a lot more better picks than the Skylar. But this one, giving up the Iris for the Skylar, I can actually sort of see the application, just because you want someone to break down glue wall, right? Like for VP, they have Oscar. Imagine you take Iris for yourself, and VP was like, we'll go Skylar, and suddenly your glue walls stop being a thing in the game. So I can see the reasoning for BRU. Let's see how it plays out, right? Because you don't really have the utility of a lot of snipers like the Iris or the Clue. You're relying solely on Coda for information.
Yeah. So, look, I mean, it's Buriram as well. You have to keep in mind the teams that are playing these rosters, and as great of a lineup that we're currently seeing on the side of VP, we have to remember it's still Buriram playing on the other end. And it might look a little interesting at the moment, but I think once we get into game, it's probably going to make a lot more sense if there is any more confusion over who does what, where, and why. Which we are going to be seeing our player selections in just a second, just so we can lock in our picks, just in case we see anything fancy, because we have seen some teams go for a bit of a swap. And okay, we have our final selections here for our team. So we're going to start off with Buriram this time. We have Get High piloting the Cassie, Wasana on the Tatsuya, Jonah playing the Coda, and Moshi's going to be playing Skylar this round against Virtus Pro, with Exposy on the Iris, Diamond on the Clue, Bujame on the Chrono, and Nameless playing the Oscar, who's finally made it through the drafting phase.
Yeah, it's basically once in a blue moon occasion. But imagine if BRU wins this, right? Which is very possible. You know, it could be a statement piece. Like, we give you Oscar, take what you want, and we still beat you at it with a Skylar. I think people are. Some people in the chat are probably scratching their head like, what? BRU Skylar? Like, probably the last team that would deviate from what's better and pick a Skylar. You would expect an Indonesian team to do it first. But if BRU...
I kind of want to know who made the call for the Skylar pick. Like, was it Moshi himself, or was it maybe the team's decision to say, like, okay, we need Skylar because we need the Riptide for them or something, you know? Like, this is something that I think would be really interesting for us viewers if we could ever have some kind of... Obviously, like, we don't understand Thai, but if we got some kind of translated version, I would love to hear the player comms during the drafting phase from the teams, because I think that extra insight would make some of these drafts that we see, especially the awkward ones, make a lot more sense.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think for BRU, I want to see how they use the Skylar. I feel like that the Skylar would have maximum value once the proper gun rounds begin, right? So from round 3 onwards, that's where you really see the Skylar kick into high gear. But before that, you're probably using him like how you would utilize an Oscar, where you put up glue walls in front of everyone, and then you use the Skylar as a means to say green light, let's go, right? Oscar does it by running straight through your defenses. Skylar does it from a safe distance, so you get to preempt your teammates, in the same way that an Oscar does.
Yeah, and I guess extra food for thought too for some of our viewers. I think also we have to remember that in the case of Skylar, Moshi's playing this, and he's not a player that relies on character abilities. Like, he is just a naturally gifted sniper. This man can shoot, so I kind of feel like sometimes he can give up his utility in terms of skills, and obviously he knows he can do damage, and he can sort of fall back into more of that supportive role for the team if necessary. And obviously that's where Skylar probably came in. But we do have a pistol round starting off here for both of our teams. Wasana about to run into Boon Jane, and Wasana's the first one to take damage. Nameless coming in from the back. Wasana's still alive, but he will go down. Oh yes, it's actually Boon Jane to go down, and Wasana survives. Diamond also falls.
Wow, Wasana really banking on get high with the electrotherapy. In a normal situation, that would have been a death sentence, but they know that they have the durability of this Cassie. So Wasana just ran in, and of course Big Brother Get High kept him alive. And Exposing was able to down 2 of the BRU members, but does not have the resource to go for the finisher. So technically it's still a 4v1, and Exposing cannot really show himself with Get High and Moshi basically pointing their guns at him. So he will finish off Jonah first, and Wasana crawling underneath just to bleed out a bit slower. This round pretty much done, unless Exposy pulls off what we saw from Russia earlier on against AGL and wins the 1v2.
Don't give up. Never give up. Russia was able to pull off the impossible, but I guess for Exposy he just knew, okay, I probably can't pull off a Russia in this case, so he will be going down. I mean, the round still goes in favor of Royale, but I think thankfully, because Exposy was able to stick around, they were at least able to grab 2 plays. So it wasn't a complete loss for the team. It could have been a complete loss, but sometimes you have to wait for the full commitments for those eliminations before you sort of give that round away. But game number 2, round 1, secured by Royale United Esports. Can Virtus Pro bring this 1-1? We're about to find out here with Nameless leading the charge.
Mini Uzi in hand, has Boon Jane by his side. We saw the power of the Cassie just now. The ice grenade is going to make it a lot more complicated, plus the Riptide Rhythm. So Boon Jane and Nameless is essentially cornered to the very tiny spot around their compound. Diamond is out to hunt Moshi down. But so far, Moshi has been able to hold his ground pretty well. So as long as Moshi is alive, Diamond is going to be preoccupied. And the rest of BRU are slowing this round down and is making them very uncomfortable with Jonah taking out Boon James. Diamond was able to get rid of Get High, so it's a 1-for-1 trade at least for now. But with Nameless going down to Wasana and Jonah finding Diamond somehow just like that, BRU have essentially won this round. Exposy was able to down Jonah, but still have 3 members of BRU that he needs to take care of.
Yeah, ideally he takes down Jonah. He will be able to. Smokescreen is there. He's trying to shoot, but he can't catch Wasana. He gets the 1 shot in, but not enough for the knock. And Buram secure round number 2 with only 1 loss for the round as well. It's so difficult for VP because I feel like this team is doing everything that they can accomplish right. Like, they have Diamond trying to hunt down Moshi. They have the rest of the team running into the front lines there of Buram. They just need one thing to go right. Either the elimination of Moshi to come quicker, or for VP to get the first drop onto Buram and then to have a successful collapse, which every single time it just seems like it's always Buram to get the initial knock first, and everything just collapses after that.
This is not looking good for VP, not at all.
No.
Clearly, we see these long-range exchanges. I want to say exchange, but VP didn't even get a chance to hit back, so there's no exchange in that. Diamond completely stuck. He wants to get the safety, but Jonah is putting so much pressure on him, and somehow he gets clipped by Moshi. Nameless and Boon Jane was able to find 2, so finally, some signs of life from VP. The first time in a long time that they have a man advantage.
Yeah, Moshi's low as well, so he's got to be very careful with his positioning. Nameless, though, being chucked down. He will be caught there by Jonah, and Moshi will be able to take out Boon Jane, leaving Exposy again. It's 2 versus 1, but it's a very injured Moshi. Maybe they can try and turn things around. Moshi gone for the pot shots against Exposy. They're not connecting so far. They're trying to juke with the wall so far in the ruins, but no! The 2 versus 1 will prevail, and Buram take another round.
This is probably the closest that VP has gotten to having a chance to win the round, but again, those long-range shots, so nasty from the side of BRU, and that's actually what's been costing VP majority of these rounds. It's just these long-range shots from BRU where that VP lost track of at some point in the round. Every single time VP turns away, suddenly some guy gets knocked down from 10 miles away. And BRU does it with whatever weapons that they have. Jonah did it with a pistol or a deagle, which usually you don't see often, right? People preferably would go for a proper sniper rifle, but then there's BRU. You give him a gun and they just shoot.
Oh, Jane getting clipped a little bit by Moshi. Not a one tap though, so he does still have quite a lot of health remaining. Diamond though, not going to be so happy himself, almost going down there. Gonna have to try and go for the heal. Jonah though has been caught up by Boon Jane, and he's going to be out of the picture, and this might be the sign to go here for Virtus Pro to collapse. They also catch Wasana thanks to Nameless, and Moshi is down too. It's all down to Get High. And Virtus Pro pulling up the same maneuver as they did in that first set, where they lose the first 3 rounds, and then they come back in round 4.
Ooh, man, got me scared for a while. I saw Get High got a 2-piece, but luckily it was a 4v1. Still, I mean, BRU able to do some damage to Virtus Pro. Let's see if anything, VP can bring it back, and the fighting chance does increase. We saw them get 2 rounds in a row in match number 1 on Xterra, and then afterwards BRU just ran away with the game. We'll see if VP can at least bring it back, right? I think the previous round was pretty close. Diamond already lost like 40% of his health from the get-go.
Jeez. That's so scary whenever Diamond, or anyone on the side of VP, losing half of their health from the get-go. But Nameless, he's right there, running into Get High, who's going to be the one to charge into that fight. And Get High is the one that ends up losing his health bar. And Jonah as well. Nameless very low, somehow still surviving. Wasana trying to pick his teammates up, trying to shoot and find that opening. But Wasana is the next one to fall. And Virtus Pro, they may have finally found their solution going up against Buram, as it's a clean sweep here by Virtus Pro.
Alright. Just like the previous game, they got 2 rounds in a row, and this one making it look very flawless. Nameless again popping off. He was the one that rallied his team in the previous round, and then BRU proceeded to shut him down. Let's see if they can prevent that from happening this time, because Nameless is up to 6 eliminations. So he's the one that has been the driving force for the team. Exposy too, with 9 assists, even though they are down from the get-go.
It's only 2-3 though, folks. So we're still only reaching that halfway point in this game. And Wasana and Get High going to be leading the charge. Jonah and Moshi also going to follow on the bones as well. So the team is going to play with a lot of high ground vision. Whereas for VP, they're going half-half. Half the team is on the ground and half are on the bones as well. I'm a little bit worried here for VP, because if Nameless or Boon James go down, Diamond and Exposy are nowhere near enough to provide any kind of support.
We see a triple up from BRU too. Wow, make it the whole team. Running along the spine of Mammoth. Because the Riptide Rhythm, Nameless going to be forced away. Somehow able to just tuck behind one of the ribs to keep himself safe. Exposy actually has a good angle, at least from that high ground. And that's where Wasana is keeping an eye on as well. But Exposy actually drops down. So
also, Diamond is also on the low ground.
Yeah, and Exposy gets tagged. So BRU, they eliminated some of these extra threats from off angles. Now they can focus on what's in front of them.
Yeah, I think Diamond is also causing a lot of issues here, as Jonah getting caught there by Diamond. This positioning here coming up from Diamond playing a big part in this team's success. But now I think for Buram, they're saying, okay, we can't wait anymore, otherwise Diamond is going to pick us off one by one. So they instead decide to charge into VP themselves. They do not get the initial knocks. And Moshi's been caught by Boon James in the backlines. And oh my gosh, that catch onto Wasana. That was beautiful. And all that's left is Get High. He's all alone. Nowhere near any teammates, so he can't pick them up either.
This is a lot more composed from VP. Get High is going to surrender himself. That's 3 rounds in a row. VP already making some progress. finding the equalizer against BRU. Of course, economy-wise, BRU were not doing that fine coming into this round, and VP getting 2 back-to-back flawless rounds is only going to do them more good as we head into round number 7, and BRU, they get to reset on that bank a little bit as we play at command post, which is BRU's favorite location if we look at Battle Royale. But in terms of guns, VP just have stronger weaponry.
I mean, even though Buriram don't have the best guns, maybe their familiarity with this section of Kalahari might be the key to them bringing the set up 3-4. We'll have to find out here.
Smoke grenade out mid. Usually is to block off line of sight so that you can access the cyber drop, which is what BRU wants to do. Take some time to capture it. And Exposy, good stuff onto Get High. And that is going to basically ruin the plans of Wasana, who now needs help. Exposy again with a 2-piece. And Virtus Pro have recovered. No one there to save Wasana. Well, Jonah is going to try. Now Boon James is going to collapse around that area. So Wasana will be forced to be abandoned. Jonah now needs to hold his ground, but Exposy delivers a 3rd.
And they're going to finish off there by picking up Moshi thanks to Diamonds. Oh boy, Virtus Pro. I think this is such a weird spot to be in if you're Buriram because, okay, so Buriram, I think they had to go full commitment for the cyber drop because you can see right now, Virtus Pro, they're just 1 point away from securing 3 themselves. So it's either you deny the cyber drop or you just try and clean up the entire team. Like, I don't think there's a win-win situation here for Buriram. So moving on, Husky, like, what do you do if you're Buriram? I'm scared that they just keep committing for cyber drops, that they just give games away like this.
Well, I think they are answering your question now. Just go a bit more aggressive. They have Moshi absorb the pressure. They have Moshi, you know, trying to pry away 2 of the members of VP. I mean, Diamond is now under a lot of offense, and now it works out, you know. You double down on the pressure. Get High eventually goes down. But if they can get rid of Diamond, then BRU puts themselves in an advantageous position. And Get High actually doesn't even go down, so it's a 4v3.
We do have a bit of a reset here for VP, but they're down a player. Oh, Nameless getting caught by Moshi. Beautiful sniping. And that is huge as well, because Nameless has been the star of this show here as Boonjay next one to follow. And we still have Diamond left, who is currently trying to hide. And he's going to try and recoup with his teammate very quickly before he might try to go for elimination himself before he gets picked off. He will hide in a corner, but with this many players running at you, I just don't see Diamond being able to get a sneaky elimination.
And I can only imagine the comms for VP in that round when they sent 2 members to deal with Moshi. They saw BRU do the exact same thing on the other side, but with 3 members instead, and they are just saying, please hold the front until we get rid of Moshi. And clearly that didn't really work out the way that they wanted. They got swarmed, and BRU wrestled the round back in a flawless manner. Like you said, right? The weaponries aren't that good, but by winning that round, BRU recovers financially, and in fact, they damage VP's bank. If VP loses this round, they are going to go into match point with the bare minimum, and that is not where they want to be.
Yeah, but I think the fact that VP, they are committing, oh, Nameless taking so much damage there. I don't think you can afford to really save your bank here. So you got to go for the full play. Diamond, though, trying to go for the play onto Moshi, losing half of his health immediately, so has to recoup his health before he tries for attempt number 2. The rest of the team, though, still okay. Nameless almost getting caught there by Moshi, but thankfully does dodge it in the nick of time. But in the meantime, there was Sana. He's been caught by Boon James, also the next one to follow. 2 players going down, though, on the side of Buriram. Moshi's the next one to be caught. Wasana does get picked up, though, but Exposy, oh boy. He is basically the only one with any health to speak of because Nameless is gone, Boon James is gone, Exposy gets caught as well. I mean, Diamonds, he does get picked up, but doesn't really matter when you're going up against 3 players with almost full health bars.
Yeah, Wasana caught sleeping a little bit. You go give credits to VP for that initiative, but at the end of the day, it's still BRU that came out on top. Jonah holding his own, and VP this round pretty much concluded. Diamond has no way back into this. Not in a 1v3. I could believe a 1v2, but a 1v3 on Kalahari at Refinery is almost impossible to come back from with the amount of ground that BRU has covered and the blue zone closing in. Diamond is going to have to expose himself eventually, and with Wasana taking a point right where he is going to drop, this is basically a done deal.
And there we go. So that's going to be a deadly point to be giving away to Buriram because they're now up to 5 points. They just need one win to take the set and to force a 2-0 of this entire series. But for Virtus Pro, they need to win 2 games back starting from now. And that's going to be hard because, as you said, Husky, their economy is woeful.
Diamond is the one with the best weapon, I guess. Even then, somehow they made use of what they have. That is a good start. You take away the helmet of Jonah, you pop his skull once, he gets brought back up and has to use the med kit. Of course, it would be nice if you could bleed him out, but you take any small wins, exposing, making use of whatever resources that he has left. But it doesn't guarantee him anything. The only thing that is guaranteed is that Jonah has no med kit and no helmet. But if VP loses members first, BRU still will have to lead, and Boonjim plus Diamond are losing health.
Oh boy. I think it's going to be a slow round here for VP. They need to play very methodically if they're going to try and win this matchup. But obviously the blue zone's not going to be agreeing with them at all. You gotta make a move at this point. And Buriram also playing pretty far out that blue zone. So they will have to be flushed out at some point. Who's going to make the first move? Moshi is hiding behind that wall. Diamond, though, thinking of trying to breach the defenses here for Buriram. Very scary, very risky, but I think if you are in this kind of position in this matchup, I think you kind of have to take the risk. Boonjim, though, taking a big risk himself, almost losing his entire life. Very, very low, down to half health. And Diamond almost rushing into the entire team. Blue wall gets deployed, though, catching out Wasana, blocking him from the rest of his team. Diamond, though, hiding under the cover of that smoke. Moshi is there right next to him as well.
Jonah!
Less than half health. Boonjim!
Oh, Jonah with the big wraparound behind Boonjim to take him out. And this, done and dusted. BRU essentially have secured their 2-0. And they will advance to the 2-0 Swiss bracket and join AGAL. What a great performance, man. I mean, BRU in a nutshell.
It's Buriram, right? Like, it's a Buriram matchup. I think a lot of people expected throw. But I have to say, VP gave them a really great run, I feel like, in this best of 3 set. Like, yes, okay, it was a 2-0, but VP, set number 1, they looked good for 2 rounds, and then they kind of fell off. Set 2, they looked a lot better. They just, unfortunately, I think they ran out of gas at the very end. Imagine, I think, what could have happened. We actually did have that third game. Like, would VP have learnt enough in those rounds to be able to conquer Buriram eventually? Because, yeah, unfortunately, it's the best of 3, and if you lose 2 games back to back, you kind of know what happens. So, VP, I think they were close. I think they were probably like one of the closest teams to actually take out Buriram.
Yeah, I think not many teams can give Buriram such a fight. VP, they did better in round 2 for sure, in match 2 for sure, compared to the first game. But it's just very unfortunate that they lost the most important round, right? The round that dictates the state of the economy. They lost that round, and then the next round they went in without much to grow, without much to work with, and that compounded to them losing the round. And of course, some great maneuvers made by Captain Jonah, the great big wraparound around the map in 80 days to catch them off guard from behind too. And this time the MVP goes over to Moshi. We know he had 11 assists in game 1. I wonder how many assists he has in game 2 on top of the 8 assists.
Look, Moshi is just that kind of player. Like, we questioned the original lineup, right? Like, we questioned at first, like, what's Moshi going to really be able to achieve on that Skylar? And I think ultimately, Moshi just does well in whatever role he plays for the team. It's just a matter of, like, how does Moshi complement the rest of the lineup? And in this case, like, he did play more of that utility role rather than just raw damage. But it's Moshi. This man always lands his shots, or almost always. Nobody is perfect, but at the end of the day, if you can do your role, you can really play anything. So Moshi rocking it with the Skylar. 2-0. I think he's feeling pretty happy with himself there. Even though it did look a little close, 4-6. I think this is our closest matchup so far for Buriram, but this is only Buriram's second match for Clash Squad, so they technically haven't met their toughest opponent yet.
Maybe let's see who else joins the 2-0 bracket, right? Like VP, they are in the 1-1 bracket, so they would be with Evos Divine. BRU and AGL are in the quote unquote the big boy club, you know, the 2-0 bracket. We still are waiting for two teams to go there before we see the eventual matchup. But for now, I think the series, the Swiss stage has been going according to a lot of people's predictions. I'd say, you know, maybe not the first one that I expected to go 3 games, but for BRU against VP, it's pretty much agreeable that they are going to win.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I think a lot of people, and I think we didn't really make a prediction for this matchup, but I think we both probably had the same idea, right? Like a very, very good chance it was going to be a 2-0. It was just whether VP could prove us wrong, which in this case, unfortunately not, but there's always another day. So yeah, we'll be seeing a lot more Buriram in the 2-0 bracket. VP, they're going to have to continue to fight their way through in the middle of the bracket. They don't really want to lose any more games here, but we also need to get ready for our interview to see what Buriram have to say, because I am kind of keen to hear like their thoughts on their matches moving forward, because they said they're looking forward to playing up against Falcons, and Falcons, they still have a game to play. So let's see what Buriram have to say in their interview, and if there's anything new on their minds.
Hello Survivor, welcome to the interview session, and Booyah from Buriram United Esports, and welcome Moshi to our interview section. สวัสดีค่ะ
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. Wow, now he is Korean, and have to say that you have a great hairstyle. ทรงผมดีนะคะเท่นะคะ
โอ้ขอบคุณครับผมน่าจะรู้ตัวอยู่เพราะผมมันดีอยู่แล้ว
He said that, yeah, of course, I know that I'm cool. Alright, let's go to the first question. So, you already beat VP down. How do I say? It's a great performance from you, but do you satisfied with your performance today? วันนี้เราชนะ VP มาแล้วอยากรู้ว่าวันนี้พอใจกับ performance ของตัวเองในวันนี้ไหมคะ
น่ายังไม่ดีพอครับเพราะว่ายังมีข้อผิดพลาดอยู่ครับแต่ว่าเราเป็นข้อผิดพลาดน้อยที่สุดเราก็เลยได้ผ่านไปก่อน
Wow. Alright, so he's still not satisfied with his performance because he think that he's still there. Our team still have some mistake, but of course the team that got late mistake, we will win. Alright, let's go to the second question. So you say that you have a mistake. We can solve some mistake at the second game because you, how do I say, VP trying to get the point and they go to the 4 point, but then you can come back. Actually, they almost got you, but you can come back. What is the mistake that you got in the second game? ในเกมที่2ค่ะคือตอนนั้นน่ะแต้มเขานำเรามาแล้วแต่ว่าเราสามารถเอาคืนมาได้คิดว่าจุดผิดพลาดตรงนั้นที่ทำให้ VP เนี่ยนำมาตอนนั้น4แต้มเพราะอะไร
เป็นแอดดอปครับเป็นผลจากแอดดอปเพราะว่าของในแอดดอปมันก็ถือว่าดีเลยทีเดียว
เขาได้แอดดอป
ใช่เขาได้แอดดอปไปแล้วก็ทำให้แบบเกมมันไหลแต่เราสามารถตีขึ้นมาได้ด้วยสกิลเพย์ของวาสนาเขาเฉิดฉายเกมนั้น
ต่อให้แอดดอปเขาดีแต่ว่าสกิลเพย์ของวาสนาดีกว่า
ใช่
ว้าว
เอลพิววันนี้เอลพิว
Alright, so about the second game, the VP already got the airdrop. Yeah, and yeah, that airdrop have a powerful item. But Buriram United Esports, they won by their skill play, especially Wasana play. So Wasana is the one who make play for their team, and he say that, how do I say, Wasana have a great movement back then, so that's why they beat the VP. So the last question, you have to play in the 2-0 round, so it's gonna be WAG or Kajenda. Which team do you think that you're gonna play against? ต่อไปเราจะได้เจอไม่ WAG ก็ Kajenda คิดว่าใครที่เราจะได้เจอค่ะ
น่าจะเป็นผมว่าเป็นม้ามืดอย่าง Agenda ส่งม้ามืดแล้วกัน WAG เขาเก่งอยู่แล้วผมแค่อยากฟอร์มของ Agenda เขาจะโชว์ฟอร์มขึ้นมาในแมตช์นี้
ก็จะได้เจอ Kajenda ด้วย
ใช่ครับ
โอเค So he think that Kajanda is the one who gonna play against because he think that Kajanda is dark horse. WAG is already a great team with a great performance, but he wants to see some new performance, new skill play from Kajanda. So let's see which team that Buriram United Esports gonna play against. But first, let's have a short break before go back to the tournament. Bye bye.
First blood. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill.
Bắn phải luôn lên đây luôn, lên đây với tôi.
Đây hết keo nha bò, hết keo.
Được, lên đây với tôi. Nó mồ nè.
Má càng rồi đấy.
Còn mồi.
Đó không mời đó.
Phá luôn rồi.
Ở dưới bắn nhau anh em ơi bắn.
Lên.
Dưới bắn nhau kìa.
Không bữa ăn nguyên luôn rồi.
Xong luôn rồi.
Nó một nè. Được Quý ơi. Gãn đi. Hay Quý ơi. Hay Quý. Còn mồi Quý. Dưới tệ Quý.
Chạm xong rồi.
Được. Tin tôi.
Rồi.
Chết mi bro.
Đủ mà. Ada member dia datang.
One squad dah.
Rumah kayu. Dia macam 7. Nak. Rumah kayu. Gas aku gas.
They follow me ah.
No. Dekat aku. Dekat aku.
One play on me.
Bantai gate, confirm gate. Depan gate, bu. Depan gate. Mana gate? Depan gate. Mampu. Cepat dua dah.
ไปบันไดพี่
เนินก่อนได้นะเนินซ้ายล่างก่อนมีโดดปะ
มีโดดอยู่เพื่อนใจเย็นกูแม่เมียบอลลูกเดียว
เขาหมดตีอยู่ดาวอีก
คิวเลย
ก็เหลือ4แล้วมึงเสีย2คนด้วยเนี่ย
เออ
โอ้ย3ตัวซ้ายไหนกลับมาแต่แล้ว
กูโดดเข้าไปในบ้านได้แล้วเนี่ย
ที่หาตัดได้หมดเลยเพื่อน
บ้านนะเพื่อน ต้องโดดขึ้นหลังคาบ้านวะ
กูรอตัดได้อยู่ชิวเข้ามาก็ได้เพื่อน
อะไรแล้วกัน
เชี่ยดาวนะ
ไปนะพี่
ชี้คุมราคาเพราะกูอยากบีบเล่นเลยว่ะ
เล่นผม
บีบขวาเล่นเลย
ครบได้
มันเล่นกันแล้วนะ
ตัวแชมป์ป้อนยิงตัวขาดหน่อยกัน
สวยเจ็บหมดเลย
เจ็บอีกหนึ่ง
เจ็บหมดเลย
ได้เลยไปแฮก
ดาวสวยชิ
ตัด
ทำได้สวยยังเซตอยู่
สวย
2ไหวเพื่อน
เข้ามาโดนแล้วตัวเดียว
ตัวเดียวป้อนอย่าบอกนะ
เดี๋ยวกล้าปะ
มี
ด้วย
รั่วเลย
aman gue turun di dalam gue nih Depan 12 ada yang di luar Roy kanan gak ada pelontar gue bisa DP kanan 4 kiri 4 kanan 4 gue DP-in juga nih sabar ya sabar
Welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 4th Season Clash Squad Swiss Stage Day number 3. Brought to you by Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand, supplemented with Zinc, B3 and B6, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused and seize every opportunity to achieve stylish booyah victory. You're here with us, Husky and Danali, as we're getting ready for match number 3 out of 6. Best of 3 today is PE Sports against Falcons.
And it's probably going to be a very challenging and maybe a matchup where enemies fans are going to be on their seats, because this is going to be the biggest challenge here for PE Sports. At the moment, the consensus and his base basically, they predict Falcons to be the biggest. So I think having Boyra that about a team, you're already very aware of who are basically the big dogs. And Falcons, PE, I think PE fans are sweating for PE, because if they... I mean, what are the odds of PE being able to take this set? Like, no, this is not a case of us putting the team down, but I just feel like we've seen Falcons play regular Battle Royale, and this is a team that just plays at a completely different level from almost every other team on the planet. And PE to be going up against such a team, it's very, very scary.
And the question is also, on top of that, is who are you more willing to listen to? BRU saying that Falcons is the strongest opponent, or AGAL saying that PE Sports is going to win? Because whoever wins this, if I read the bracket correctly, whoever wins this goes up against AGAL. Maybe AGAL is saying that PE is going to win because they feel like if PE wins, they get an easy buy into the playoffs. I'm reaching out for possibilities. But I agree. I think based off of just general statistics and match history, Falcons are the favorites. I mean, they are the very first team to win the first ever Clash Squad, official Clash Squad tournament we have. But once it was integrated into the format. So it's not surprised that Falcons are the ones that people pit to win. The map order is still the same as the before: Nextera, Kalahari, and then Bermuda.
Yeah. So, do you have access to data statistics for both of these teams on Nextera? I mean, to be fair, we already know the team statistics, but just general stuff. Who technically is supposedly going to have the advantage map-wise?
I think for Clash Squad, it's still Falcons. I think it's very hard for me to say that is PE. I think just general performance, right? If you put the map aside itself, Falcons have much better stats than PE Sports coming into this. So let's see if PE can surprise us. The bans definitely won't be surprising any of us. It's still the same as before. Santino banned out. We saw Oscar go through just now for the first time, and it ended up in a loss anyways for VP. Let's see if Falcons will ban the Oscar, or maybe they opt for Zane ban and let the Oscar through.
What's the play here? I mean, if you're Falcons, would you just say, okay, maybe you can try and bait your opponents into picking one of those two characters? Okay, I think we may be going for a bit of a remake here with the drafting stage here, folks. We do apologize for the delay. It looks like we actually ran into a bit of an error. So we do have a couple more moments before we are going to jump into the remake. But thank you all so much for being patient. But I mean, even if they redraft, I don't think it's too far-fetched to say that Santino, I think that ban is basically locked in. It's just a ban, right? Like, you anything banning Santino. But the question is, like, what's the secondary ban? Because I was really curious, like, as you said, right? Like, the holy trinity for bans so far has been Santino, Zane, and Oscar, or at least for today. And if one of those go through, generally speaking, whoever gets first pick tends to get it. So I'm kind of wondering, because I think it's... Yeah, let me just double check the lobby. I'm pretty sure it's VP that get access to first pick. So if you're Falcons and you want to give something away, what would you ideally say would be the easier character to play against?
I think if you are Falcons, you probably would just ban the Oscar, just make life easy for yourself. You ban the Oscar so you don't have to go through the potential of what BRU went through. They let Oscar through, and they're like, okay, now we might need to pick a Skylar, which they did eventually. You ban the Oscar, you just let Zane and Tatsuya, Cassie, these main three be kind of the main contention, and you don't, and then it also allows you to basically play a more meta draft, right? You don't have to like go out of your way to think of something else unless you really want to.
Yeah. All right, I do believe we are almost ready to go here. So again, thank you for being extremely patient with us. Do let us know in the chat, who do you think is going to win our first game of this best of 3 set? And as an added bonus, send your energy to any teams that you are rooting for in this game as well. Falcon fans, I want to hear you from Malaysia, because we know you guys can be extremely loud, but also PE Sports fans, if you're in the chat as well, send them your energy too, because this is going to be their toughest matchup in the entirety of Clash Squad. And if PE Sports can actually win this is going to make waves in the entirety of the tournament, being able to knock down one of the favorites to win the entirety of Clash Squad. As we see here, PE Sports on the screen, ready to go. These guys, I mean, this is as focused as you can get. Just eyes on the screen, nothing else.
Yeah. Of course, we got to make sure that the teams are in optimal condition to play. So it's a bit of a tech issue to resolve. But aside from that, right, like if you remember, PE Sports is the first and only Vietnamese team that attended EWC, and that was back in 2024, because there was no Viet representative this year. So I think ever since then, people have had higher expectations for this squad. You know, since that point, we have seen some changes in the roster. They added Nolan to the squad, and Nolan has really showed that he is one of the up and comings, right? Very a young player with a lot of potential. Don't Cry has departed the team and joined a separate squad. But I think the current PE, this new iteration of PE Sports, has a lot of promises based on what they showed in Battle Royale and even in the first round of Swiss stage. So if they can make a statement with Falcons as an example, this is going to really shake things up.
Wow, so we're actually going to be seeing 2 of our Holy Trinity bands going through, right? Santino and Zane are going to be making it through, because Cassie ended up being the ban for Falcons, but it's Chrono first pick Falcons. Okay, so completely different pick order from both of these teams. Zane still gets picked up, but Dakota gets locked in for PE Sports, so they have access to Vision. But Falcons, they're just completely ignoring the Santino pick? Okay, sure.
Huh. Are we not going for the Santino? I mean, I thought Falcons would go Santino. I know Limit loves that.
Maybe are they maybe trying to get away with getting a last pick Santino?
I'll be so surprised, right?
I mean, there's no way PE Sports pick up Santino here, right? Like, does Santino even fit?
For PE? Yeah, of course.
Sports.
Yeah, I think it fits. Not a problem. I think they could take Santino if they want.
They got 2 picks too, so what's the play here, PE Sports? Do you want Santino?
Wow, no, they take Iris. Okay.
Okay. And all of a sudden, things got incredibly tense. No, they did not pick Iris. They were highlighting it. Wait, what are they picking? Santino
Yeah, of
and
course,
Tattoo.
of
Okay.
course. Of course
No,
you take
this
Santino.
Makes sense. No, I think we were both a bit confused at first. We were like, Iris when Santino's in the pool? So they got rid of a whole lot of front runners. But for Falcons, the last pick... Oh, okay, Ignis... Blue. Okay, yes. Okay, there we go. Iris last pick Falcons. Sorry, excuse me. I don't know why I blinked and all of a sudden I felt like I was in a different reality. Okay. So, Essence, let's if we kind of broke down these lineups into 3 words, what are we going to describe the lineups as? Because I'm looking at PE Sports and I'm just thinking bum rush lineup.
Yep, I can agree. I think PE Sports has a very... I mean, this draft, this lineup, this composition, or should I say, is quite flexible, right? Tanky front line, plenty of intel gatherers, your sniper can relocate, so he becomes very flexible, and you have a rusher too. So, yeah, not a surprise there. For Falcons, it's more of a hide your fangs, buy your time kind of comp. They're not the strongest at rushing, but they pack a punch with their utility, right? The Dome, the Ignis Firewall, of course, Iris, that Limit, like we know Limit is such a reliable long-range player, so you give him an Iris, all he needs is 1-2 good shots and suddenly he's gonna start wiping out your teammates.
Yeah. So, rush in for PE Sports, Falcons, playing keep away. I think that's probably the easiest way to kind of look at how these two teams. Right, you don't want to run sports because PE sports, they have a lot of utility to get into your face. It's just Falcons. I think at this point you got to utilize this vision that they're going to have access to with the clue, and really use that Iris and Ignis to just basically finish PE before they even get to Falcons lineup. But to be fair, this is also Falcons, so I think there's going to be a lot of expectations now on PE sports. Can they execute this rush lineup and really just run into Falcons and pick them off before they get picked off themselves?
Yeah, I think for PE sports, if they do this correctly, they should be able to stave off Falcons. Obviously, you look at the lineup itself, I personally would lean more towards PE sports just because of the characters that they pick, right? I mean, this draft for both teams are as meta as it can get, with the bans included. But in terms of probability, in terms of skills, obviously, I think Falcons are the favorites. But comp-wise, in terms of ease of execution, I would go for PE.
Ooh, you think PE sports? Okay, no, fair enough. I do agree. I really like their lineup. The only thing holding me back is that it's Falcons that they're playing against. So I think I'm gonna have to put my faith in Falcons if I was given a choice between the two teams. Like, as much as I love PE's lineup, I have been let down in the past by teams with lineups where it's like, I really love what you're running. It's just who you're up against. It makes it really, really difficult to back you. So yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, of course, for Falcons, they definitely are the favorites in terms of skills as well. It's just, I think in terms of ease of execution, if you want to go for a draft that has a lot of flexibility, I would definitely go for I would go for what PE has. Statistically, though, I want to see how Falcons play this out. Some people are probably expecting a storm, me included. I think Falcons would probably, ended like 6-3 max, just based off of the power gap between these two teams. But if PE can surprise us today, then I would be delighted too. It's just same case as with VP against BRU. It's gonna be a tall mountain to climb.
Yeah. So as we get ready to jump into this game here, folks, just a quick recap of who's going to be playing what. So on the side of PE Sports, we have LBT on the Coda, Jonah on the Zane, Lauher on the Santino, and Nolan on the Tatsuya. On the side of Falcons, we're going to have Limit 7 on the Iris, Kororo on the Clue, Peanut on the Ignis, and On Fire is going to be piloting the Chrono. So two vastly different lineups, one wanting to get into your face and the other essentially the opposite, kind of stay out of my face. We'll have to see which one is going to prevail in this best of 3 set. Obviously, this is only going to be a lineup for one game, but on the map of Nextera, I think we're going to kind of talk about Nextera and how the map is going to influence these picks, Husky. On Nextera, generally speaking, like, what lineup is actually easier to execute? Like, is it easier to play keep away, or is it easier to rush into the opposing team?
I think on Nextera, it's probably easier to play slow. I want to say, like, having Santino basically wins, like, you've already have an advantage, right? But on Nextera, a map that has so many buildings, so many, unique mechanics, conveyor belts, grav labs, and Santino makes you even more slippery if used correctly.
Well, let's see if the Santino pick works wonders here for PE Sports, because they're up against one of the favorites to win the entirety of Clash Squad. And so far for the pistol round, not too loud yet. Teams trying to get into position to get their first shots. And so far we just have the wall thrown up there by Falcons, but nobody has been hit until just now. Nolan going to be taking a little bit of damage, but Lauho, first one to get the drop onto Kororo.
Wow, very good stuff. Limit also gets knocked down as well. PE Sports starting it off strong. Again, the flexibility that this draft provides does give them a lot of that wiggle room. Pina is the only one left standing and doesn't receive any health, sadly. So PE Sports, strong opening. They are going to be taking the first round.
I mean, it's just the pistol round, right? So there's not a lot of factors really coming into both of these teams. Yeah, I mean, it's great news for PE Sports, but I kind of wonder, you know, if you're on the side of Falcons, are you gonna pull off the 3-game strat? As I'm kind of sort of coming to terms with this, where we saw in our earlier matches today, teams that fall short for the first 3 games tend to have that second life, that revival stage. Game 4 onwards, round 4 onwards. And I'm kind of waiting to see, is that what Falcons is maybe hoping to achieve themselves? Like, you know, maybe they're the ones to kind of play on the back foot and then take over that match.
It could be possible. Again, when you are down 0-3 and then you win the round afterwards, you reset the economy, right? But if you win round 3 yourself, then it's even better when you are down. LBT struggling to get anything done, and a double up from Pina with the mini Uzi is good enough. And Team Falcons is one of those teams that even if they lose the pistol round, they are going to invest in round 2. Just so they could brute force their way. One of the few teams that's willing to go for the buy when most teams don't. Nolan ends up going down, even though with the relocate, and sadly, nothing much that PE Sports can do. They're already down 2 men. Lauho finds a hit onto the limit, but it's still a 3v2. With Jonah going down, it's just 1 more left. Lauho against the world.
Yeah, there's only so much Lauho is going to be able to do here, and he will be going down. Falcons seize victory for round number 2. So it's 1 apiece at the moment, but I think this round is much more... It's a better example of what to expect for Falcons moving forward, because that first pistol round, it just seemed like, I think in that case, like they may have gotten unlucky with a couple of their positionings for that first round. So round 2 looking much better. Game looking very even though, since we are tied 1 apiece. And now we do have a cyber airdrop in this round, and the question is who's going to try and gun for that first?
Yeah. I see. I mean, overall for Falcons, this is the bare minimum that we expect from them. We saw the Ignis wall, so that glue wall goes down. Jonah will put up a new one. Same as Nolan, they block off the middle part of the map onto the bridge. Ina's gonna try to wrap around a secondary Ignis. There goes another glue wall. Another set of glue walls gone. We say that this draft from Falcons have a lot of utility to work with, and they definitely are making PE Sports spend. Both of them. Trading 1 for 1 is Pina for Jonah. But Kororo also gets knocked down, so PE Sports have numbers.
The Kororo.
Yeah. Kororo also getting knocked down too, sadly. It's a limit against the world once more. So far, I think Lauho and Nolan have been absolutely delivering
Double kill
on all these great engages. PE Sports up, and that's 2-1. This is a lead that I think we sort of can expect, you know, in the early game. Obviously, if Falcons will be required to bounce back in round number 4. One of the few weird permutations. Falcons still investing in the guns, but I think they're going to keep on doing it because Falcons are that confident.
Yeah, I don't think Falcons are concerned though, right? Because we're not really looking at the big guns yet, but we're getting pretty close. So for Falcons, what are they hoping to achieve for this round? Are they going to try and tie this up to a piece? Can they tie it to a piece? Because Pina, already down to half health, will be able to find some cover to come and heal. But now looking at the position, we do have an interesting position for Falcons. They have taken both the compound, Roro on the edge, but LBT is also outside the compound. Looks like Nolan and Jonah are going to be running into On Fire as well. Nina's here, trying to find someone to shoot. He finds LBT, but doesn't quite get a headshot there.
They're gonna try it again. This time On Fire will make sure that LBT goes down. Instant reinforcements, but a double up from Falcons will ensure that Jonah can't get it done. LBT also has to get any help. Nolan though will spring into action and only gets 1, and that's not good enough. Lauho once more call to action, but a bit too late with Falcons taking out 3 of PE members out of the equation. This is gonna be an equalizer for Falcons.
It's a little bit loud. It's tough for Lauho to really do anything as that Santino. Sure, it's great in those 1v1s, but if it's not 1v1, it's yeah, not really the best matchup for you, unfortunately. So already we see Falcons closing things up here, 2-2, keeping this game well and truly close. So we're not going to be seeing anyone sort of run away with the matchup here yet, but I think moving on though, Husky, I think we are going to start seeing a leader at this point, and if Falcons don't start picking up their lead now, I do kind of fear for them as we go deeper and deeper into these rounds.
Yeah. Every time we get to Graph Labs, then I had this conversation with Neptune. This is the throwaway round. Well, to us, it's a throwaway round. It's just the mechanics, right? And whoa, Keroro getting a mid-air shot. There goes Nolan. Low grab situation, a bit harder to maneuver. Your guns stop mattering as much because there's so less you can do mid-air. And on fire gets another freebie, so that's 2 down for PE.
That is huge as well. Carrera going in for a fight there with LBT, using the gravity to his advantage, just jumps over the glue walls. Hey guys, glue walls don't matter here. Falcons say, or maybe they grow wings for this round. We really don't know at Grab Labs, but Falcons, they secure their lead ahead of PE Esports now, 3-2. So 3 more rounds for Falcons to take the entire set, but for P, they gotta win 4 more games. And now here's the fear. If Falcons start running away with the match now, this might be game for PE Esports, unfortunately. Because for P, if you're running a lineup that wants you rushing at your opponent, the least you want is to ensure they don't have utility to stop you from doing so. And LBT already gets clipped just going up the staircase. My man!
First blood.
My man, that hurts.
Did not stand a chance. I was looking at Nolan's buy, and I think he got a Trogon of all things. That investment is not going to pay off unless they win this round. And it's not going to be easy. Is that Ignis used? Limit's going to pop that Iris ability. So through the glue wall he goes. Limit and on fire. And then getting an easy takedown. Suddenly PE Esports have lost all steam. It's just Lao Ho. And even with the Santino relocate, he's not going to get away too far. Pina with the secure. Falcons 4-2.
Yeah, and I don't really see this gap being able to last much longer for PE Esports now, because this sets Falcons up to 4 wins, 2 if they want to take the entire set. I mean, I think I agree with you. Like PE Esports, it seems like they've run out of gas, but it might be just because their economy is absolutely shot. Like they have so little to work on, and they're at this point hoping to pray that Falcons are the one to make sure all these misplays. But again, LBT just gets deleted before the game even starts. Jeez. Life is hard, man.
Life is hard. LBT, for the past 2 rounds, they've only played a collective of
Nolan.
5 seconds. They played 5 seconds across the last 2 rounds. That's how brutal it was. Well, this round is done. Lao Ho is just looking across the desk like, guys, come on. This is the 5th time that I'm left alone.
I don't think it's Lao Ho that's looking. I think it's LBT. He just like, as soon as the round starts, he picks up his phone, he just puts it straight down because he knows he's not going to play a game. Thanks to Limit. Limit has been such a pest. Oh my gosh, I really feel for LBT. He just had such a tough game.
And this scenario, this snowball effect is quite common, you know, like it's not just this match. There are a lot of matches prior to this where a team, they start to get snowballed on and then they get picked off early game and everything just falls apart. Obviously Falcons have damaged PE Esports severely, or at least LBT. Thankfully he's not going to get caught this time. He was behind the building, but Nolan becomes the victim with majority of his health taken out, so he'll be forced to patch himself out. Lao Ho with the bait and switch Santino. And they're going to take care of that clone very quickly, so Lao Ho's ability goes on to cooldown. Pina now is going to hunt for him.
We'll see if Pina is able to catch Lao Ho, because Falcons so far, they have been on point when they're hunting players, but no, not this time it seems. Probably just going to reposition and say, all right, when we're ready to fight, I will catch you. Limit in the meantime though did get caught up by Jonah, so he's going to be taken at Pina as well. Going to hit the ground, but Nolan and Lao Ho also going to be hitting the floor there for PE Esports. So we're now down to 2 apiece on either side. Lao Ho can still be picked up, but he's bleeding. He does get picked off, and now it's going to be LBT and Jonah versus Karura and On Fire.
Jonah's back is exposed. Finally, spots are On Fire. Take the fight straight to On Fire. Ends up losing. That's the Trogon in On Fire's hands. Close, but not close enough. LBT once more getting picked off. And Falcons with a Game 1 win.
as butter, aside from those first 2 games where they initially lost and things looked a little bit scary. But once they picked up their momentum, it was essentially what Husky game, I think round 4. After that, the Falcons just took off. They took off with the game and they just flew.
It didn't make it any easier with LBT getting picked off like that. You know, even in the last round, he was the last man surviving, but wasn't able to get much done. So for PE Sports, they essentially got snowballed on, and Falcons rolled them. And that's Nextera. And when we go to Kalahari next, it doesn't get any better for PE Sports because Falcons just dominates Kalahari on Clash Squad. So I'm not sure how PE Sports is gonna deal with the second game, but they have to come up with something.
Yeah, I kind of feel like step 1 is not to lose LBT so fast in those rounds. I kind of feel like the fact that LBT got sniped in 2 rounds back to back, it was what, round 4 and 5? It was basically the wins 4 and 5 for Falcons. The fact that LBT just got eliminated so quickly, I kind of feel like losing the utility of that Aurora vision really hurt PE because like you lose access to that vision. The whole point of Zayn, Zatina, and Tatsuya is having the vision and being able to target anybody that is trying to hide in those backlines of Falcons. So if you're going to lose somebody on the team, I kind of feel like you can't afford to lose Coda. So I mean, if you're PE, do you kind of go back for Coda again? I kind of feel like Coda was a great pick. It was just Falcons, they just did a great job at picking off the guy that gives vision.
Yeah, I think it's not the draft. I think it's just the team itself, right? Like they got outclassed by Falcons.
Yeah.
They could go with the same draft. I don't mind it at all, but they gotta somehow find a way to navigate. They gotta readjust how they approach these rounds. Clearly, you know, trying to fight Falcons head on was not going to cut it in the long run. They won a couple of rounds. They won like 2 rounds, but in the long run, it just backfired. MVP, Kororo, match 1, 7 to live.
Yeah, Kororo popped off. I think there was so many rounds as well where we saw Kororo just doing so much for his team, getting those, getting the knocks, also just dishing up damage and setting things up for the team as well. I will have to note into round that going into Kalahari, we are going to have a player change on the side of Falcons. Tina's going to be benched and they're going to bring 1 more for this round. A pretty interesting change. I mean, is there a reason why you might want to bring 1 more into this, Husky, or is this just sort of a personal thing, you think?
I don't know, maybe just too easy, I guess.
Wow,
like,
okay, so they want to go for the handy. There's no such thing as a handicap on this team. I mean, mate, my only guess would be like if you're bringing somebody in, maybe 1 more is just the better player in Kalahari compared to Pina. Or maybe there's like something else they're hoping to do. Like maybe they want to do a bit of a role swap because Pina's a rusher, or at least he was tagged as a rusher in that last game.
I mean, we say that, but you know, Pina played the entirety of you know the recent tournament finals. I think they both have very different roles in the team. Like 1 more is not really the rusher; he's more of a long range support. So if they saw 1 more in, they probably would play for further.
Yeah.
อยากได้อีกแคมป์หนึ่งครับคู่ต่อสู้ที่น่ากลัวที่สุดน่าจะเป็นบุรีรัมย์นี่แหละครับเพราะว่าเจอกันรอบชิงบ่อยที่สุดแล้ว RQ ไม่ได้เจอกันเลยแล้วก็เห็นแพ้ก่อนที่จะมาเจอผมตลอดเลยน่าจะอ่อนสุดฝากบอก RQ ว่าอยากเจอสักครั้งครับ C4 ก็มาเจอกันหน่อยก็ได้เปรียบของพวกเราที่คิดว่าเหนือกว่าทีมอื่นก็น่าจะเป็นฟอร์มเล่น C4 ของพวกเราแบบการไฟน่าทำให้ดีกว่าคนอื่นก็เลยได้แชมป์เยอะกว่าคนอื่นก็ฝากถึงทุกทีมนะครับโชคดีที่ไม่ได้เจอฟอลคอนนะครับแต่ถ้าทีมที่เจอก็ระวังตัว
Watch out, they say.
Oh, that's scary. I mean, I feel bad for RQ because they would have faced them at least once, but I don't think these teams are going to meet unless Falcons meet Buriram sometime soon. Right? Because like RQ is I think they're in the 0-1 bracket at the moment because they lost to Kagendra last week. So we kind of need Falcons to lose to potentially meet RQ for that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, for them to meet, a lot of things have to happen because RQ is in a completely different bracket. So I'm surprised they haven't faced each other. Now that I think about it, RQ never really got too far because Falcons have been just winning, and RQ they stumbled a little bit, right? Like losing to Kagendra was sort of the big surprise, you know, like Kagendra being literally the latest addition alongside Magna into the league and upsetting RQ in the opening match of Clash Squad. So for RQ to meet Falcons, based on the trajectory of the series so far, they either meet in the playoffs or Falcons lose their match later to AGAL and then they meet in the 2-1 bracket.
Yeah, which is very unlikely, I think. That just seeing Falcons play, like yes, AGAL did really well against Evos as well, but I don't know, I feel like Falcons are still on a completely different level, unfortunately. Sorry, AGAL fans, I think a lot of people are in the same boat though. Like Falcons, it's a really scary team, especially in this game mode where team play is a lot more important than compared to Battle Royale. Because Battle Royale, I think I've said this last week when we were, not you and me, Husky, but on the broadcast I said this with Tash. The difference between Clash Squad, and Battle Royale is that you don't have to deal with external factors. It is all your team, and maybe a little bit of luck still. But you don't have to worry about a third party or anything like that.
Yeah, and aside from that, it's also limited resources, right? You don't get to, you know, constantly loot up. I mean, you do, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not like you're going around buildings and looting up resources, topping yourself up every single time. When you're out of glue walls, you're out of glue walls. When you're out of medkits, you're out of medkits. There's lesser margins for do-overs, and I think that's why it's even more important. It's like before the revival system was introduced to Free Fire, right? This was how it was like. The moment you are out for the rest of the round.
Alright, so just having a look at the drafts here so far for both of these teams. Have we gone for a bit of a switcheroo? Because I kind of feel like Esports have stolen the majority of Falcons draft from that last game. The only missing thing is that clue, which still gets picked up by Falcons. But now Falcons have access to the Coda and the Zane themselves.
Yeah, so wait, the Cassie is still up.
Yeah, Cassie's still available.
I mean, if Esports wants to take it, they can. Even if they don't, what else is there? They could go for the... Oh, no, Clue is taken, so... maybe Cassie is the final pick that they could go for. Clue, Tatsuya, Koda, Zane for Falcons. I mean, if game 1 they've already played so aggressively, this lineup is even more aggressive. Raiden is a good answer to that. We've seen it from... the first teams to use it were from Indonesia, right? Raiden is a good way to stop these...
RRQ and Kagendra, I believe, used it last week in the opening match. And I kind of like the spider mines here, because you've got Falcons that kind of want to run in and be in your face, but Raiden can be there to kind of stop the potential rush. I don't know about you, Husky, but I'm really, really liking the Raiden pick here.
Yeah, I think PE Sports have also used Raiden before. Last week on day 2, and it was quite funny because they were having so much fun. Who was PE Sports facing off? Let me check back. They were facing off Todak, and they were essentially just having messing around with Todak when they were on Raiden, and it's a good way, right? Tatsuya, you wanna dash around, you wanna be all over us. Well, we spot you with the spider mine, we basically isolate you from your team.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not sure if Falcons are maybe expecting the run. I mean, it's not something that's completely new, right? So I think the teams were pretty aware that this is a possible selection. So I think if you're on the side of Falcons, you just need to be a little bit careful with where you decide to start those fights and really pay attention to where everybody is. Because I kind of feel like things could go sideways. But again, I think we still need to give Falcons the respect that they deserve, because this team really has mastered Clash Squad. Not to say that PE hasn't themselves, but to have a team that is so well versed in the game mode, like they're not gonna be a classic team that you can just pick one character and just counter the whole lineup. Like they already took into account that this is probably something that was maybe going to be selected.
Yeah. Well, see, I mean, for PE Sports on Kalahari, having a Raiden also helps. a lot of areas that you want to be able to catch your opponents hiding in. Well, not much for Falcons though. They're not the hide kind. They will announce themselves by firing at you. But WP Esports, the morale is still pretty high. They're still enjoying. It's not the end of the world just yet. Losing this doesn't, eliminate you from the tournament. You go down to the 1-1 bracket and then you play in the following day. But of course, winning this gives you the chance to go to playoffs directly, and you get more of a break. You don't have to play next week, which I think is the best part of the whole day today.
Is it? I mean, I think some of the teams would like to play. Sometimes you got to stay warm. Some teams like to play the lower bracket roulette, as some people like to say, because it is very good to stay polished. But yeah, I mean, I think I could agree with you too. Sometimes it is just good to have a week off. Then you can just sit down and watch everyone else, I suppose. Just research, pay attention to what's being picked.
I mean, contrary to popular belief, upper bracket is not always for cowards. Sometimes you have to. You would rather go to the upper bracket and secure yourself a better seed. Some teams, they do thrive in the lower bracket, but I think if you ask any teams out there, no one would be like, yeah, we prefer to run lowers. We prefer to play more games.
Yeah, I think those teams, they probably didn't make it here. So I think that just probably goes to show the disadvantage of that lower bracket run. But it looks like the game has started, folks. So jumping into round number 1 on Kalahari. Now, just keep in mind that Falcons, they are leading the charge in this series 1-0. And for PE Esports to be able to take the entire set, they need to win not only this round, but they also need to win Bermuda after this. So, if anything, there's pressure on PE Esports' shoulders to perform on this map.
It's been quite a long time, honestly, since we've seen this kind of matchup. Obviously, Nolan getting sniped. Okay, LBT on the one more.
First blood.
Finally get to join into the action just a little bit. On fire, on the hunt, with the sight in hand. And we see the drop down from PE Esports. Lao Ho reposition, and Kororo has him dead to rights. Lao Ho getting picked off. So it's just LBT and Jonah.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough match here for LBT and Jonah to come back up against 3. Jonah just getting caught there by Limit. Limit is such a dangerous player to go up against. He is so dang accurate. Like, every time we are seeing his POV, it's usually because he's within line of sight to just eliminate somebody. You really have to be so careful around Limit, especially playing on Clue, because he's also going to be using that vision to his advantage.
Yeah. Not only that, right? When we talk about Limit, he's amongst one of the few players who had one of the most powerful debut seasons. For Limit, it was with E-Arena, and just alongside the current great like Wasana. Saming was also one of them. They play in the same league. Wasana and Saming were on the same team at that time, but Limit went on to win the whole thing and was the MVP. And he's still sharp as he was 2 years ago. The opening elimination proves just that. The smoke grenade is not going to cover anything because the plan to go for the cyber drop has been foiled, and Limit with another.
Man, this is such a tough game for LBT because, again, first player to go down for the entire roster. Lao Ho and Jonah down, and Nolan going to be finished off as well. Limit is just on fire. Holy moly. Don't give this man Clue. Do not give this man Clue. He is just taking advantage of this character so much.
Limit is straight up destroying everyone, man. Like, what do you do, right? In this position, I think I was looking at the player cam of PE Sports. Obviously, they were not too affected by it. I think they knew coming into this that the odds are stacked against them. And it's like, oh man, Limit got me again. Oh well. Like, what can I do? He's just that good. They have to flush him out somehow, but it's not easy because Limit is always out of sight.
Always out of sight, out of mind, and it's really hard to flank him as well, right? Just because he's going to see you before it even happens. And On Fire just comes in and clips Nolan and says, sorry, sir, we need to win this set, so you don't get to play anymore. Leaving Jonah all in the front lines. LBT's over with Lao Ho, but I mean, I just don't see see them make it out of this round. Falcons are still healthy. They've taken practically no damage.
No, on fire! No, don't do it again! He had the sight in his hands. It's him and Jonah. Somehow, Jonah didn't survive. It's the Deagle from Kororo that takes him down. And I bet you that Nolan had a good laugh when he got absolutely cleaved in half out on fire. Ran into the smoke grenade to check, and on fire just sliced him. So Kororo finds a twofer with the Deagle. And LBT just leans back. He's like, he got me again. This round pretty much done. Lao Ho getting sliced. And that's 3 for Falcons, double for On Fire.
Really rough rounds, unfortunately, there for PE Esports. Down 3 games already for our first 3 rounds. But then again, the Magic round is coming up, round number 4. So I think this is probably going to be the deciding round for PE Esports. Whether they can take this round or not, this might determine their life within this set. If they lose this, I think that might just be game over, unfortunately. Because coming back from a round 4 loss, I feel like in a lot of cases is just almost impossible.
Yeah, unless they can somehow find a way to win some of these fights, it's gonna be tough. And not just that, right? Like Falcons are getting very creative with how they play, with how they approach these fights. Like who would think about, putting the smoke grenade and then slicing people in the grenade. Obviously, this is going to be tough. PE Sports tries to slow it down. And they have averted casualty for the opening sequence.
Yeah, for now, Husky, for now. But how much longer? LBT has been spotted. We'll be losing half of his health. But Kororo is going to be the first one to go down on the side of Falcons. So PE Sports making the most of that round 4 Magic, especially being behind by 3 games. One more has been caught as well, thanks to LBT. The turnaround possibly coming in and kicking in for PE Sports.
LBT finally getting some action. First time we lost. Like, come on, Lao Ho, come on. Oh, he's missed his window. That was 5 shots too much. No, don't pro to the open. Oh! Lao Ho, what are you doing?
Oh no, that was not the round he wanted. It doesn't matter.
They won the round, right? They won the round.
Oh man, it doesn't matter. So round 4 Magic kicks in. PE Sports managed to take something back for themselves, and they will get a point on the board. But can they keep this up? This is now their time to shine. They gotta keep up with this momentum. I mean, okay, what do you kind of feel like went wrong originally in this matchup with Falcons? Like just the fact that they got that 1 pick and then PE Sports just started to run away with the game? Because it was a really slow round.
Yeah, that was how they kind of won the first. There are 2 rounds in the previous game, right? You get the initial pick off, and then you don't allow Falcons to get these openings. It's a good reference to what BRU did against Falcons in the Ninja Clash as well, where they just don't allow Falcons to get these cheeky opening sequences. Yeah. And then when you even out the playing field, it's a lot more doable. There's a Spider-Man in the smoke, on fire. If he walks on forward, they are going to see him. Nolan has a shotgun in hand. They're separated by a supply crate.
Ooh, Nolan
ends up getting clipped on fire. He's looking for Nolan. He's randomly spraying. Nolan walks away with full health. How is that possible? The time turner helps him out on fire now in a 1v2. Kororo just pops Lao Ho with the Deagle. And when Kororo uses a Deagle 5 rounds into the game, you know that they are feeling incredibly confident because he just popped Jonah. Kororo is not playing seriously, man.
And one more, working with 34 health, is still standing. On fire does get caught and is on the ground, but LBT and Nolan, can they somehow bring this game back? Jonah will be finished off. And LBT and Nolan, they gotta group up. They gotta group up, but they have to rethink, okay, what's the plan of approach? They don't have an approach with LBT because he's gonna hit the floor as well. We'll get picked up there by Kororo, and now it's just Nolan. Now, I think if you're Nolan, you just say, okay, guys, try my luck. If I can get a down before I go down, I think that's probably the biggest victory we're going to get. So, just positioning and doesn't even get a chance. Kororo says, nope. This is our round.
The only way, the best way to know if Falcons are taking the game 100% or not 100% is to look at Kororo. If he is just going around with the Desert Eagle, he's not even putting out a rifle, you know that they're having a good time. Almost too good. Look at this guy. Just Desert Eagle. He's too good on it. He has 8 eliminations. Pretty much all of it from freaking Desert Eagle. Everyone else using a rifle, and they're still not taking as much hits as him.
Hey, what works, works, eh? It's not always going to be the same gun for everybody. That's going to be able to match. Falcons, it seems like they are going to be the ones to occupy the majority of the Coliseum. And Lao Ho, first one already to go down on PE Esports. So already down to 3 players. And all of a sudden, LBT, next one to follow. Didn't even get a chance to play the game, is on fire. Is going to get rid of him. And again, one more this time. Going to eliminate Jonah. Nolan all alone yet again. And I mean, he managed to clip Herrera, but again, Falcons, they won this game, bring it up to a 5-game win, pushing them into that last state. One more win, and they just take the entire set 2-0. PE Esports, aside from that one round where it looked like they had the potential to come back, the Falcons have just flown away with the game again.
I'm glad to see that LBT is having a lot of fun, even though it shouldn't be. I mean, this is probably the most one-sided match we have so far today.
Yeah, I think I can agree. Yeah.
Does he bring out the big guns, or is he going to still keep to his Deagle? Well, yeah, he's staying with his Deagle. Of course, why not? They have 5 rounds to spare, or 4 rounds to spare before sudden death. On fire is just using the same trick. I am convinced that they're having too much fun this round. At least this time, he's gonna get flushed out. Oh wait, no, that's not on fire. That's one more. One more gets taken now. At least some punish from PE Sports.
So a bit of a punish. There's still Limit and On Fire though, and I feel like probably the last players you want to be leaving in the game as LBT gets clipped by Limit. So we're now down to an equalizer, 2 versus 2. Lauho and Jonah versus Limit and On Fire. But who gets the line of sight first? Limit, he does catch sight of Jonah. Jonah getting very, very low there. And also Lauho. So unfortunately for PE Esports, they're the ones to be losing more health than the other side.
This is unplayable. Lauho has nothing to fight back with. He has no health too. So Falcons, yeah, they're gonna win this for sure. 6-1. As dominant as we expected. You know, I mean, you could say consolation is that it's not like a 6-0 sweep, but who am I to blame you for expecting Falcons to win? 6-1 on Kalahari. Falcons make it look too easy.
I mean, they were champions, so I don't think it's too much of a stretch to have high expectations for this team, especially coming into the competition. I mean, they could have had a fun round and given it away if they wanted to, but at the end of the day, I feel like there's just too much on the line for these teams to give away a free round. I think especially after what happened with RRQ. Although I'm not saying RRQ gave their round away, but it's like, I think you have to take every game seriously. You don't give free rounds away.
For sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure Falcons quote-unquote tweaked the difficulty by, first of all, having Kororo only using the Deagle, having On Fire sit in the smoke with a sight, and then swapping one more in. You know, they definitely made some adjustments to turn it up a little bit, but it's proof that even with those slight fun tweaks, the quirky tweaks, they still are as good as if they are playing with, you know, 100% seriousness. So PE Sports, they're down to the 1-1 bracket. They can still afford to lose one more series before it becomes dire. But for Falcons, they're true to the 2-0 bracket, and I think they are going to play against AGAL if I read the bracket right.
We will be able to confirm that information for all of our wonderful viewers later on, so don't worry. Focus on the games at hand today because we still got some great games coming up. I guess we have some final words left for Falcons and PE Sports before we move on to our next round, because we still have a few more games to go through today. If we were to do a comparison of Buriram and Falcons, our 2 favorites of the competition, and just seeing their games from today, who are we feeling is looking a little stronger based on their current performance?
Oh boy, who's stronger, huh? I don't know, they both look equally strong. I think if you put them in a vacuum, I would say that based off of recent results, BRU is stronger. again, the most recent tournament, they clean swept Falcons, right? Like they made Falcons look like child's play in a grand finals. But I would also argue that it was the Naruto Shippuden collab All-Star Show match, so they had access to some interesting abilities. But even then, I think if we just purely look at stats, I would say BRU over Falcons just by a little bit, but I would expect like a full series either way.
I think I agree. I do think these are two teams where they will not. I don't think anyone has the ego to be too owned. They will always make the comeback happen in game number 2. So I think I agree with your sentiment with Buriram. I think just based off of the games that we have seen both of these teams play, Buriram did feel a bit. What's the word that I'm kind of looking for here? I kind of feel like the gameplay was like way smoother and snappier. Especially when it came to moments where you could see the team struggle, but they managed to recoup their losses. So yeah, I think we're in the same boat here. Like, as much as we both love Falcons as well, Falcons, fantastic team. I kind of feel like they also have their downsides. One of them, I think sometimes it's their drafting sometimes does make me feel a little on edge. Like, I kind of feel like they sometimes give too many good assets away to their opponents.
That's the fun part, right? Because I think the best ways to differentiate these two teams is that BRU fundamentally sound, very, very sound in terms of fundamentals. Like, you bring them back to the basics, BRU is going to ace it. But for Falcons, they're very creative. I think that's what sets them apart. You have a team that is very rooted in, you know, the general knowledge and how the game is supposed to be played. They're very by the book. And then you have Falcons, who is like, we can do whatever we want and we make it work. I think that's the best way to differentiate these two teams if we, you know, just put them in the same scenario.
I mean, there's a very likely chance that we just see these guys going head to head in a grand final, right? Like, so yeah. We'll have to wait and see if that ends up being the case, because, you know, as much as we are hyping up a Buriram and Falcons final, it could be someone else. It really can. It just depends on the matches, who adapts to who manages to maybe discover a unique meta. You know, sometimes it does happen. Like, late in the tournament, a team discovers a certain character is really good against the current meta, and then they can just break through the competition. You know, it does eventually happen. But we do have an interview lined up very, very shortly, folks. So hopefully you guys are going to be looking forward to it, because it's going to be with Falcons. After they win, I mean, let's hear what they have to say after securing their second win in Clash Squad.
Hello Survivor, welcome to the interview section, and here we are with one more from Team Falcon. สวัสดีค่ะ Alright, we have to ask, how do you feel to come back to Team Falcon and you go to the Clash Squad and such a great performance from you? รู้สึกยังไงบ้างกับการกลับมาทีม Falcon อีกครั้งหนึ่งแล้วก็ได้ลงสนามจริงด้วยแล้วก็ทำผลงานออกมาได้ดีมากๆค่ะ
ก็รู้สึกตื่นสนามครับเพราะว่าไม่ได้เล่นนาน แล้วก็รู้สึกว่าตัวเองยังทำได้ไม่เหมือนเดิมครับแต่ต้องใช้เวลาอีกนิดนึง
ก่อนหน้านี้คือทำผลงานออกมาได้ดีกว่าวันนี้
ใช่ดีกว่าเยอะเลย
เพราะว่าอาจจะเพราะว่าไม่ได้เล่นมานานด้วย
ใช่ครับ
So yeah, that we all know that one more does come back to the Team Falcon, and he say that he really excited for today because it's such a long time before he gonna join the tournament. So today he just his performance is not that good like before that he have played before. So let's see for the next match about the one more performance. Okay, so now is a match between you and PE Sport. What do you think about PE Sport and what do you think about this match? เราคิดยังไงกับแมตช์นี้คะแล้วก็คิดยังไงกับตัวของทีม PE Sport ที่เราเพิ่งเจอไป
ก็คิดว่า เขาทำได้ดีแล้วครับผมแต่ว่าคิดว่าเขาน่าทำได้ดีกว่านี้อีกนิดนึงก็ตามที่เคโรโรเคยพูดครับพี่
เคโรเคยพูดว่าอะไรจำได้ไหม
ก็ไปฝึกมาอีกนิดนึงจะได้สกอร์มากกว่า1
Okay, so about PE Sport, one more thing that yeah, they have a great performance also, but it's not enough. They still have to practice. It's like the last interview that Carol already said to other team that you have to practice more. So maybe from 0 point you will get 1, as it's the same for PE Sport also. All right, let's go to the last question. So last interview from Deal, AGAL, he said that for your play, PE Sport gonna be the one who that they gonna play against, but now you in. So do you have anything to say to Deal and also the All Gamers Global? สัมภาษณ์ครั้งที่แล้วดิวบอกว่ายังไงก็เป็น PE Sport ทีม Falcon นี่ไม่มีมงกุฎละตอนนี้เราเข้ามาแล้วมีอะไรอยากจะบอกดิวหรือว่าอยากจะบอกทีม AGL ไหมคะ
ก็ผมรู้อยู่แล้วว่าดิวน่าจะพูดเล่นครับเพราะว่าเขาน่าจะรู้อยู่แล้วว่าใครจะชนะก็เดี๋ยวดูกันในเกมครับว่าใครจะชนะ AG กับ Falcon น่าจะสนุกแน่ๆครับ
Alright, next match gonna be the fun match, and he think that you already know that who is the better one, and about PE Sport and Falcon, who is the real one gonna go in, and about this match, Team Falcon versus AGAL, you already know, Dil, that who is gonna be a winner. Alright, thank you for the interview section, and we're gonna have a short break before get back to the tournament. Bye bye.
Double. Double kill. Double. Double kill. First blood. Triple. Double kill.
Iya. Kok di luar.
Di balik sananya dia. Gua bomin ya, coba ya. Belakangnya mau ngegas weh. Nice, gas aja. Ayo. Gas aja, Pak. Ayo gas aja. Jalan di dalam 2 orang. Gua pil. Sabar weh, jangan perang lagi kalau bisa. Nah, kita masih stand. Masih silent. Karat 1. Gua udah enggak ada kepala ya. Weh, gua gas yang kanan mau enggak? Jangan ya. Iya, boleh deh. Gua bomin. Enggak bisa. Udah loncat. Oh, sekarang kita berempat. Yuk kanan yuk, lebar cil. Ayo. Gua bukain aman. Gua mati di sana. Dia juga lebar kanan dia. Lebar kanan juga. Support kanan kah? Ayo cil. Gasil. Nice. Satu. 60. Di kanannya support dah. Maju kanan terus dia. 2 orang. Aman deh sini. Kartu 1 nih. Bantai, depan nih. Masukin. Sekarang 1. Habis pelan terbang. Sekarang 100. Nice. Boleh Len. Ya, gua boleh. Gua digas. Ya. Gua lagi. Bisa 3 lagi. Kacau. 2 lagi. Sabar woi. Udah gua. Ayo. Gua ini notar. Di gua. Satu lagi belakang gua. Nice. Bantu lu. Panggil mobil dulu. Ya, boleh. Oke, naikin mahal gak sih ke rumah merah? Bisa nggak? Nggak usah, open banget. Openan tuh, boy. Kiri. 110. Perang kan dia? Udah, mati 43. Kanan gue ya, Dut. Udah, Dut. Pasang lain dia. Balik lagi dah. Kelar. Awal guling. Lebar masih bilang ya. Masuk nih. Parat. Angkat ya. Parat. Atap. Batu, boy. 2 di sini, boy. 2 ya? 2 lagi. Wah, anjing. 2 kali. Jalan 4 lagi. Enmal. Asmal. Sniper dia, Mal.
Get ready for the next evolution of battle. This is Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Battle Royale Mode. This season, it's all about strategy, adaptation, and domination. Let's break it down. Tournament rules. Each player must equip a unique active skill. No duplicates allowed. And the map pool? 6 battlegrounds. In the knockout stage, teams battle across 6 matches, each on a different map, randomly selected from the pool, with no repeats. But in the
We're halfway through today's Swiss stage at Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall season for Clash Squad. And we've witnessed 3 clean sweeps, AJL, BRU, and Falcons after the 2-0 bracket. They're still waiting for one more team to join them, and it will be between WAG and Kagendra. It's me, Aski, and Danali, as we bring you through the rest of the evening, and this is going to be our last 1-0 bracket before we head into the 2-0 bracket matchup to find out which team goes over to playoffs.
And this one could be, okay, personally, I feel like this is going to be a really exciting set because it's probably going to be our closest matchup yet. So, WAG, I mean, we all know who WAG are, top contenders from Vietnam, but they're going up against Kagendra, who are the Indonesian underdogs because they knocked down RRQ in their preliminary matches last week. So, now the question stands, how good is Kagendra up against WAG? Now, no harm, no foul or anything to WAG. They're a really great team, but I personally don't see them at that same wavelength yet compared to Royale and Falcons because I think we all kind of agree like they are the pinnacle of Free Fire. WAG, they're a great team as well. They have moments where they really shine, but I kind of feel like they're not quite there. They still have like a few things to polish up. And Kagendra being here, I think this now is going to set a line, like a what am I kind of looking for here? I guess it's just like, where does Kagendra stand in the Free Fire tier?
Sangat matang sih, sejauh mata memandang. Bahwa kita udah siap lah buat ngalahin WAG.
Nggak ada sih, kita nggak perlu ada metode khusus apalah gitulah, udah main aja, kita pasti bakal bantai WAG kok, tenang udah.
Nggak ada sih, soalnya nggak ada yang tahu juga player siapa kan, nggak kenal.
Ya tetap konsisten 2-0. Semangat buat WAG. Tapi kayaknya gak usah semangat deh, soalnya kita pasti bakal bantai.
That's what we like about the young bloods, right? They come in, no fear, no respect for anyone at all. For them, it's all about, we're gonna beat you, and we're gonna beat you hard, even against the most experienced of players. And that's what we like. New faces with no sense of fear, with they're just looking to prove themselves. So any opponent, regardless of who they are, is essentially the same to these guys. I was wondering how confident Kagendra is, but I guess they've answered my question. And I personally think this could either be a wash where WAG basically rolls over Kagendra, or Kagendra is going to surprise us again like how they did with RRQ.
I think that interview just took this series up a notch for me because yeah, I'm genuinely curious to see if they can beat WAG in this matchup. I mean, the fire that they have lit in everyone's hearts after that statement. Who's WAG? Who? What do you mean, Kagendra? Who are you?
Or it'd be like, oh, we don't have anyone we fear because we don't know them. Hey, you know what they say? Sometimes they essentially go against the whole concept of fearing the unknown. But that's good, right? You don't give yourself extra pressure. I guess that's one way to look at it. Again, if Kagendra can upset WAG, be my guest, right? I'm all for an underdog story because WAG also had to work their way up the ranks. So I'm pretty sure we are basically looking at, the earlier days of WAG in Kagendra. The map rotation swapped around a little bit. This time we finally get to see Bermuda after 3 series of not going to Bermuda. Now we start with Bermuda, then we go Nextera, and then Kalahari if we get the grace of going to game 3.
I do appreciate a little bit of variety in my diet, so it's good to see Bermuda. Although, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if it's Nextera or Kalahari because we've seen both of these maps equally today, so that one shouldn't be a problem. This matchup, as much as I want to throw predictions, I think I'm just gonna throw my prediction into the wind, and we're just gonna let these teams do the playing. Do the playing, prove to us who is the better team, who looks better, because dang, you know, that statement from Kagendra, I think they have a lot of people sitting on the edge of their seats to see, okay, you say fighting words, do you have the skill to back up those fighting words? Because if there's a team where you don't say who are you two, it's WAG. Because you're about to anger a whole nation because of that statement.
I want to see what the bans are. I mean, I'm pretty sure the bans are going to be almost the same. WAG... Usually if you're the first pick... I want to say if you're first pick, you don't ban Santino, but let's see. If
and
they
always
let
Oscar. I think teams prioritize Oscar for that first ban. Or it's
Whoa! Okay.
Okay, why would you ban Chrono? Because you don't want to deal with the time turner? But I don't know if... I'm not sure about you, Husky, but I don't know if Chrono, in a lot of cases, is warranting a ban unless there's a particular strategy you're running that really cannot deal with the Chrono. But what strategy is that? Is that like a run at you strat? CQC?
I guess so. That's one way to look at it. I mean, they take the Cassie away, so now it's a free-for-all, right? Oscar, Zane, Tatsuya. Some teams, they see the Cassie and they're like, you know what, we're gonna go take Oscar and Tatsuya, like straight off the bat.
Yeah.
There are teams who do that. But if they do that, there's gonna be Zane plus Iris or Clue for WAG. Tatsuya is open. It's gonna be Oscar and Koda. Zane and Tatsuya is gonna be an instant pick for WAG, yeah. So far it's going according to the plan.
Yeah, I mean, it does make the Chrono ban make a lot more sense. Just because you don't want to play around that time turner. So now, I mean, if you're Kagendra, like obviously the Zane, Tatsuya, these picks make it very obvious now. So how do you pivot? Because you've got Oscar Koda, which you got Vision with Koda, you got Oscar to break blue walls. Sky, okay, they're doubling down on breaking blue walls.
All
I
right.
mean, they're basically saying if you have blue walls, don't even use them.
You want to fight head on? Okay, let's do it. Let's do just that. Let's fight head on.
Sure. Let's go.
And the Steffi. Okay, this is more like the Indonesian spices, the flavor, right? Okay, I thought they picked Steffi, but they have their own like interpretation of the game. I don't think you go Steffi here. I feel like it's too creative. You know what I was thinking? Go for
Ignis?
I was either Ignis or Raiden. I was thinking like either or.
Yeah, so more ways to basically just eliminate blue walls. So if you're WAG, how do you play around this? Like, how do you double down on this whole get in your face strat? Because like you've already committed to the Zane and Tatsuya, and you've got Cassie as your support.
You need a long range.
Do you
so
just go
it's
Iris here? Yeah,
I feel like
say Iris.
it's either that or you YOLO and you go like Homer. But I think you go Iris. Like the most direct pick is Iris, unless they have other things in mind.
I mean, available.
Yeah, they could go Clue too.
Because they don't have any vision at the moment, and it would be really helpful to have that.
Yeah.
Hello?
Okay. No ways,
Hello?
alright, right? I was just talking about it being like a troll pick. No ways, Orion.
No, they're flashing it. Really?
Clue, right? Yeah, okay.
Safe. I think it was like Clue was like the safest option here, and it also covered holes in that strat, which is provide vision, and also they needed long range damage. Clue. Okay, I think I'm happy with WAG. I think they pivoted the best way, especially with what Kagendra's drafted.
Yeah, I think Clue makes a lot more sense. I mean, Kage has basically drafted a demolition team, right? It's just like, okay, I mean, you want blue walls? I'll burn it down. I'll use a, I don't know what Riptide Rhythm is, electromagnetic waves, or I'll just run it through. I'll just run it through like a wrecking ball. So I want to see how WAG deals with this. I mean, this is one of the up-and-coming teams in Clash Squad from Vietnam, and even in Battle Royale, WAG has really been showing up. The first team to really kind of show up, and then PE Sports started catching up to them. But in terms of Clash Squad, I definitely side with WAG a bit more when we just look at the power ranking of the Vietnamese teams and see if Kage can upset them.
Yeah, it would be a massive upset if Kagendra is able to win this set. So I think, if anything, eyes on Kagendra, for me anyway, to see what this team is capable of. Because like they beat RRQ, although I do have my reservations with RRQ in this particular game mode. Like RRQ, I think they refined their team to play Battle Royale, and they kind of struggle with Clash Squad, I feel. Like this is just not a game mode compatible with the playstyle that RRQ like to play. So, is it a surprise that Kagendra beat RRQ? Yes, still. I do think RRQ should not have lost. But then again, Kagendra was the better team in that series. It wasn't like a 2-0 lucky flip of a coin. It was a full 3 series, and Kagendra, they won that convincingly. So, WAG, the next challenge here for this Indonesian underdog. You know, we gotta put some spice behind them fighting words, because you don't talk rubbish unless you're ready to show that you're actually worth talking rubbish.
That's what makes it fun, you know. You got to be able to put your money where your mouth is. Again, Kagendra, you know, young, hot-blooded players. I think even if they don't win, let's say, you know, in the scenario that WAG beats them, I think Kagendra would still be in high spirits, right? For a debut season, they've already delivered on certain grounds. Obviously, in the Battle Royale round, they have a lot to learn and to catch up to other teams. But in Clash Squad, I think being able to take down RQ Kazu in your opening series is in of itself a morale booster. Because I think coming into that series, a lot of people would look at RQ and be like, no way RQ loses, right? This is a team that finished second on the world stage last year. There's no way they lose to Kagendra, and Kagendra beat them 2-1.
Yeah. So we are just sort of getting ready to jump into this match here, ladies and gentlemen. But just a quick recap in case you can't see who is playing what. On the side of WAG, we have Vanvo on the Cassie, Tikui on the Zane, Export on the Tatsuya, and Please One on the Clue. On the side of Kagendra, we have Easy for Dead on the Ignis, CT7 on the Skylar, Raz on the Oscar, and Irap on the Coda. And the bands are Santino and Chrono. And the general is for these two lineups, WAG kind of hoping to run through Kagendra, but Kagendra going for a very interesting lineup where they just burn through blue walls. So it might be a game of natural cover here for both teams. Or just who shoots who first. You know, sometimes it really comes down to that as well, because this is a shooting game. Whoever clicks heads quicker generally wins.
Yeah. I mean, there's a good chance that Kagendra just says, let's devolve back to our primal instincts, you know. I have gun, I shoot, and I win. Maybe that's the plan. Or it's also a draft that allows, a composition that allows Kagendra to put on immense pressure, right? Like if a team wants to play slow, they want to stall out the game with blue walls, Kagendra is like, nope, you can't stall. I say we fight now. You want to pull out blue walls, you're wasting your resources, we're gonna take down all your covers and force you into the open to, you know, to basically fight us, man to man.
So I just want this game to start, but we are still waiting for the game to start here, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you all so much for being incredibly patient as we get ready to jump into game number 1 between WAG and Kagendra. Please let us know in the comments who you think is going to win our first game. Do you think it's going to be WAG to take game number 1, or will Kagendra, our Indonesian underdogs, manage to take this first game off of WAG? Because we have a pretty interesting storyline here between these two teams, because Kagendra, massive underdogs in this set. Not much is known about a lot of the players for Kagendra, but WAG, we all know who top representatives from Vietnam, and neither of these teams really want to drop into that 1-1 bracket. Ideally, you want to be 2-0, because that's where we're at the moment.
Yep. and then you have to play a series after this. I mean, for WAG, obviously, well, not WAG, for AGL, they have the most time to rest, technically, right? Because they finished the series first. Either way, it's a matter of you play a longer day, more exhausting day, and have a chance to go to playoffs, or you wait another week. I think for WAG, if, like we say last season, they warmed up pretty late. They had a good run, but you know, people were wishing that if only they warmed up earlier. There's a lot of what ifs, but the WAG coming into this Clash squad are, you know, already warmed up, and if anything, I can see them being the first Vietnamese team to make a deep run, you know, in the playoffs even.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I mean, I don't think there's any other Vietnamese team that can probably pull that off as well as WAG. Because, like, we already know this team. Like, we know what they're capable of. They can stand toe-to-toe with the regional giants. It's just, you kind of have to get to that point for Clash Squad, right? So, like, the first step towards that is just beating Kagendra. Ideally 2-0. But if it's 2-1, you know, a win's a win. It doesn't really matter how you win, as long as you win your set. And, I mean, they've got the lineup for it. Like, I really do like what WAG is running for this. Like, I'm looking at the lineup, and as much as I want Kagendra to be able to play with this underdog story, I think WAG should take this first game, unless mistakes are made, which, I mean, we've seen it happen with WAG, but like, who doesn't make mistakes every now and then?
Yeah, on paper, WAG is the favorites, but again, I don't think we've seen this Kagendra competition too often. I think it's the first time I see a team really fully commit to what they have. So as much as I think WAG is still the favorites to win, I am up to see if Kagendra can, you know, surprise us, right? Maybe because they are a new team, you don't have too much details on them. That's the surprise factor. I mean, we've seen it across, not just in Free Fire, but across multiple titles, where a new face shows up, you don't know who they are, and suddenly they come as a surprise. Maybe Kagendra is that surprise.
Well, that's the thing, you know, can we keep the surprise? Because I'm a little worried we're about to, you know, drop that surprise. That could be something that everyone wants to follow. Because realistically, who doesn't like an underdog story? Like, who doesn't love to have a team that comes not completely out of nowhere? Because I mean, they qualified for the event, but a team that has not really shown a lot internationally together to like just come in and swipe the title, or even be close enough to swiping the title. Like, that's already a big statement, not just for you in Clash Squad, but eventually in battle.
Yeah, and for WAG, I think they are on route to be the top team from Vietnam in both, right? I think the second team is probably PE Sports. They're doing pretty fine overall. Kagendra, I'm not sure how far they will go in Clash Squad, but even making playoffs, I think would be good enough for Kagendra. I mean, we have like double elites bracket, and that's gonna spice things up even more. And we started Clash Squad, the first time we had it was 8 teams, and now we have 16. So only 2 out of the 18 teams we have on Battle Royale are not here. So the fact that Kagendra being so it's only like what, Twisted Minds and Magna not here. So the fact that Kagendra is here and they've already got a good start is a good statement. Again, if they can draw blood from WAG, I don't need them to beat WAG. I think getting 1 game is good enough.
Yeah, I think I agree. Like, you just need enough to show that you're going to be a threat. If it's not now, eventually. But we have some great news. It looks like we are ready to jump into game number 1. So again, folks, thank you so much for being patient. We have sort of dealt with that technical issue, but it's been nipped in the bud. So game number 1 is going to start very soon. We're in Bermuda, right? Yeah, so we're not going back onto Nextterra. It is Bermuda for map number 1. Which, do you have statistics for Bermuda?
For Bermuda? For Clash Squad, no. Primarily Battle Royale. I think Clash Squad statistics are slightly more different. But if I remember correctly, I think just based off of match history, I do have this. I mean, obviously Kagendra and WG both played Bermuda. Kagendra played Bermuda on game 3. You were there, right? It was a 6-4 over RQ. WAG won 6-2 over Team Flash. So it's not too far away. I mean, Kagendra did drag it out a little bit, even in the entire series, right? Aside from Nextterra, I think that would be the X factor. WAG took longer to win Nextterra compared to Kagendra in their series. So round 1 is going to give us a good indicator of how Kagendra wants to approach this.
Yeah, I don't. Okay, I would love for round 1 to be the indicator, but I kind of feel like round 4 is where we sort of really see the potential for both teams. So already off to a start, we have WAG almost getting rid of Arab from the get-go in our pistol round, able to heal back up, but interesting formation here for Kagendra. They have grouped up. They've got 3 in 1 compound so far. They had CT7 on the high ground. Oh my gosh, Arab being caught by the grenade, and you can see WAG already collapsing.
And Vanvo actually gets brought back up. Tikui blasted again by Easy for Dead. Kagendra getting 2 in a row. Exporto, good backup from afar, but unfortunately, PLS1 will be left all alone as his front line collapses. Easy for Dead on the hunt. And no one from Kagendra is eliminated, so they get to pick their teammates back up and put WAG in an impossible situation. Easy for Dead is not going to relent with a shotgun. This round 1, an ace for Easy for Dead. What a way to open up the round.
Oh, delicious opening here for the Indonesian squad. But now, a bit of a scary moment here for WAG because they were the ones to make the initial jump onto Kagendra because they got the initial knock. Just very unfortunate that they couldn't follow through. But it's only round 1. It's just a pistol round. Things are going to slowly evolve as we start to see some money being pumped into these teams and to see what investments they want to make. But here we go, countdown has finished, and WAG versus Kagendra, round 2. Can WAG tie things up 1-1?
See, right off the bat, an aggressive maneuver. You have Tikui with the Cassie from Vanvo. It's a double revolver in his hands. That's a glue wall by Kagendra. Tikui out into the open. Unfortunately, he's going to be rashed. That's the Valiant Dash. And Easy for Dead was able to take down Vanvo, but they lost CT7 in the process. Tikui again traded back. Ras on the case. Kagendra once more just being incredibly aggressive with how they play, and it's working out.
It's working out for them, and because they're grouped up as well, if anything happens, they will be able to pick up their allies down to Explore and Please 1 to try to bring this game back for WAG. This early on, it's going to be very difficult for 2 players to be able to make the comeback happen. But again, gotta find that opening, gotta find those mistakes. Easy for Dead goes down, they catch out Explore right off the bat, and it's now just down to Please 1, all on his own. And that is going to be it. Victory for Kagendra, 0-2.
Nothing much that the PLS1 could have done with the double revolver. Unfortunately, Kagendra again springing to life. The Oscar Valiant Dash sometimes can be used just like the Tatsuya if there's no glue walls in your way. And it's just the timing that WAG took the initial fight that I wouldn't say fell off, but it was unlucky for them that they chose that moment, and Kagendra ended up being the one that got the upper hand. So round 3 is where the economy starts to develop a little bit even for WAG who are on a lose streak. Let's see if they can stem the bleeding. Right, we haven't seen Kagendra having a need to go full force with all the utility and just, bulldozing through all these glue walls. In fact, they were the ones using glue walls to protect themselves. There comes the Ignis wall. Easy for Dead and Rust stuck together. And WAG weathered the storm for now.
Easy for Dead looking for blood. Looks like Explore, they're going to be the first one to hit the ground in this game, though. So WAG, they've got to decide if they're going to leave Explore to bleed out or if they want to pick him up. They're going to leave him to bleed out. And on the bottom, we have Vanvo on the side of WAG being caught out. Decoy all alone down there as well. And we're down left to Please 1 again. And Kagendra with this aggressive play style, it's just paying off for them in dividends. As so far, we're not really seeing a lot of resistance coming out from WAG.
Man, this Ignis Flame Mirage is starting to be a pain for WAG to deal with. For two sequences in a row, it was the Ignis Wall that made it impossible for WAG. They say, hey, let's fight. Ignis Wall comes out and suddenly WAG, the duo gets cut off from one another. And Kagendra always sticking together, making sure that they have the numbers advantage and using the Ignis Wall as a way to separate the battle lines of WAG. And that is, again, without having to see the full extent of what this composition can do. WAG, they are getting picked apart at the very fundamentals of what Kagendra is bringing.
Now we are on that magical round 4 here, Husky. Could be WAG's time to shine and to bring this game back. But they've got a lot of work to do, even though they might potentially be able to take this game. And again, Kagendra going to stay grouped up because that is what their lineup is built for, to fight together. And as soon as those glue walls start to come on through, you just start melting through it with all of their abilities. And we'll have to see what WAG want to do here. Will they play reactively? And that's going to end up being the case here because Kagendra, they're advancing on this compound that WAG is currently occupying.
Man, Vanvo, that's 3 glue walls down. And I'm pretty sure that's the last reserve of Vanvo's glue wall. Whereas for Kagendra, they have plenty to spare. And now the round slows down for the first time in this game. That's the Riptide Rhythm up on top. Tikwe does not get to stay there. I'm just starting to see things come together for Kagendra. They're just so good with this composition to eliminate whatever defenses WAG has. And that also means that you cannot hold important points of interest, allowing Kagendra to be the one that controls these important areas to dictate how the fight goes. Kagendra now goes in for the rush through the doorway. They come, and Tikwe able to stop them. Vanvo doing the same. And for once, WAG wins the initial trade. CT7 stands no chance.
Double kill.
And it looks like they may have finally broken through here as Kagendra now down to their final player, Irap, all alone on that rooftop. And really, if you could try and get some of those knocks, that would be great. Is trying to do it, but at the very best, he just gets a knock on Tikwe. But we do have that magical Game 4 return win here for WAG. So showing signs of life, but there's only so much you can do with this initial round. The question is, can WAG start to get the ball rolling after this first victory, especially with the economy that they've managed to secure after this round?
I say WAG did a fantastic job in the third round. Not only to slow it down, in the fourth round, not only to slow it down, but also changing how they approach the round. You gotta keep that in mind, that Kagendra will always have a one-up on them when it comes to glue wall destruction. Navigating around these containers will be key. Glue wall thrown out again. Nate bouncing easy for that, blocks that out with his own nade. WAG willing to invest the glue wall. Easy for that under immense pressure. Tikwe getting separated, but here comes the Vanish dash from Raz to the backline, looking for Vanvo. The Cassie needs to go, as Easy for that is already down. Iraq getting chased, double Riptide Rhythm committed, but it's WAG coming out on top.
Oh man, huge win, and this is also around the cyber airdrop as well. It's just CT7 left on the side of Kagendra. No way that he's going to be able to pick up. And unfortunately for Kagendra, they did not manage to get any eliminations in this round. Vanvo is down, but he is being picked up by his teammates. It's going to be an easy round here for WAG. And all of a sudden, this lead being built up by Kagendra, it is slowly drifting away, Husky.
Great stuff from WAG. They orchestrated this round very, very well. Yeah, they're willing to commit the glue walls, knowing that it is going to be taken down by the Flame Mirage eventually. But WAG came prepared. Obviously, we saw the focus of Kagendra wanting to go for Vanvo, who is on the Cassie. You take out the electrotherapy, suddenly the front line collapses. But Vanvo was able to hold his own. So round 6, if WAG finds the equalizer, the economy swings back in their favor.
That's up to the angle of approach. WAG going to lead with Tikwe and Vanvo, but they're running into a compound with 3 players on the side of Kagendra. So it's really going to come down to whether that one tap to kick in. And Easy for Dead comes out first, wants to try and get the one tap, but he ends up being tapped instead. Now he's on the ground, and they're going to lose Raz too. Kagendra, the one to make that first move. That move ending them with 2 players on the ground. Easy for Dead though does get picked up, and they do still have Raz. Oh, but the grenades are starting to kick in. Expo in the meantime though did get caught in the backline thanks to CT7, so it's not completely clear, but there's only 1 person versus 3, and I mean, I don't think we can have too high expectations on this player to make a 3 versus 1 comeback. But man, that initial jump by Kagendra, that unfortunately it failed miserably.
Not only that, this attempt to barricade themselves also backfired because Tikwe did have multiple frag grenades. They've completely caught up. WAG equalized the game. It's 3-3 with WAG being more equipped in terms of arsenal. Kagendra, worse for wear. Still has some decent weaponry, of course, to play that long range. But again, with the amount of cover that Bermuda has, WAG has been masterfully navigating around these areas. Raz on the backstab though might find X4.
And we already have the Ignis wall being deployed as well. Air running forward. Please one has been caught on the backline, it seems like, by CT7. And X4 score as well. The rush this time going to be successful on the side of Kagendra with just Banbo and Tikoi standing for the team. They did manage to get Easy for Dead on the ground, but now they've just lost all their firepower. And Kagendra, after losing 3 rounds back to back to back, they finally managed to get a round for themselves on round 7.
And it all started with Raz going for the long flank on the X4 and taking him out. I think WAG didn't anticipate that at all. So the flank gave Kagendra the leg up that they need. That's going to damage the bank of WAG once more. But both teams are actually not too far apart in terms of their economical state. So it doesn't put WAG in an uncomfortable spot, or at least not overly uncomfortable.
Not yet, but all it takes is one horrible round to really swing things into one team's favor. So Kagendra going to be leading the charge with Raz inside the compound. They got the rest of their teammates sitting on the outskirts. CT7 though, playing really far out for the team. I don't know if I'm a big fan of this play from him because he's so far away from the rest of the roster. Raz though from Kagendra, he actually manages to spot one out so far. He catches Banbo, but he does not get the one tap, and now he is in the middle of the kitchen and it's currently burning, but the Ignis wall is going to be able to keep him up. CT7 though getting caught by Export in the back, and Easy for Dead on the ground as well. Next to follow is Raz. And unfortunately for Kagendra, again, this aggressive maneuver coming back to bite them.
WAG with the equalizer again. And that's going to recover their economy and damage Kagendra's economy a bit more, sadly. Would have been nice if Kagendra won this round, because that would put them in a winning position. Now they would have to wait. And I think for WAG, they're gonna feel a lot more comfortable in this spot.
Way more comfortable, and they're just 2 games away from taking the entire set. So if they can win 2 games back to back, they will be locking in this first game for this best of 3 set. And already you can see Kagendra just moving as a team, like right down the middle. I have to say this is extremely ballsy coming in from the team, but Tikoi going to be running in for WAG to try and cause some pressure. So far no one taps yet, but Raz, first one to go down on the side of Kagendra, slowly breaking through. Easy for Dead, next one to follow. WAG, they're not afraid of this rush anymore from Kagendra because they know they have the equipment to survive it and to take over the game. Last remaining survivor, CT7, just doing his best to try and delay and hopefully get a knock of his own, but I think at this point, it's futile. We're going to round number 10, and Kagendra, so close, yet they are now in a very desperate position. They have to win 2 games back to back. Otherwise, they will be losing this first match. But for WAG, one more win, and this game is theirs.
And WAG have cracked the code for sure. Kagendra, they are good at demolishing defenses, but it doesn't really matter if WAG takes the fight to Kagendra and wins. Now the economy truly in the dumpster. You look at Kagendra's loadout, they don't really have much to work with.
I don't think they can really afford to go for this bum rush anymore. Like they're just running at WAG at this point. Like they're hoping if they run in, they can get a 1 or 2 tap and they can take over the game. But with this kind of economy up against what WAG have, I think they need to be a little bit more strategic with how they want to approach this game. So
yeah,
if they can find, yeah, it's a pain. They gotta be so patient, so careful, but they gotta do whatever it takes to take this game. If anything, I'd be careful of where Tikoi is, because as soon as this guy rushes in, it's almost like WAG just wins the match.
Well, speak of the devil, Tikoi finding Easy for Dead. And WAG playing it really smart. They take the fight outdoors. And all these utilities from the side of Kagendra will be slightly less effective. Erupt also down, and Tikoi finding Raz. Tikoi basically putting the team on its back, and WAG scoring the first game.
Who are you? They say. Who is WAG? Well, I'm pretty sure after that matchup, they did learn a little bit more about their opponent. I'm pretty sure it's working. But man, WAG, I was a little bit concerned, I think, at the beginning. But after that magical round 4, they managed to make that climb back happen. And they just convincingly took that game as it went later and later and later. And I think something we're kind of noticing with Kagendra, I don't know about you, Husky, but I like how they played at the round, but I kind of feel like they just kept doing the same thing over and over and over, like a broken record. And there are pros and cons to playing the game like that. Pros, if you are able to successfully pull it off, it can really throw people off because they think they find a solution and it just doesn't work. The con is once people figure out how to play against it, they figure out how to play against it, and you're kind of stuck with this rushing strat. So, I would have loved to have seen some more adaptation from Kagendra personally.
Yeah, I think for Kagendra, first thing I would want is maybe I think they might switch the draft out a little bit. I felt like I agree with you, right? I think they committed a lot to the draft, the play style, but I think it's also what the composition is good at doing. Right? There's not really no alternative to it, but you also gotta give props to WAG, right? They've been in the business longer than Kagendra, so the adaptation is there. You know, Tikoi got warmed up and he was just running down the members of Kagendra. The adjustment was there, but for Kagendra, I think you need to diversify that composition a little bit, right? Because that linear draft they had, it worked out for a while, but once the jig is up, you have people like Tikoi who is just punishing you for doing the same thing.
Yeah, Tikoi was a monster this round, especially in the later half of that match. Like in the later half of the rounds, he just put so much work in to not only creating opportunities for his teammates to follow through, but I really think every time he came in, he would always like create that perfect start for the team, so that like once he gets that first knock, usually the rest of his team is good to go. Like they don't really have any more casualties. So just the way that this man flanks, the way that he's able to get these 1-2 taps, crucial 1-2 taps as well. I kind of feel like he was just such a big factor in WAG winning the round. Because also, look at the damage. Right? He's done 4,200 damage in the entirety of that match. 7 assists, 10 eliminations. Like, he put in the work this round.
Oh yeah, he definitely did. I think Tikoi in the later parts of the game, really again, he woke up and he was just making sure that his team is in good hand. If Kagendra, does the rush on them, he makes sure that he's the one that's taking them down. But we also got to give credits to Vanvo, keeping him topped up with the electrotherapy. If Vanvo is getting picked off too soon, then Tikoi will have to, deal with whatever's left on his own. But Vanvo being alive allows Tikoi to activate a lot earlier and stay up a lot more frequently to take these fights and win them.
Yeah. So adaptations moving forward. So you mentioned that Kagendra's lineup a little bit too one-dimensional. So let's say Kagendra, they want to run something similar. Like maybe this is their most comfort style of play. What could we possibly substitute that might be able to cover some holes in the strategy? Because as you said, it's very one-dimensional. You want to give yourself more options. Is there anything that we could substitute out and put in to kind of fix the issues?
I mean, they ran like what, the Oscar, Skylar, and the Ignis, right? Then maybe you give the Skylar up for something else. I feel like there's no need to run all 3 of them. Again, they committed to it very hard, but yeah, I feel like you don't need to run all 3 of them. Maybe you take 2 out of 3, and then have the last pick be something like a Clue. You could go for Raiden. I think that could be an option, but just diversify the portfolio a little bit.
Yeah. What else could we do? I mean, I kind of feel like maybe, what if instead of Skylar, you swap out the Ignis instead? Is there anything that we could maybe replace instead of Ignis? Because like you already have 2 ways of breaking blue walls. I don't really think you need to go so heavy-handed in the blue wall department.
I feel like if you give up the Ignis, I mean, in that case, right? If you look at the sequence just now, if they give up the Ignis gets picked up by WAG, and that would be a massive loss. I still think between Ignis and Skylar, I would take Ignis any day over Skylar, and just have the last pick be something else. I don't see, Ignis taking. I don't see Skylar taking priority over Ignis unless you were trying to do like what Kagendra did just now. But in any other scenario, I feel like Ignis always comes first.
Yeah. Well, I do believe we are ready to jump into our draft here, folks. And yes, we are. So, match number 2 between WAG and Kagendra. WAG, they are currently leading with their first win on game number 1. Going into game number 2, it is Next Terra. So, for Kagendra to stay in the running, to stay in the 2-0 Big Boys Club, they need to win these next 2 games back-to-back. And you know, it's unfortunate that it's not Kalahari, because maybe Kagendra would have had a better shot. But if they can win on Next Terra, then there might be a good chance for Kagendra to be able to take that game 3. But the thing is, they've got to get this game number 2 first. Bans, in the meantime, though, will be Cassie for Kagendra. So getting rid of the sustainability from Cassie's active. What does WAG get rid of themselves? Because you're leaving a lot in the pool.
Huh. That is interesting.
Ignis. That means Chrono, Zane, Oscar, and Santino are in the pool.
Huh.
Are we playing switcheroo? Are we gonna get those 4 as our first picks?
Cassie ban, Ignis ban. Well, I mean, you take Santino, right? No, they take Oscar.
I take Oscar. I'm gonna be honest, I think Kagendra should have picked the Santino, because if I'm not mistaken, I think it was Easy for Dead that played it last week, and he played it really well. It was Easy for Dead or CC7. I don't 100% remember. Someone played it on their team and they played it really well. But, I mean, Oscar, probably utility-wise, way more effective than everyone else, but then you're giving away Santino and Zane.
Yeah.
Worth it?
I mean, the first pick, if you don't take Santino, you're rolling the dice. But I mean, that Tetsuya, there's no Cassie though. That's the problem. They can take Koda. They can take Koda for themselves. I mean, that's,
Sky. They really like the Skylar, apparently.
There's no Ignis this time, so Skylar is a good replacement to that. Skylar Tetsuya makes a lot of sense.
But they already have the Oscar. I don't think they need to go so heavy-handed in all the glue wall breakage. I don't know. Maybe it's just a me thing.
Maybe it's a comfort thing. Maybe they're comfortable with it.
Maybe, yeah, sure. And Chrono.
I think you take Chrono, yeah.
Oh man, I feel like this Chrono is just gonna mess up what Kagendra on a run.
I think you take Chrono, and then what else? I think this Iris, this Clue. You take Iris. I think Iris is a way better choice. There we go.
Yeah. So then, what is Kagendra going for the last pick? Coda? Okay.
What else? Yeah, I mean, Koda is probably the best choice they have. Either Koda or Clue, but I think you go Koda because you already have Skylar. So, Clue wouldn't make too much sense.
Let's just see if they lock it in. I think they're just sort of keeping it on Coda until they decide. So, Coda's locked in. The drafts have been decided. The only thing that changed for Kagendra was Ignis.
Yeah. Pretty much.
I don't know if I'm a fan of this though. I kind of feel like...
But
I think it's a me problem. I don't know. I don't feel like Coda really fixes the issue with the initial composition.
But you can also argue that, you know, for this is like what they're comfortable with playing, and that's kind of like the play style that that Kagendra wants to go for. And with that being said, they want to maybe they're more fond of like playing aggressive. I personally do side with WAG's draft a bit more, but I think for Kagendra there is a method to the madness, right? And so far they're losing out in terms of those gunfights in the late rounds, but in the event that they are able to really polish on the gunfights, I think it can work out. It allows them to play aggressive.
Yeah. I'm leaning towards WAG as well, because here's one thing I am worrying about here for Kagendra. We do get the teams to lock in their players as well. It's X4 on the Santino.
He has.
I worry
I think it's PLS1.
PLS1 for
Santino. Because Export has sort of changed his... Wait, no, he's on Santino. Huh.
No, that's why I said he's on Santino.
Oh, wait, because they have Iris. Right.
Yes.
Right.
So here's my biggest fear. One thing that Santino does so well if he's not going to play with the team is to harass the back line. And we've got CT7 on the Skylar. One thing I noticed with a lot of teams that run Skylar and Santinos in the same game is that Skylars tend to be eaten up by Santinos because they will go for the wraparound, they will go for the 1v1, and a lot of cases Santino wins those matchups. So you would think, okay, who are you going to keep back to defend your Skylar? But Kagendra's gone for such an aggressive draft that you don't really have anyone that wants to be sitting with their sniper. So they have to decide, like, do we play very forward with the team, or do we let WAG come to us? Which I think is actually more dangerous for Kagendra. I feel like Kagendra have to be the ones to force WAG to react.
Yeah, I think the Santino also, the fact that you have Santino and Iris on the same boat means that they have a lot of long range prowess, and we can't forget, right? Export was the premier sniper, not just for WAG, but in the whole of Vietnam. He was regarded as one of the best. So right now, he has Santino, and then you get PLS1 Iris. The long range support is going to be crazy, but not just that. Santino, again, your ability to reposition and all of that is going to allow WAG to be a whole lot more flexible.
And on top of that, you've got Tikui on Kurono. I feel like giving this man Kurono was also a mistake, because we saw him in our last matchup, how much he was able to make work. Insane. So now he has a way to sustain himself. He's now going to be much more difficult to eliminate, and I feel like he's going to get away with so many knocks in this game compared to the last game, because he has a way to protect himself as well. So, man, I'm sorry. My 2-0 radar alarm is just going off at the moment, just because of I just feel like the inflexibility of Kagendra's lineup, it's really holding me back in having any kind of confidence in this game too. I hope they prove me wrong.
The only way for them to do that is to win this game, right? And
yes.
that's what we're here for. And like they had a great start in the first game. It's just that they couldn't close it out. We've seen it play out even in the previous series where a team gets off to a good start and they can come back, they get reversed. So if that's the case, I mean, we saw that play out in game 1. Let's see if Kagendra can secure a lead this time and then actually run away with the game. So we're gonna head to game 2. It's time to go over to Nextera. So it's established that Kagendra has the capabilities to win the first few rounds, but not close it out. But if you start with Graph Labs, everything goes out the window.
Yeah, just Graph Labs. The X factor for our teams. Although it is the pistol rounds, I kind of wonder if it's kind of nice to get this out of the way, because you can't really throw on this map if it's also the pistol round.
Yeah.
But easy for Raf. Gonna be moving in for the team. Gonna run into Tikui, who already uses the time turner. So that's gonna be on cooldown for a little bit. Is gonna go for the 1v1, and Raz unfortunately loses that one. So Tikui already the victor.
CT7 was able to get one, but Vanvo instantly finds the trade. Vanvo with the 180 gets his second. And CT7 left to his own devices. Tikui hunting him down. CT7 drops to lower ground, only to be taken out. WAG with the opening round.
This might not be a good sign for Kagendra. Well, maybe it's not so bad, because giving a couple of these early rounds away to WAG and then maybe just taking advantage of that round number was how Kagendra sort of fights their way back into this game. It is something to consider. We're not quite there yet though, just round number 2 here, ladies and gentlemen. WAG leading already with round number 1 win. So Kagendra, what is the play? Moving together as a unit, 3 players. Gonna be playing on that high ground. No one taps yet though, so it's definitely an opportunity for Kagendra to take over the map here. They just gotta find someone to get rid of first.
Good read from Vanvo as well. He basically figured out what Kagendra wanted to do, and he single-handedly held back 3 members of Kagendra. prevent any kind of a flank from the side, and allowing WAG to reposition. T-Quay now puts some pressure onto Easy for Dead. That's the time turner. T-Quay keeps himself safe. Another double up, a PLS1 with the good support from afar. T-Quay with the sight in hand gets the job done. Meanwhile, WAG Vanvo finally goes down, but he has done his job. Raz and CT7, the only ones remain, and Raz is not healthy. Has to patch himself back up. 2v3 in favor of WAG.
It's gonna come down to Raz and CT7 up against X4, Please One, and T-Kui. CT7 leading the charge, doing a bit there, but okay. Okay, gonna use the mannequin. And oh man.
He's back!
Raz, he's back, and he just finishes the job.
X4 showing
that
the...
looked too easy.
It is. Again, if you leave the Santino clone there, he's gonna give you the good old razzle dazzle. Ports out, comes back for the cleanup. WAG with 2 straight rounds. Of course, they didn't get out of round 2 unscathed. They still lost Vanvo, but Vanvo's sacrifice was worth it. Holding back the main force of Kagendra, who wanted to go for a flank. And look at the bank of Kagendra. It is essentially empty.
Hopefully they're going to be able to load that up soon. If it's not this round, maybe the next one, because that is the golden round for anyone that is currently behind in their games. But already, oh my gosh, the charge in! The instant knock, but it's a 1-for-1. The next one to fall though is T-Kui. X4 does get picked up a Vanvo, also hitting the ground as well.
And X4 still somehow takes out Easy for Raph. But CT7 finally shuts down X4, so it's a PLS1. It's him against Raz, 1v1. Raz spotted out from behind. Blue one's gonna eventually go down. PLS1 turns around. It's a 1v1. PLS1 could not land the shot. Just one headshot would have done the job, but he was stopped at the very end. Kagendra finally stemmed the bleeding.
Stem the bleeding, and now the golden round hits. Round number 4. We have seen time and time again, any teams that are behind in round 4, they tend to be able to take the round. But after winning this round, maybe it's not going to be so bad here for WAG. They might even be able to take it themselves. We'll have to find out as the countdown slowly ticks. And here we go. Our next location for these two teams. WAG, they've got to hold the fort. They can't afford to give anything away to Kagendra, because that could be the catalyst for Kagendra to just absolutely run away with the match. Mannequin has already been set. And now the plays begin. X4 going to be leading the charge.
He's on a mission to gather intel, and I think he definitely saw some of the Kagendra members. Let's see how they work with the information. Let's see, Kagendra now I have no idea where X4 is at. I think Raz just got spotted. I'm not sure if X4 saw him. Just the top of his head. But either way, it's a 3-1 split. X4 on a big flanking maneuver that could catch Kagendra off guard.
It could. And we also
oh, there it is.
Oh, catching CT7. X4 doing his job. Oh man, and CT7 is going to be picked off as well. So already one player out of the lobby here. And with the player's number disadvantage, now Kagendra, they're going to have to try and figure out a way to get this game back into their favor. They've either got to equalize the numbers, or they just have to find some miracle to help them come back into this game. And Easy for Dead, he manages to escape for now. T-Kui though, still leading the charge. Easy for Raph though, going to be the next one to go down. We get retaliation there for Easy for Dead, but there's only so much he can do. He's trying to fight to keep Raph alive, but the blue zone is finally hit, and T-Kui just corrals him inside. The rest of the team goes down. WAG taking that golden round 4.
Now, let's say that the flank from X4 is going to be the difference maker, and he did exactly that. Snuck through the entire backline of the entire front, excuse me, of Kagendra. Gets an initial tag and walks away scot-free. You could not have asked for better development of that sequence. WAG now claims the lead, and again, sending Kagendra's economy into a spiral. The bank basically truly emptied out.
It's going to be one heck of a round. So Kagendra, working with minimal resources. They need to win a round somehow, but I just don't know how they're going to be able to do it.
I think they have to win this front again. Export the bait and switch out.
Woo. Beautiful. So clean so far.
They need to know where CT7 is. CT7 could be the difference maker, but WAG is not giving him the angle to support Kagendra. So CT7 is forced to relocate and get closer. Smoke grenade being thrown out as well. So Glua finally goes down. Good time turner for Tikui. You did say that it was a mistake giving the chrono over, and that time turner just worked magic, causing easy for that to go down, and a conversion from Van Vo. As 3 down for Kagendra, and WAG looking to get their 4th point on this game.
Man, just this pairing for WAG, it's just working wonders. You have Tikui just causing absolute mayhem in the front lines, always there with the time turner in case anything goes awry. You have X4 and the Santino constantly threatening assassinations. Oh man, we're into round number 6 and WAG sitting on 4 points. They just need 2 more to win the round, but for Kagendra, they have a lot of work to do. So they've got to somehow pick up 5 games. Somehow, some way. And currently, just looking at what they have available to them, they have very little. And I don't see WAG wanting to donate to the Kagendra cause.
I'm pleasantly surprised that Kagendra chose the Cassie ban. Like, they thought Cassie was the problem, but no, it was everything else. Clearly, without the Cassie, Tikui still performed just as well. Vanvo with a good follow-up. That's easy for Dead. Easy for Rav right behind. Turns the corner, misses his shot, and Vanvo easily goes for the punish. Russ comes in, challenger number 3 finally drops Vanvo. But unfortunately, only easy for Dead is picked back up. WAG, they are down 1 man, but you know, the advantage that they have is that they have more health to work with. PLS1 and Tikui left.
They're also on the high ground as well, so they can see roughly where Kagendra are hiding. And they're grouped up too, so 1 wrong move and they could be taken out together. But this is Tikui we're speaking of as well. We've seen what Tikui can do all on his own. See if we can find them. Oh man, Kagendra's scared. They are so scared. And they have so little health to work with as well. Barely anything for Easy for Dead and CT7. They're trying so hard to recoup themselves before they try and go for this fight. I don't blame them. You kind of want to go into this fight at full health.
C7 even prone down just to avoid getting shot at. The smoke grenade that was dropped early on by Tikui. Mask his movement. A secondary one from Kagendra's side this time. Bring around the conveyor belt it is. Kagendra with the numbers in terms of manpower, but not in terms of health bar. Easy for that is going to put himself in the front line. Another time turner. And Tikui just making full use of the ability. It's down to him and Raz. Raz has done it before. And now he truly needs to get the clutch again. It's him and Tikui. And Raz getting 2 clean shots in. Tikui still has more health to work with. And this time Tikui prevails. It's 5 rounds for WAG.
5 rounds, 1 more game to go, and Kagendra was so close to being able to pick up that 2nd point on the scoreboard for themselves, but again, set back by these rounds against WAG. And unfortunately, they're reaching the point of no return. They cannot afford to lose this next game. They can't afford to lose the next 5 games if they want to be able to bring this to a game number 3. So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to bring things back. But with the way that WAG are playing, they're playing far too clean.
Yeah, way
Far
too
too clean for Kagendra to punish them.
I mean, Kagendra early on did say that it's a 2-0 result, but I think it's the other way around. Looks to be a 2-0 for WAG instead of for Kagendra. And if they say that they don't know a team, they're not afraid of a team because they don't know them, well, WAG is going to make Kagendra remember for quite a while. X4 with the opening already. And I think this round has already spiraled out of control unless Tikui can be dealt with, but the only person getting dealt with are the members of Kagendra. Is done in a flash. WAG 6-1, and they are off to the 2-0 bracket.
WAG, Tikui in particular, this man breaks hearts, destroys dreams. Oh man, that final round, absolutely brutal. Not just by Tikui, but his entire team. Oh, okay. Well, if Kagendra didn't know who WAG were before, they definitely know who they are now. So, so that round, just solidifying WAG's place in the Free Fire ecosystem. They are at the top of the food chain for a reason. They are monsters. You don't trigger them, you don't poke the bear, because the moment you do, you're going to regret it. So, WAG, I think a lot of people, a lot of us probably expected this victory. But at the same time, I think there was some hope from some of us to see, like, could Kagendra, these little underdogs, come out and surprise us? But I think WAG, they set Kagendra in their place today.
I mean, the first game showed us some promises, and then the second game was a complete wash, right? Kagendra won one round, and that's pretty much it. I gotta say, T-Kui, he's a dancer. He was tap dancing around the members of Kagendra. They could not reach him. They could not fight him. T-Kui, clearly, at least for me, the MVP of game number 2. Or WAG, they got a date with Buriram United in the 2-0 bracket, I think. So, the game, you know, just went from tutorial, or maybe not tutorial, to manageable, to suddenly a 3-stage boss fight. But they have some time to, you know, rest and recollect themselves before the next series, because it's 4 playoff slots after all.
Yeah. Look, I don't think this is something that's gonna phase them. You know, it's just another day in Free Fire. You don't get to pick who you get to play against. You just gotta play against them, and you just gotta play better than them that day. So I know a lot of us are looking forward to that matchup. So definitely look forward to it, because I think it would really show us where some of these teams are in terms of power rankings in general 4v4s, not for Battle Royale entirely. So I think some skills for Clash Squad do translate to Battle Royale, but mechanically, like, this is where we get to see certain players shine, I feel. Like, some teams where they kind of fall short in Battle Royale, in Clash Squad, we get to see how individually talented the players are and how they work together as a squad, which, I mean, Kagendra, I think a lot of people probably wouldn't look at this team before Clash Squad, but after their first series up against RRQ, now they've got some eyeballs. Sure, they lose to WAG, who ultimately was the better team, but I do think there's going to be some more attention being thrown Kagendra's way. Like, they're no longer going to be able to sit in the shadow of the underdogs. They will need to be a little bit careful. Maybe not throw too many fighting words against their opponent, because, you know, sometimes you again, don't poke the bear, because the bear will embarrass you.
And I think that's essentially it, right? Like, WAG really showing that experience, and not to mention, right, Vanvo is one of the latest addition to the team as well. Really showing off. I mean, he had a slightly shaky start, you know, took some time to warm up, but once he got going, Vanvo was essentially one of the golden support for the team. He was the reason that T-Kui was able to keep on fighting in game 1, and then game 2, T-Kui just got let off his leash, and Vanvo also gets to do whatever he wants.
So congratulations yet again to WAG, as they are going to continue in the 2-0 Big Boys Club, because that's where all the cool kids are at the moment, and we're going to be getting some cool kids games from there as well, so that'll be fun. Kagendra, though, in the meantime, they will be dropping down to 1-1. So we're still going to see the team. They're not eliminated yet, but they could be at risk of elimination if they lose another game after this. So we're gonna have to pay attention to some of our teams in that mid group, because that's where things start to get a little high risk, because you can't really afford to take risks in that mid bracket anymore. But we do have our match MVP ready to go here, Husky. It's T-Kui. I mean, I don't think anybody would contest this.
Yeah, this one, there's nothing you can say to convince me it's someone else. Right? T-Kui, he's just too good. Like, this second game, he was essentially a one-man army. Okay, with the support from Vanvo, of course, but T-Kui, once he hit the battlefield, he was that chrono, man. Like, you called it right. The chrono was a big problem. Was too good of a giveaway. T-Kui was like, okay, it's Christmas. It came early. And he used that chrono to perfection. 11 eliminations.
Yeah. I think there's definitely gonna have to be days where you have to decide, okay, is it actually worth banning Chrono against WAG? And I would argue yes. Like, yes, okay, Export Santino is also extremely scary, but I think there will be days in certain teams where they're gonna look at WAG and say, okay, we're gonna nerf T-Kui. You're not give this man Chrono. This Chrono is too good. We'll have to see who decides to go for that ban, because dang. That man, if you don't know how to play with the time turner, watch T-Kui. He really knows how to maneuver. He knows when to use the time turner. He knows how to use the time turner to its maximum efficiency. I don't think we've ever seen him waste it. Every single time he's used a time turner, it's either to save somebody or to grab an elimination by himself. Just really, really great use of the active ability. So yeah, T-Kui, massive shout outs from everybody, including the casters, because yeah, this man put on an absolute masterclass today. Really love seeing his quick chrono.
it's a clinical performance. 6-4 in Bermuda, which was close again, gave us some hope for Kagendra. And then we thought that that's going to carry over to Nextera, but no, WAG, they shut the show down very, very convincingly. And so far, I mean, the 1-0 bracket games have all been 2-0s. Some closer than others, but here's the updated, and we do get the matchup. So Falcons against AGAL, BRU against WAG in the upcoming 2-0 bracket matches, which will happen right after this. So for those who are still sticking around, don't go yet. Grab some popcorn, buckle up. The next 2 matches are going to be for playoff slots.
I would suggest going now if you're gonna grab snacks. Okay, go now. Walk down the street to your mini mart and grab whatever you need. Your snacks, your drinks, everything. Call your friends. Okay, bring everybody because these are gonna be some really, really exciting matches. And okay, predictions, Husky. I know we're not quite there with the matches. We're still waiting for the team to get ready. But predictions, do you think we're still gonna get 2-0s, or are we starting to get 3 games? Because I think we're now hitting 3-game territory.
Yeah, I think it's 3-game. I will be very surprised if there's 2-0. Maybe BRU WAG is possible, but Falcons AGAL, I think that's a full series coming up.
Yeah. Oh man, this is so hype. I hope you guys are ready for this. It's going to be so exciting. But before that though, I believe we are going to be having a short interview with WAG to see what they have to say after securing their victory, because of course with every winner, we do need to hear their thoughts. We are still preparing that though, so do hang in there. But to anyone that is watching in the live streams, we want to hear your thoughts, folks. Which series are you most excited to see? Which one is going to be the most hype game? We'd love to hear your thoughts. Let us know in the comments, because we love hearing your thoughts in the comments, everybody. Because there are so many of you joining us today.
I mean, all the 4 teams in 2-0s have a lot of fans, a big fan base. I'm pretty sure it's going to get even more crowded later on. I believe our interview is ready, so I think it's time to send it over to Vietnam for once. Have our lovely Yunsu talk to WAG about that win and the preparations for the upcoming match.
What an impressive match between WAG and KG. Hello everyone, I'm Yusul and welcome to our Vietnamese broadcast. And right next to me is WAG Esports. And also congratulations to you winning as well. Xin chào các bạn khán giả, đó là một trận đấu vô cùng hấp dẫn và gay cấn giữa đội tuyển WAG và KG. Và ngay bên cạnh mình đây chính là tuyển thủ Esports đến từ WAG. Và chào mừng các bạn đã đến với phần phỏng vấn của Yusul nhé. Vậy thì chúng ta hãy cùng bắt đầu câu hỏi đầu tiên thôi nha. Alright, into our first questions. Okay, so at first, congratulations to WAG with your winning kind of easy between with KG. So, how do you feel about your performance today? Xin được chúc mừng WAG với chiến thắng khá là dễ dàng trước đội tuyển KG. Thì Esports đánh giá như thế nào về phong độ thi đấu của cả đội ngày hôm nay vậy ạ?
Phong độ thi đấu của cả team hôm nay thì chắc là có Tư Quý vẫn là đang bị bệnh nên là chưa có phát huy hết đâu. Nhưng mà dạ em thấy là tốt rồi.
Tư Quý đang bị bệnh, vậy thì có thể là hỏi thăm sức khỏe của Tư Quý một chút xíu, là không biết là bạn ấy đang như thế nào rồi?
Thì bạn ấy cũng khá là mệt, nhưng mà cũng phải cố để hoàn thành đấu hôm nay.
Đúng là Tư Quý nhờ bị sốt, đúng không? Bị sốt, tôi nghe nói là bị sốt, bị bệnh như thế mà vẫn bắn giành 2 MVP cả 2 game như thế. Đúng là một bạn người chơi đang có phong độ rất là cao. So for the performance today, Esports still highly rated Tư Quý because he is kind of sick today. I heard that he has a fever, but as you guys can see, he still got for himself 2 MVP in our previous game. What a talented player, right? Okay, so our second questions. So I heard that you are the one who brought Vang Võ back to the game. So how would you rate your performance of your friend today if you have to compare to Cyrus? Thì Yusun nghe được rằng là Esports chính là người đưa Vang Võ về WAG. Vậy thì hôm nay là Esports đánh giá như thế nào về phong độ của Vang Võ nếu như phải so với thành viên là người anh của Vang Võ là Cyrus vậy ạ?
Thì Vang Võ thì mới thi đấu nên là em đánh giá là chưa có kinh nghiệm bằng Cyrus. Nhưng mà vì Vang Võ là nó còn trẻ nên là kỹ năng chắc là nó cũng nhỉnh hơn Cyrus một tí.
Vậy là bởi vì là Vang Võ này có một độ tuổi trẻ và thăng hoa nên là kỹ năng sẽ nhỉnh hơn Cyrus một chút xíu. So for Vang Võ, Esports said that he is still young, So that's why his skill is a little bit better than Cyrus, but overall he is new to the team and also kind of new to the professional scene as well. So that's why, you know, it's not a pro and a cons. A pro that he's young, so his game skill is really good. But for cons, he need more experience compared to Cyrus. Alright, our last questions to end this conversations. We can see that into the poll that you will play with Buriram United Esports, and in the previous tournament, if I remember, you won Buriram. So can you assure that you still can win them at this time? Thì đến với câu hỏi cuối cùng của chúng ta ngày hôm nay là Duy Xuân thấy được rằng là bốc thăm thì mình đã thấy được kết quả là mình sẽ thi đấu với Buriram United Esports, một đội tuyển tử chiến rất là mạnh với thành tích vừa rồi của họ là vô địch giải tử chiến Ninja Clash. Thì không biết là Esports nghĩ rằng là mình vẫn sẽ giữ được cái chiến thắng đó không?
Theo em thấy thì chắc là hên xui à. Tại vì ngoài cái giải Pre-Season tử chiến thì tụi em gặp Peru, còn lại là tụi em chưa gặp Peru giờ, nên em không biết là có thể thắng hay không.
Không biết là lần này là họ thi đấu với mình nó khác cái gì đúng không? Nhưng mà Duy Xuân nghĩ rằng là với phong độ đang rất là bay của WEG thì chắc chắn là họ sẽ làm được. Mặc dù là không biết hay không, nhưng mà hãy cùng Duy Xuân cổ vũ hết mình cho WEG ở trận đấu này cùng với Buriram United Esports nhé, bởi vì họ cũng sẽ là một đội tuyển rất là khó nhằn. So in our last questions, I asked him that if he can think that he still can keep the victory with Buriram or not. He said that it's kind of a fluke to us because the only time that we met Buriram is only in the pre-season Clash Squad mode. But for now, we cannot sure that we can play against them or not because their game skill is kind of changed a little bit. But we will try our best. So please support for us. So this is the end of our interview. Thank you so much for watching. And now let's rest a little bit before we jump into our next game. Cảm ơn các bạn rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi phần phỏng vấn của Yusun cùng với tuyển thủ Esports đến từ WEG. Và bây giờ thì hãy cùng nghỉ ngơi một đôi chút trước khi chúng ta đến với trận đấu tiếp theo nha.
To 6. Maps are randomly chosen. No repeats. From Game 7 onward, the map pool resets and is randomly reshuffled again. What's at stake? A total prize pool of $300,000. Champion, $100,000. Second place, $40,000. Third and fourth, $20,000 each. Final MVP, $4,000. And every day, Team of the Day earns $250. The journey begins August 15th. The knockout stage runs for 6 weeks. Week 1 to 2, 18 teams, 3 groups, 12 matches each. Each day, matches are played between 2 groups, A versus B, B versus C, A versus C. After 36 total matches, teams are ranked 1 to 18. Week 3 to 5, the first place qualifier. Starting August 30th, top 12 teams battle it out. The winner of each day secures a grand final slot. And gradually, 13th to 17th ranked teams join the fray. That's 6 teams qualify. Week 6, last chance qualifier. 2-day matches on September 20th to 21st. 11 remaining teams and the 18th ranked team face off. Only 6 will survive. That gives us 12 teams for the ultimate showdown. Grand final, October 5th. Welcome to Champion Rush Mode. The rules: get to 80 points first, then secure a booyah to take the crown. If no team gets a booyah after entering Champion Rush, the highest total points wins. The point system is simple. First place, 12 points. Second, 9. Third, 8. All the way down to 0 points for 11th and 12. The battlefield is set. 12 teams, one final challenge. This is Champion Rush mode. One strike can shift the game. One win can spark the rise. This is Free Arena.
On. I was miming. Welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 4-season Swiss stage for Clash Squad. This is day number 3. We are going into the 2-0 bracket starting now. 2 more best of 3s to go. 2 teams out of 4 will advance to the playoffs. All of this brought to you by Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand. It's filled with zinc B3 and B6, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused and seize every opportunity to achieve booyah victories. You're here with us, it's Husky and Dana Lee, to bring you guys the rest of the action.
And I hope our next 2 teams have drank their fair share of Red Bull, because we are in for a hot matchup. Yes, it is that hard to slap. If you guys are not here, if you know anybody that's not watching Free Fire right now, you better call them, because this is probably one of the most exciting matches for the entirety of Clash Squad. If you don't know who is going to be playing next, it is AGAL going up against Falcons. And any one of these teams will be proceeding, which Husky, the ultimate prize, the winner of this goes to
playoffs.
Exactly.
Right.
So if you want to secure your ticket to playoffs, thank you, Husky. I thought we were a team, but apparently we're not.
Yeah, playoffs. I was thinking there were 2 possible answers. It's either playoffs or you're talking about the grand prize of $30,000.
Both, technically, but I think the most important one is playoffs first. So
yeah, of course.
I mean, I'm playoff spot.
We got AGL against Team Falcons. I'm pretty sure everyone is excited, as excited as we are. I mean, I during the break, I went down to grab a burger and I finished it in under 4 minutes. Okay, just to get ready for this matchup. Will I regret my decision? Yes, but I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it. We are gonna go 3 games. And we will start with the same rotation, almost the same rotation that we had just now. This time it's Bermuda, Kalahari, and then if you get lucky, we go next Terra for game 3.
So, order of maps. I don't think there's much of it for Bermuda. I think everyone's performance on Bermuda is more or less the same. Kalahari. Could this be the X Factor map here for both of these teams? Because we know for a fact that Falcons, they do somewhat specialize on Kalahari, but AGAL, how do they normally do on Kalahari? They don't normally do that great. Or am I misremembering who does not so well?
I mean, Battle Royale, yeah, they struggle a bit, but actually even Battle Royale is not too bad. They have a decent track record on Kalahari. So far on Clash Squad, I think they have been doing pretty well. Against Falcons though, there's more of whether they can figure out. I think it's a different story, yeah. Yeah, the bag of tricks that Falcons has, right? That's what always catches people off guard. Oh, I mean, we saw how Falcons deal with PE Sports. They made a fool out of PE Sports with how they, kind of fooled around. Obviously, they had some great moments with the with how they played the game, but you can also see that they went incredibly creative, right? They went very creative with how they played the game, and they were essentially just winning because they were essentially out tricking their opponents, if that's a word.
Yeah. Speaking of tricks, no tricks here, Husky, because we get some pretty standard bans here for both of our teams. No Oscar and no Santino for anybody, but that does mean we do have a couple of other options. Zane is available, but Coda is actually being highlighted first pick here for AGAL, which... I mean, I don't think I have an issue with this. Coda is extremely helpful for whoever does have access to him, but is this something AGAL wants to pick up first? Because you're giving away a lot of other things to Falcons.
So to get the Coda over first, I mean AGL take the Coda. There's the Iris up for grabs, right?
I feel like it's too soon for Coda though. I don't know, is it just me thinking?
I mean, it used to be a first pick material.
Yeah, but against Falcons though?
I think like back then, before Oscar, I think Coda was like a guaranteed first pick. Since that we might have something going on AGL side, we'll make sure that
it looks like we might have a technical issue.
Yeah, if there is an issue, gotta make sure that that everything is fixed and in good shape before we proceed. Obviously, these two teams have had some time to take a breather before this series. Wonder, I'm more curious on how it's gonna be on Falcon's side, right? Because they mess around when they get really comfortable. They play I'll only use the Desert Eagle. I'll hide in my smoke and all. But how much serious would they get? I think it depends on how much of a fight AJL puts up, right? Does AJL force them to play their best, or do they get to chill again?
Yeah. So I think we're just getting confirmation at that point if this is the real draft, because we may be in for a remake, folks. Let's just assume the draft is correct at this point in time. But AJL have no reserve time. Okay, yeah, so I think we are going in for a remake, folks. So we do apologize for the technical error. It does pop up every now and again, but in 1 or 2 minutes we should be able to get back into the draft. So thank you all for being super patient with us as we get ready for this matchup against AGAL and Falcons. This is the first game as well, so if you are just joining us on the broadcast, you have missed absolutely nothing. In fact, you have joined in at the perfect time.
I'd like to assume that the bans are probably going to stay. I don't think they would change the bans. It's more of the first pick, right? We saw the Coda. I would assume it's involuntarily locked in for AGAL earlier on. And if it's not the Coda, I still feel like you probably would go for Zane. Zane opening is more of a preferred approach for most teams nowadays. Like Coda, you can save it for second or third because it's more important having someone like Zane or Tatsuya plus Cassie, just so you could bolster the front line. And then in terms of your support and your sniper, there are a bit more options, right? You have the Clue, Iris. Some people do go for Skylar. We've seen the Raiden, the Homer. If we ever go down that route, Ignis is also a decent support, but not as a sniper role, of course. So overall, I think Zane opening would make the most sense.
Okay, total wild idea here. Is there any scenario that you would actually first pick Cassie?
I mean, we have seen that, of course. We have seen teams first pick Cassie before. But, well, I think it happened just now. Was it PE Sports? One of the teams first pick Cassie. So it seems like we're back in the draft and it's the same. So the Coda first pick is planned pick. Yeah. Confirmed for AJL. So Zane Chrono for Falcons. I mean, if you want Cassie, it's a Cassie Tatsuya here.
Yeah, but I have to say the opening for Falcons looks terrifying as well. Chrono and Zane together. There's the Cassie and Ignis instead being highlighted here for AGAL, so they want to have the ability to break through those blue walls instead. Okay. So who are you pairing with the Cassie then? Because it's definitely not Ignis. You've got to have someone to rush in. Like Tatsuya, like you said again. is available, but it would have to be a last pick. But you're also praying Finns don't pick it up, which Falcons could pick up Tatsuya actually.
Yeah, I mean they could take Tatsuya and Iris. I mean there is a limit there. Tatsuya Iris, Tatsuya Clue. Iris is like an Iris. I think is most likely is a guarantee, right? I don't see it going any other way. It's more of the last pick. Like they can go Tatsuya. I think Tatsuya Iris makes the most sense because you also take away whoever Cassie was tethered to. Right now there's no options for Cassie anymore.
Okay, I don't think there's no options, but you have to go for an alternative route. And 124 was not the route I was expecting, but
I think you probably don't have much of a choice. Though I would say if the A124, if your ability lands, just lands accurately, you could theoretically stop Falcons, right? Like you stop the dome, the Chrono Dome, you stop the Tatsuya dash. But it's a big if. It's not an easy skill to land. And obviously it has its own cooldown. I think that AGAL, the Coda Cassie put them in a very awkward spot. Because they could... Because like, let's say if they take Tatsuya, Ignis goes over the Falcons. If they take, and it's vice versa, right? So they don't really... It's a pick your poison scenario.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. But the thing is though, like, AGAL, they could have picked up the Tatsuya much sooner. They could have actually picked it in place of Ignis because it was first pick Coda, then Cassie Ignis. But they prioritized Ignis over the Tatsuya. And we're also kind of seeing it, right? Like we knew that Falcons, like, they can fit the Tatsuya in their lineup. So it's like, did AGL expect Tatsuya to make it through? Did they plan for Tatsuya not to make it through? Like I have so many questions. But look, if they make this work with a unconventional Cassie strat, I'm all aboard. I'm all aboard the choo-choo train. I'm in for a crazy ride. And I think that's basically why all of us are here too. We want to see some craziness.
I mean, they better have a good plan, right?
They better, because this is a pretty tough matchup.
It is a tough matchup. Like, I obviously in terms of draft, I like Falcons draft a lot more compared to AGAL. Again, the draft did put them in a very awkward position. So if AGAL wins this, then good for them. But even if they win, I do hope that they don't go down this draft again. I think it's a very dangerous drafting sequence, right? You're putting yourself in a very vulnerable spot, and like out of 4 picks, one of it is suboptimal, which is the A124, and you're putting it on Dew.
Yeah, I was gonna say Dew playing the A124.
He's the best option. I mean, he can't possibly be on Cassie nor Coda.
Yeah.
Again, that's why I feel like it's a very odd spot to put, to put Dew in, but it's a product of how they draft it.
What if this is a secret strat that they've been saving for this moment? Because we haven't seen... okay, so I know last week we saw another team play A124. I don't remember who played it off the top of my head, but it was just the classic A124. It wasn't this. Okay, it wasn't sniping A124. So I'm trying to think how is Dew going to be able to make the most of the A124 here, because like he generally plays really far back from his team, like really far back. So I don't know how much benefit this is supposed to be for the team, unless, okay, this is crazy, this A124 is for himself. If someone tries to jump him and he's like, nah.
Or there's another possibility. They just scrap the idea of having a sniper and send Dew to the front lines. That's one way that could work. We'll see in the opening round on fire in a 1v2, not really the best spot to be, and somehow Corona with the support from the fire, Team SR goes out and he on fire! Actually, gets the knockdown. The Ignis Wall worked against AGAL. Pistol round pretty much done and dusted. Pina with one on his own, and it's just Dew left to his own devices. Alright, that's a great initial shot. But a few more Falcons member to go through. Okay, Falcons gotta be a bit more patient, as Dew has just found 2 for himself. Corona with the sight pull out. Change to the gun. Corona with the cleanup. And Falcons with the first round.
Not the cleanest round, but they were able to get through it pretty nicely. So AGL, I mean, it's just the pistol round. I'm gonna give this team a chance. I'm gonna give this composition a chance. I want them to show me some miracle plays. But we might need to give them a couple of rounds where they actually have some economy going, because yeah, I don't think we're seeing the full potential of what they can bring. But we also need to remember they are playing up against Falcons, probably one of the most refined teams in this format. So if they don't take this set, I think a lot of people are going to be pretty forgiving. So here we go, round number 2, Cypher leading the charge there, backed up by Team SR. Now, what is the play here? They're going to take it a little bit slow, it seems, but look at On Fire trying to go for a big wraparound.
It's just a good old double revolver. Let's see, I mean, Falcons, they can take it as slow as they want. Team SR is going to be under pressure and there's no resistance at all. That's the Cassie eliminated. Karoro eats a grenade, but still survives. There is a bit of a flank from behind On Fire. Somehow, Cassie doing limit once more. Backs him out. And, I mean, AGAL getting ambushed from too many angles.
Every angle, I think. It honestly felt like every angle. They came in from the warehouse. They came in behind you as well. Just everything going in favor of Falcons for these first 2 rounds so far. And it's already a very scary start here for this team because like both of us already favor their lineup. It's much more straightforward, easier to execute, not so much relying on everything going right. But then you have AGAL who has such a interesting lineup where I kind of feel like they have to have their blocks land in the perfect place to really work out. And so far those blocks are not landing. But it's only round 3. There is still a chance here for AGAL to sort of show us what this lineup is meant to do. But yeah, so far not looking so great for the first 2 rounds. So let's see if 3rd time's the charm. Because there are not unlimited numbers of charms in this matchup. We only have 11 games total.
This 3rd round becomes slightly more important for AGAL. I mean, Falcons really feels like they're not being pushed just yet. It's not being too much of a pressure. On Fire under some. It's not enough to deter him. Put down a glue wall, able to play safe. What a name for Karoro. That team SR down. Again, the cyber drop not really in favor of AGAL. The point of contention taken over by Team Falcons, and just another quick round. Falcons halfway there.
They just swoop in and steal away the first 3 rounds. And yeah, Dew is playing really far forward with the team. Because he also needs to be there to provide the support, but man, it's just really not working out for the team so far. Round number 4, the golden round. If there's a time to come back, it is now. But with what we've seen so far, things are not looking so great here for AGAL. We'll have to see if they can pull it out in this golden round. Because if it's not soon, I don't know if it's ever going to happen.
Yeah, Falcons could literally just run away with the game right now. AGAL trying to slow it down. Put at the Ignis wall. This one, it's going to maybe give a false sense of security. Cypher stays in the front line. That's the drop. Peanut gets it, and Cypher still gets him getting tagged. Falcons now having intel of where AGAL might be. Peanut gets shot a little bit, but was able to fall back. And Cypher is very dangerous up in the front lines. If Falcons can take him out, suddenly the front collapses for AGAL.
Yeah, AGAL though, they have caught sight of On Fire, so no shenanigans back there. Peter though has been caught out thanks to Cypher, who was able to get the jump. Karoro next one to fall. And I think this might just be an AGAL. They finally get the drop onto Team Falcons, and they have pulled in a win on the golden round. And this might be where we start to see the turnaround here for AGAL, because they have caught up in economy massively from this round.
Cypher call to action, single-handedly opening up the round for the team and finding a triple kill in the process. So he's the one that just rallied AGAL. So he hit the peak. Plenty of close quarter combat opportunities indoors.
Alright, leading the charge still Team SR and Cypher. Trying to give that opening for Chinoy and Do in the back lines. Kororo is there, going to hold the fort down with Pina. On fire, though, thinking about how he's going to try and make that wraparound happen. And Pina taking quite a bit of damage in the front line. Does need to be quite careful. Cypher, though, going in for the rush. Almost catching Pina, but he doesn't quite get it. On fire and Pina both go down.
Very masterfully done by AGAL. The moment Cypher went in for the rush, they press all their buttons. Cypher with the Coda sees everyone from the side of Team Falcons. And not just that, Chinoy, he had a cluster ready for the occasion. Lobs it over the engage and takes out the back line. Team Falcons did not see that coming. And that's 2 rounds in a row for AGAL. Economy-wise, they are in such a comfortable spot.
Well, the prophecy is well on its way to being fulfilled. As we saw earlier today, teams that struggled for the first 3 games here pick up a bit of time. Game 4 onwards. And AGAL, all they need to do is to pull another game to at least equalize the set. And look at this, Cypher going so far forward from his team. Almost out of reach, but they are ready to provide support if necessary. And look at this though, Falcons really afraid of this rush from Cypher. Instead going to go through that compound. They're going to try and go for a bit of a sandwich here. They could come in from the center, and this would be a really awkward sandwich to take because you've got everybody waiting for you out there from AGAL. Kororo is still making a decision here. Does he go through the center or does he try and go through the side? They still have the circle to work with, so they still got a little bit of time to think about this.
Yeah. They don't have the best guns too. We saw, I think, 1 or 2 P90s in the hands of Team Falcons. Kororo does have a frag grenade. Dio takes control of the roof, so when the Team Falcons walks out of the building, they are going to be under pressure from multiple angles, especially the high ground. They don't really have the best way to deal with it, and AGAL sort of figuring out the potential exit points of Team Falcons, and now they wait.
I actually feel a little bit worried now for Falcons because, like, if they don't have anyone that can go and chase after Dew. So the moment they pop out, they're going to be in trouble, as you said. So it's a matter of who makes that move first. And Kororo wanting to go through this back side, but even if he goes there, where can he really go? And the circle is now starting to move to the right-hand side, so it is time for both of these teams to move, and already the firewall has been deployed. And Falcon's so afraid of leaving the compound. Cypher's there. Oh, whoa, man, look at that grenade connecting onto 2. Dew going onto the low ground, and Kororo just gets burnt down. Doesn't get a chance to play the game. And AGAL rushed the compound, and they sweep Falcons up and tie the set 3-3.
Because corralling Team Falcons in a chicken coop. All those abilities, especially the Ignis Flame Mirage. The width covers the entire building. You send it through 1 round, and all the glue walls drop, and you're guaranteed damage. Falcons had the right idea. Hold the fort, play it slow. But sadly, it's just not in their favor when you look at the resources that AGAL had. And now we're back to square one. Team Falcons need to somehow make use of this. Get themselves back in the game with minimal resources. A Trogon, VSS, couple of frag grenades. That one, the toss completely misses. Cypher now in the front line again with the support of Team SR. If Cypher goes down, then Falcons will have a way better chance. But the problem is this Cassie that's keeping Cypher healthy day in, day out. Pina with the time turner gets dropped down. Chinoy now ends up getting exposed. It's Team and Pina, but Chinoy backs away. And again is AGAL finding the drops.
Man, they are fighting the drops. Kororo is slowly melting away, and it's down to Pina and Limit to try and bring this game back, but there's only so much you can do. Team SR is down, the Cassie is gone, but it doesn't matter if the medic is down, if your whole team is gone. AGAL, even in an interesting position in this matchup, they still managed to bring it in and clean up the Falcons, and now put themselves in the lead of this set. Now 3-4 in favor of AGAL. And if I was a Falcons fan, I would be worried. Because this lead that they accrued at the beginning of the game is disappearing fast.
We've seen this story, AGAL, when they played the first series against Evos Divine. It's almost the same thing, where AGAL did the run it back after losing the first 3 rounds. It seems like that's the trigger for AGAL to really be awakened Saifa especially, since the second round, not the second round, but since the fourth round, the first round that the team won, it was off of Saifa, and he continued to deliver. They found a way to put Saifa in a position where he is bolstered by Team SR, and Falcons just could not take him down.
Yeah, they really struggled to get rid of Cypher. Earlier on, I feel like one of the ways they did sort of slow down this push from AGAL was to get a couple of those quick taps onto Team SR. Although I don't think that is really a viable option anymore, just because, yeah, Team SR, he's just way too decked out. Unless he makes a silly little play and just completely exposes himself. So I think for Falcons, they're just going to have to take this the tough way through. You've got to get rid of those big dogs. And you have to do it in a way where you don't expose yourself and just get unnecessarily knocked out. And Chino playing with On Fire here, but Kororo has been caught, already hitting the ground. Chino does go down as well, but Limit on the side of Falcons, he's on the ground, and so is On Fire Dew, putting in the work on the A124, and Pina, the final one to go down. AGAL now sitting at match point 5. Wins over Falcons 3 points. One more point and AGAL will take the first game of this set.
But to run it back, I mean, if there's anything we learned, is that the W gaming style, the straight on forward from AGAL, is straight up lethal. 5 rounds in a row. And this is also some reputation, some pride on the line for Team Falcons, regardless as one of the top 3 teams in Clash Squad. The first one to win the inaugural Clash Squad tournament we have. But right now, at the mercy of AGAL, despite, I mean, Falcons were fooling around in a good way, right? They were just making quick work of PE Sports. But AGAL came so prepared. We were worried that this draft is not going to work out. But at the end of the day, if you're Cassie, the front that was supported by the Cassie is able to get the work done, suddenly it matters lesser. And Cypher being able to have intel with the Coda is delivering on all fronts. Limit and Pina are already eliminated, so he's On Fire and Kororo, but with On Fire down, it's just Cypher. He is just ripping them to shreds, and that's 6 in a row for AGAL. Can you believe it?
What a strategy coming up from AGAL with probably one of the most technically difficult lineups to execute, and they make it work. They get beat up 3 games in a row at the beginning of the round. Game number 4, that's when things start to turn around. And from then on, just took over the entire game. And a lot of people doubted AGAL going into this best of 3. Even, I think you and I did at some point. We just looked at the draft. We thought, Falcons, solid lineup. They look really good. AGAL, a little bit quirky, a little bit funky, but they made it work. Not just because of the characters that they were running, but I truly feel it was the players themselves pushing these characters to their limits. Cypher, absolute superstar. I kind of feel like if he didn't play as well as he did in those, in game 4 onwards, I don't think we would be seeing AGAL securing this win so early against Falcons.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, the fact that they ran it back 6 rounds in a row, that is not easy to achieve, right? Sure, they have the economical advantage. That always gives you a leg up. But to do it from down 0-3 to 6-3, like, it takes a lot of consistency. And again, Cypher, when they went up against Evos Divine in the very first match, both games went down this route. They were down, and then they made a comeback. They were down, and then they made a comeback. And is this the secret sauce for AGAL, that they have to be beaten and, beaten a little bit, and then they bounce back? Like, they keep doing it.
You know, I call this the sourdough strat. So you start out small, you start out as a little nothing, you slowly grow. Okay, and sometimes you got to be beaten up a little bit before you can grow again. And they hit their peak in round 4. Like, that's where this team peaks, and then all of a sudden they just take over the game. And I kind of wonder, is there a solution to this? Like, is there a way that teams might be able to stop that golden hour? That's what I'm basically going to call it at this point. The golden hour, that round 4 where whoever's beaten down, if you win that game, it's almost like you are destined to win the entire set. Because we're also talking about Falcons. Like, this is not just a regular team that AGAL is playing against. You've just beaten Falcons, one of the favorites. This is just the first game of the best of 3. We still have one more game at least, potentially 2, if we can get a series win by Falcons themselves. Oh man, but that 4th round, we're really starting to see a pattern with this.
Oh yeah, it really is incredibly hard, I think, for Team Falcons, right? We said even from the first game that AJL played the opening series in the 1-0 bracket. We said that Cypher is on the tear, and then Duke came online, right? The 2 pillars of AJL having a blast, and they're carrying the momentum forward. Like Cypher, I don't know how he does it, right? Like whoever is calling the shots in AJL is doing a fantastic job because everyone gets to do the job right. They're able to deliver on that as well. And unlike the series against PE Sports Falcons, they're not able to bring out their bag of tricks. They're not fooling around. They are trying to stop AGAL's rampage, but they just could not do it.
Yeah, so, you know, now I'm a little bit worried over Falcons because AGAL, they won that game off of I think as some would like to call it, a bit of an unconventional lineup. So if they can pull a winner with a weird composition, and especially against a composition that, I mean, you look at what Falcons ran. They ran a lot of our meta picks. How do you adapt to this in this up-and-coming game? Like, do you need to be weird with weird? What kind of weird does Falcons have up their sleeve? You know, do they have anything up their sleeve? Because this isn't a case of just like, oh, it was this particular character, we can just pick this thing to counter it. No, this isn't a character issue. This is a multitude of issues that I don't think you can fix with a simple change in character or bans of a certain character.
I bet you, like, chat is sweating bullets, and at least for the Falcons fans, because when the game started, Falcons fans they were livid. They were, you know, just saying if Falcons gonna win this. One guy was like, oh, they are cleaning up AJL like dust. And the moment he said it, AJL won that round, and then they won the round after that, and then the round after that. And I'm looking for that guy. I think he's gone. I think he's gone from the chat. I don't blame you. I would go cry in a corner as well if my favorite team got reverse swept like that. But you know, not all hope is lost.
It's not over. It's not over.
Yeah,
They
can still go game 3. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's going to be a 2-0. Like, no way would we see Falcons give up the stats so easily. Also, it's Kalahari, which I think just map-wise, this is also a map that Falcons theoretically should be more well-versed in compared to AGAL. Obviously, you know, sometimes things can change and that may not necessarily be true, but I think in this case, Falcons, if they have anything up their sleeve that they're maybe saving for a later match, I don't think you save it. I think you pull it out now. Yeah. Because you are at risk of losing the play slot. Like, if you want to qualify for playoffs, I think you kind of got to show something now.
Yeah. I mean, I just want to like reassure the Falcons fans in the chat. You know, like one guy was like, I think Falcons lost this. Like, come on, still got we have a potential of 3 games. Okay, Falcons is not out just yet. I mean, AJL played well. You gotta give them credits. But I think Falcons, if there's anything we know about them, is that they bounce back. And now they have Kalahari to do that. And I think Kalahari is a map that they are comfortable with.
No, that's the thing. I think if there's a map, come back and this one. Let's see what Falcons sleeve. I hope they have something up their sleeve because I would be very concerned if they sort of try to run something standard against AGAL after being completely wiped by probably one of the more unconventional lineups we've seen so far for Clash Squad.
I think, you know, even if AGL advances to the playoffs, I think Falcons will. It's a matter of a bit, you know, unexpected. Let's see, Falcons, they're gonna have the first ban, first pick. See if they'll switch it up. Santino banned still, even though they have the first pick, they still ban Santino. At this point, it's pretty common.
It just makes sense. So Santino is gone. What is AGAL banning? So it was AGAL that banned last round's ban. Oscar is the ban. So same bans as last game, just a bit of a swap. So the team's taking turns with what they want to ban, and what does that leave? Ignis first pick for Falcons. Okay.
Okay. Taking Ignis away right off the bat. So Zane, Cassie, Tatsuya up for the grabs, right? AGL has 2 routes that they can go down. They can take either Zane or Tatsuya, one of them, and plus a Cassie. Or they could take a Cassie Chrono. Yeah, I was about to say, the Chrono is also up.
I actually think Chrono would really suit Cypher's playstyle as well. So
Oh, absolutely.
I actually think, is this maybe a bad trade now for Falcons? Because I mean, okay, what are your thoughts on taking Ignis and losing Cassie and Chrono in the process? I kind of feel like you may have lost the matchup. Just taking this instead. I don't know.
They could like, I don't know, Zane Iris here. Because I have a feeling that AGL, they're gonna take like Tatsuya next, if it's not taken by Falcons, and then they'll probably do like Iris or something, right? Not a clue that is picked up. Yeah, Clue Coda is out.
I actually would have loved to have had the clue on Duke. Because I think we saw him play Clue earlier today. Yep. And he was a monster. But for Falcons to swipe it away, I think that was also a necessary evil. So Clue and Coda by Falcons. So what does that leave for AGAL? Because at the moment they don't have anyone that provides vision, and Clue and Coda are the primary targets when it comes to providing vision.
I mean, the Iris is there, right? Tatsuya Iris, yeah, makes the most sense. I think it's the most straightforward one, most straightforward choice that you can go for.
And it does get locked in, so AGAL playing a little bit more standard with their lineup. But for Falcons, what's your last pick?
I mean, the Zane is still up.
Do they need the Zane though?
Well, I mean, unless they go A124, but I don't see an opening for that. I think Zane makes the most sense.
Yeah. I mean, the Zane does get locked in, so there we go. Our lineup for both of our teams. I'm not sure if I'm happy. Okay, so we saw AGL pull out one of the wackiest, more unconventional lineups and win with it. I don't know if I'm glad to see them play standard, because their lineup is way more standard than their previous one.
They do get creative in the play style, right? How they approach the game, even with the most standard draft. At least that's sort of what we saw, when they were messing around a little bit against PE Sports. But of course, AGL didn't give them chance to pull off any shenanigans. No bag of tricks. They were all saw through. It's like the what was that show again? Man, there was this show that reveals like magic tricks on air. I don't remember what it was.
We do not reveal magic tricks on air because you ruin the magic of magic.
Yeah, like that's the whole point of the show.
Well, what we should be doing is going through who is playing what, so all of our viewers know what is sort of going on with these two lineups. So, Husky, would you like to introduce who is playing what in this matchup?
Yeah, well, we got Pina Ignis, Limit on Clue, Kororo Koda, on Fire Zane, and on AGAL side is Duo on Iris, Chinoy Tatsuya, Cypher Chrono, and Team SR on Cassie. So this is just as what we predicted.
Oh man, I like some of what Falcon is running, but the fact that I'm seeing Cypher on Chrono and Team SR on Cassie, I feel like that combo alone might be what just takes this match against Falcons. I'm scared, Husky. I'm scared this is going to be a 2-0. I thought this was going to be a 2-1 set, but AGAL are looking terrifying just based on their draft.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. I found a show. The show is called Breaking the Magician's Code. It's one of my favorite childhood shows.
And this is why you're not fun.
do you mean? No, the show is fun. I mean,
Yeah,
so
the show might be fun, but are you sure you want to reveal the magic behind the magic?
yeah, of course. I would like to
I'm
know
not
the
going to a
secrets
magic
the
show
madness.
with you.
No, I don't think I would go to a magic show either. I would watch it on television.
Yeah, and then
I mean, we
spoil it for everybody.
like we know that we might know the tricks, but I'm not sure if AGL. I'm not sure if Falcons have more tricks up their sleeves. You know, AGL, if they figure out Falcons once, they'll have to do it again. Right? If they don't, then Falcons run away with this game, and we will still go game 3.
Yeah. I mean, map mastery is definitely in favor of Falcons, so I'm not going to count them out yet. It's just after that first game, I think my confidence in the team is definitely a little bit shaken, but I want them to prove me wrong. I want them to prove me wrong. I would love for them to be able to take this set because that means you get another 11 games, potentially 11 games with these two teams. But to get there, I'm hoping Falcons learn something really important in that first set, which is the general play style of AGAL and to figure out how to dismantle that play style. And just based off of how they play, you know, I feel like they play very similar to Evos Divine, the way that they play. And I think one of the best ways to sort of break that down is to see, okay, like how would you break down Evos Divine? And once you figure out how to break down that team, you apply that same knowledge to AGAL. So we'll have to see if they can figure that out because, yeah, for Falcons, they've only got one more map to go. If they don't figure it out here, then they're going to have to figure it out in the lower or the next bracket because they'll have to keep playing.
For AGAL, definitely they feel a lot more relaxed. They have one game away, but the opening, okay. Duke picked up very early on. They did drop on fire collected. Good Pina with the back out. Team SR with the second casualty on the side of AGAL. Roro up top with the drop down. Shinoi getting found out. Good movements from Falcons. Again, just like game 1, Falcons open up with a win.
So pretty standard opening for Falcons. But again, AGAL just don't seem to really fucking up until that 4th round. So if I'm Falcons, I kind of want to accrue as much of a lead as possible and to try and run away with the game from here on out. They did almost do that in that previous round, but they got to figure out how to break through round number 4. Because once you can figure out how to break through that round number 4 and to maintain that lead, I think that might be a way for them to sort of break through AGAL. But round number 2 is kicking off here, and already we have Team SR and Cypher opening this for the team. Ju is going to keep in touch with Team SR, although Ju in the same compound as On Fire. We may see some bullets fly in just a second, but the rest of the team, though, the moment they see anybody, they are going to start shooting. And Kororo, first one to shoot against Chinoi.
Chinoi losing 30% of his health bar for now. Round 2, not that serious just yet. Okay, Cypher with the outmaneuver. The 1-for-1 trade. Limit ends up getting dropped by Dew somehow with the Deagle. And Kororo gets found out. The second round going downhill for Falcons. On Fire left, Mini Uzi in hand against 3 members of AGAL. And this time AGAL are not going to let Falcons get too far ahead with the lead.
Oh boy, On Fire. I mean, he tried his best to try and go for the wraparound, but just not successful in his own little solo mission. So, the next mission, if he can, salvage this game, get those knocks by himself, he will be going down to Cypher, unfortunately. And, well, that wasn't really the round that you were looking for Falcons, but this does mean the game is now 1-1.
And that is good news for AGAL for sure. That means they don't have to wait too long to start catching up, right? The economy also doesn't get dumpster as much. In fact, they will get access to decent guns. Same for Falcons, of course. The economy slightly favoring AGAL, but it's not too detrimental for the Falcons.
No, it's not detrimental at all. Like, the game is still close enough for it to really go either way. It's just really now down to this round number 3. Who can accumulate that lead in round 3? And is it going to be enough for you to take that round 4? Team SR, Cassie is down on the side of AGAL. So if they lose that Cassie, there's going to be no more healing on the side of AGAL. Chino is also on the ground. So Cypher and you need to somehow salvage this. Cypher on his own against On Fire and Pina using the smoke screen. Catches On Fire, still alive somehow. And he's still trying to dodge Pina. Oh, Cypher. He's trying to drink them so badly, and Pina goes down!
Ay, ay, ay. It's just Limit left. Cypher is healing back up. Can Limit get to On Fire or Pina? It doesn't seem possible. Limit, definitely not possible now on the high ground. Oh boy, this round gone down very quickly. Limit actually drops down. I'm not sure if Dew saw that. The info is going to get relayed. Him and Cypher can work together hand in hand to take Limit out. Dew even puts up the blue wall, so that's going to be a confirmation. Limit cannot reach him, nor Cypher. This is the worst position for Limit to be in. 2 angles to look out for, different elevations. The blue zone is going to push Dew down, but Limit will be forced out into the open too.
It's slowly moving in. Limit could salvage this for Falcons. He's the only one that can salvage this, but Cypher, he's slowly getting closer. He's creeping towards Limit, and he gets him. AGAL bringing this set 2-1 in round number 3, and Husky, we are hitting that 4th round as well. This could be the round to decide who snowballs.
Starting to look incredibly ugly for Falcons. Again, losing the 2nd round is like, okay, that was pretty close, but this 3rd round going the way of AGAL too. They're just doing the housekeeping a lot more better compared to Falcons. Now the economy truly in favor of AJL, and Falcons left wondering, scrambling to figure out how to recover from that deficit.
Anything is possible, but they gotta make sure they don't start the chain of events where it just goes downhill. Don't let AGAL clip your wings. Just Cypher and On Fire. So tense between these 2 players. Now both teams trying to decide, okay, who makes that first call? And just having a look at the map, we do see 2 Falcons players converging on one of the players from AGAL. It might be up against SR. Pina's in the same building. Cypher, though, has been caught by Korobo.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the most important kill. Most pivotal, you know, elimination. You take out the backbone of AGAL, you give yourself a better chance. Pina under pressure. Chino takes out Kiroro in off screen, but Pina holds his own ground. Numbers now favor the Falcons.
For now, Pina, though, very, very low. But for AGAL, Chino and Dew, they're going to have to figure out how to hold the fort there. And so far, we have Chino here around the corner there for Pina. Pina manages to clip him and will be the one to set him on the ground. And now it's down to Dew. But will Dew be able to do it all by himself? Can he do it? No! And Falcons going to tie this 2-2.
I mean, this one, look at that. Falcons at least able to stem the bleeding a bit. Big props going over to Pina, able to hold his own fort as the trade was going on off screen. And we truly have a game on our hands. Falcons getting some better weaponry. And now it's AGAL's turn to be worse for wear. P90 Mini Uzi is all they got.
Alright. Yet again, Husky, we have Cypher and Team SR leading the charge. On Fire there, having to use a glue wall. We do have the smoke screen deployed as well, so vision's going to be quite limited there. On Fire, though, sticking around, losing quite a bit of health there right in front of Cypher. Almost a little bit more than half health, is slowly healing, but SR is there as well. So as soon as that smoke clears up, we might be losing On Fire or Cypher. We do have the connections lost there by Team SR, and now the battle finally begins. And the Cassie already on the ground, but On Fire and Korobo, next bodies to be hitting the ground. It's going to be Limit and Pina that need to win this game here for Falcons. Cypher, though, is down for AGAL, so Dew and Chinoy are going to have to be the ones to try and win this 2 versus 2 against Team Falcons. Oh boy, so this game is now getting very, very close now, Husky.
Indeed is. And then This time, the responsibility falls onto Chinoy and Dew once more. Dew needs an angle, but doesn't have the best weapon to work with. Actually gets shot at by Limit. Could not have asked for a better matchup. Dew Chinoy against Pina. Limit, that smoke grenade might mess it up. Pina slips through the cracks. And really now it's up to AJL to figure out where Pina is. They found him.
Oh,
Dew! Through the gap in the glue wall, finds it. Now Limit is in danger, and Dew gets the job done. AJL back in control.
Man, this game is so close. The moment we think we know who is currently leading, somebody takes it back. Oh man, this race to game 3 is a very real possibility, and I really think it is coming down to the fact that Falcons, because they are so comfortable on Kalahari as well, like, okay, yes, they should have a lead by now, but at the same time, these games are so close. Like, it's not a case of just a 1-minute fight and it's all over. We are seeing these very long, drawn-out moments where teams decide where they need to be, how they want to approach this fight. And now that we are here, round 6, Falcons, they're going to have to try and keep this game close. They need to win this next round. And for On Fire, it's really going to depend on whether he can try and just neuter Cypher, because Cypher has been such a pain in Falcon's side.
They've been able to shut out Cypher twice, but we said they need to rely on Chino and Dio, and they were able to get the job done too. So, it's not just Cypher. Not like Cypher is going to be a problem. Falcons have found a way to stop that aggression. They let Cypher off his leash, but right now they tie him back up. Hold him in place. Dio able to find just one, and that's not good enough. Falcons, very possible equalizer, and On Fire will ensure that.
There we go. Beautiful, beautiful, clean round there for Falcons. So again, game is tied 3-3. Moving on to round number 7. Man, I cannot believe how close this set is so far, Husky. Everybody is playing so precisely now. Like, I know in the earlier rounds, I think the games definitely looked a little bit more scrappy between teams because rounds are finished so quick. But now we're starting to see games where the circle is getting very, very small, and even to the point where the circle is now starting to move and teams have to move alongside it. And I think at the same time, both of these teams really trying their best to adapt to their opponent's adaptation of them, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. I mean, we did say that this is most likely going to be a 3-game series, right? So it would be a big surprise if it's a landslide. Ooh, that bounce actually forced Chino out into the open. Karoro gets a transfer for 2. And that is more than enough to put Team Falcons in control. Most likely a 4-3 lead for Falcons. AJL will have to play from behind again. Cypher has been shut down for the past 3-4 rounds. And with Cypher gone, you can see the Falcons, they didn't struggle as much thanks to that. They lose Pina, but it's still 3v1 against Dew.
Yep, and Dew is on the rooftop. They're not the rooftop. He does get 2 shot there by Karoro. Oh man, this man going absolutely ham today. So Falcons bringing the setup 4-3. It is still very, very close, but 2 games away for Team Falcons to take this game and to put us into our game 3 situation, which we haven't had yet today, I believe. It's all been 2-0s. So this will be our first one today. But AG Global as well, very, very close to potentially taking a 2-0 as well. Like they are definitely not that far off from winning the match themselves. They just got to clean things up a little bit because we're starting to see Falcons pick apart this lineup that AGL have been playing so perfectly till now.
Yeah, and it all starts with Cypher. Again, you take Cypher out of the equation, suddenly it becomes a lot more easier, more manageable, I think, for the Falcons. And Pina! Of all people, he finds Dew in the backline, and you can see it instantly prompts AJL to spring into action. AJL realize they can't really stand and watch, they can't stay back, they need to be fast. Karoro being caught, Chinoy not able to finish him off, and Karoro now needs to hold the front as reinforcement starts to arrive. Karoro finally goes down, and AJL finds some room to breathe. The Ignis from the back. There is going to be The time turner and Chinoy converts. Team SR does go down. Chinoy with a dash again with the Red Bull Rush on fire. Dangerously low. And Chinoy gets the job done.
Oh my gosh, what a crazy match. Jeez, that was an all-round battle between all of the teams. It was, like, at first it looked like it was just a battle in the corner, and then all of a sudden, yeah, Pina coming in from the back, and you'd think it was going to be a sandwich, but the sandwich explodes. It was a bomb. It was not a sandwich. Jeez.
That was as close as it could get, right? Again, both teams, they played to the limit. That was AJL playing with a man disadvantage. We understood, like, Kororo's idea. Hold the line as much as possible, but we saw the Tatsuya reset for Chino, and he was able to reset the Rebel Rush like twice in that fight, and that was more than enough for AJL to get the dub. We're gonna hop back into the game just a little bit, just making sure that everyone's device is working fine. There's no there's nothing that's hampering them from playing at their best. But this is close. I mean, when it comes to such a tiny margin, we need to make sure that the players get to perform at their optimal state.
So we're gonna give the players 2 minutes just to make sure we can stabilize everything. But if we're good to go, we may start earlier, folks. Hope you are enjoying the match so far. If you are just joining us, it is Falcons versus AGAL, and this is game number 2 of the best of 3. AGAL took our first game of the best of 3, and right now we could be seeing us take game 2. It is not for certain yet, but if Falcons do take game number 2, we're going to a game number 3. If AGAL win this, then it's going to be a 2-0 for AGAL, and they will automatically qualify for playoffs. So there is a lot on the line for all of these teams, but at the moment, a lot more to lose for Falcons, because they need to get 1 win on the board to even have a chance at qualifying for playoffs.
Makes it very important too. Again, AGAL, I mean, love them or hate them, we cannot deny that this is a team that has always been close yet far away from the pinnacle of anything.
If they had a theme song, I think us casters would agree it would be Hot and Cold. I think that's one of the things that's kind of holding AGAL back. Like, they are such a fun team. They are so volatile. They are also a very talented bunch. But you can definitely see there are days where the team pops off, and then other days where it's like, is the team playing from bed? It's like that kind of dynamic with this team, unfortunately, which is what makes it fun to watch sometimes, because you never know what kind of AGAL you get.
Yeah, and we say that, Falcons, if there's anything we know about them, is that they bounce back, and they definitely are bouncing back, in a good way. Keeping this a lot more closer. I mean, when they lost round 2 and 3, we thought that, okay, this is gonna go from bad to worse. But Falcons, they kept their cool. They fought AJL blow for blow, and now we get an equalizer. Who's to say that Falcons won't win this and bring us to a game 3, right? It looks more and more possible. But really, who wins this next round matters the most, right? Not just economically wise, but also whoever wins this gets match point.
Yes, exactly. So here we go. 4-4. Team Falcons and All Gamers Global. AGAL. And look at this. Falcons just rushing at AGAL. Man, very, very aggressive play, Husky, but I don't know if I'm a big fan of this.
I mean, we even saw, wow, that's like, 2-3 Flame Mirage being thrown out. Of course, from both sides. Chino getting knocked down by Pina already. Okay, that's a good start for Team Falcons. They cannot reach Chino for the finisher just yet. AJL, is there any response? Seems like there is no response. Chino gets picked back up. Pina gets dropped. So it's 3 against 2. Limit needs some time to heal back up. The shots from Kororo incredibly dangerous. Here comes the nade. Chino getting caught into the smoky ghost. Kororo is going to be the point of support, but he now has no vision. And Limit is struggling to stay alive. Chino actually found in Limit.
Just a bit more.
Finally discovered. And that's the Rebel Rush reset for Chinoy. It's a 2v2 again.
And it's a 2v2 versus a Cassie, which makes it so much more risky, because if you're going up against a Cassie, every shot is much more dangerous for you, whereas the Cassie team, they can continue to be mobile. Oh boy. Can On Fire and Carrero do it, Husky?
I wouldn't put it past them. You can say the same for Chino and Team SR. Another smoke grenade. And this one is to really disorientate Team Falcons. Not for long though. Carrero has info and On Fire is playing underneath. This could work in favor of Falcons. There's no intel gatherer on the side of AGAL, and with the blue zone moving, Chinoy completely unaware. And Carrero will deliver the first blow. Team SR can't really hold his own, and Falcons to match point.
Really loved how they played against the terrain and the blue zone there, knowing that if they just kept them pinned up against the wall, that they had to have moved at some point. So patience pays off in Free Fire. It's not just run and gun, folks. Sometimes you just have to play with the terrain, and you know, it's plays like this that really set the top teams apart. And there's a reason why Falcons are considered one of the kings of Clash Squad. They really know how to play this mode to perfection. But match point here for Team Falcons. 5 points to their name. If they win this game, they're going to take this and we will be getting a game 3.
And this is a scary thought right now for, I think, the members of AGAL. They've made magic happen. Of course, On Fire losing some of his health right off the bat. Make that half his health. Cypher, he hasn't been able to allow to do much in the past few rounds because Falcons kept snuffing him out. But if there's any round that Cypher needs to deliver and rally his team once more with the performance that he has shown us so far, it is this round. Right in the heart of things, Cypher coming through. Pina, dangerous. Cypher needs help. Wow, what a turn. The time turner allowing him to move on forward. Cypher with the hit. Carrero gets dropped by Dew. And now there is an opportunity for AJL to push this to sudden death. Dew somehow still around with 2 HP and providing assistance to Chinoy. On Fire left to pick up the pieces. We say Cypher needs to step up. And step up he did. Is sudden death for both teams.
Oh my gosh, I cannot believe we are going to round 11 for both of these teams. It's do or die. If AGAL, they get this next game, they will be going straight to playoffs. But if Falcons can grab it, we will be going to a game 3. And we will be basically going for a reset for both of our teams. We've made it all this way, Husky, and it's now down to this final moment. Is it going to be a fast round or is it going to be a slow one? I suspect this is going to be so slow. So deathly slow because of what is at stake for both of these teams.
It's going to be scary too. I mean, especially for Falcons, right? You've come this close.
Yeah.
AJL can't make it. I wouldn't even say it's miracles happen. It's just the adaptation of all the places to go back to his refinery. Just a few rounds ago, AJL clutched this round and Carrero gets to the Team SR. That's your Cassie eliminated.
That might be them opening the door for themselves, but Carrero is going to be hitting the floor here for Falcons. Oh boy, will they be able to pick him up? Their limit is there. Oh, but Carrero back on the ground again. AGAL so desperate to take this set. It's now up to Pina. On Fire is on the ground. Falcons. Pina, can he take this? He's going to keep the dream alive. He's up against Chino and Cypher.
And unfortunately, most of his teammates are out of reach. They're all bleeding out. The pickup is there. It's a 2v1. Pina, he puts on the glue. Oh, but unfortunately, there was someone behind him. AGAL, first team to go playoffs.
Crushing dreams, crushing expectations. Winning game 1 with a lineup that a lot of us had so many doubts. Then they go back to standard for game number 2 and they beat Falcons on Kalahari, a map that this team is well known for. AGAL, they came in guns blazing and they leave guns blazing as well. Oh man, what a set. I am kind of sad that we did not manage to get a full 3 games with these teams, but at the same time, AGAL, they put in work today.
Yeah, they did. That has got to sting for Falcons. 2 times at Refinery they lost. The first time, 4v3 in their favor, they lost to Chinoy. Second time, 4v3 Chinoy clutched up again. So we say Cypher, he rallied the team early on, but when he needs help, when he needs a helping hand, Chinoy stepped up with that Tatsuya play and dragged AGAL across the finishing line all the way to playoffs. So again, congratulations, AGAL are your first team heading into the playoffs, into double limbs. They get to chill for the rest. Well, I don't want to say they get to chill for the rest of the stage. They still have to play Battle Royale, but at least they don't have to worry about Swiss round for Clash Squad for a week or two.
Yeah, man, AGAL, very, very fun to watch. I kind of thought there was a little bit too much luck involved in that first round, but geez, they've really, really shown us that they have really grown as a team. They have really put the work in on not just understanding the effectiveness of the drafting and how to play their characters and also how to play against certain matchups, but I kind of feel like they did so much work in just 2 rounds to analyze Falcons. I really feel like, you know, at first, like we thought this was going to be a Falcons day. You know, we originally thought that was going to be the day. But AGAL, they adapted so quick to everything that Falcons threw at them. They really did. So big props to the team. Dew's going to be a match MVP, but you know, as much as we all love Dew and we know this man put in the work for the team, it was a team effort. I kind of feel like for AGAL, it was never one person that carried the entirety of the team on their back. It was absolutely a collective effort. Like, look at the damage spread. Like, sure, you know, Team SR, he's the support. Okay, his damage is allowed to be low, but Chinoy, Dew, and Cypher, look how close they are all in terms of damage.
It's a great team effort, right? I mean, Team SR, he had quite a rough game, right? Only 2 eliminations, but he got 12 assists. Look
he was
at
playing Cassie too. Yeah. He was playing Cassie. You also kind of don't want to reveal your position as that support. So I can see why he's not there doing damage. But at the end of the day, right, he did his job. We've seen games where SR, he would maybe, other Cassies, they get picked off within like the first 30 seconds of the round. And, you know, that's like the worst time to be losing a Cassie. But SR, he was like one of the last players to go down, which is how you need Cassie to play.
Yeah. I mean, Dew had like 17 assists when the game ended, and then Cypher and Chinoy double digits in elimination when the game ended. That's how close this series was. Again, AGAL first team to go to playoffs. We still have one more slot for playoffs today, and that is going to be between BRU and WAG. That one is also going to be incredibly interesting. I think, you know, AGAL, they initially wanted to face PE. They didn't get it. They got a tougher opponent, and they prevailed. So they have to be really relieved with themselves. For Falcons, they dropped down to the 1-1 bracket. All hope is not lost just yet, but it just means that the journey is now longer.
Just a little bit longer. For all we know, maybe they kind of like playing Clash Squad. So it's like, all right, guys, I guess we just got to buck up and we're just playing some more Clash Squad. Not too much of a loss. But yeah, for Falcons fans, you're still going to be seeing the team. So I guess it's a win-win for all of our viewers at home that are supporting Falcons. But we are ready for our interview with AGAL. We got to hear their thoughts after that crazy matchup. Let's see how the interview goes.
Alright, and booyah from All Gamers Global! Okay, so this is such a surprise, big surprise for everyone because the team that they play against is Team Falcon, the team that was the king but now no crown anymore. And here it's Cypher from AGAL. สวัสดีค่ะ So first of all, congratulations for your win, and how do you feel right now to beat Team Falcon down? ตอนนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะเพราะว่าทีม Falcon เนี่ยเคยได้เขาเรียกว่ารับฉายาว่าเป็นราชา 4v4 แต่ว่าเหมือนกับว่ามงกุฎตรงเนี้ยโดนขโมยไปแล้ววันนี้เราชนะพวกเขารู้สึกไงบ้าง
ก็ดีใจครับไม่คิดว่าจะชนะด้วยครับ
เราไม่ได้คาดคิดว่าเราจะชนะแล้วคิดว่าน่าจะแบบสูสีไหมพอสู้ได้
ก็พอสู้ได้ครับแต่ไม่คิดว่าจะชนะ
So Cypher said that he didn't think that he's gonna beat Team Falcon down. Might be can fight with Team Falcon, but didn't imagine that they're gonna have this win in his hand. So the first game, have to say that Team Falcon already got 3 rounds, the first 3 rounds. But then AGAL got 6 rounds in the row and take the first win. I want to know that time, how is the communicate and what is the strategy that makes you get that win? ตอนเกมแรกค่ะต้องบอกว่าทีม Falcon ได้มาก่อน 3 ราวแล้วหลังจากนั้นเนี่ยเป็น 6 ราวติดของ AGL เลยอยากรู้ว่าตอนนั้นเราคุยกันยังไงแผนการเราเป็นยังไงบ้างทำให้เราสามารถที่จะพลิกกลับมาได้ค่ะ
ก็เล่นเหมือนเดิมครับแต่เราก็ทอนโหดอยู่แล้วเราให้เขาเฉย
แค่ให้เขาตอน3 ราวแรกเฉย
ๆใช่
So he say that our team just play like before like the plans that we already made that we practice and about the 3 round that they give to Falcon it just like okay just give it to Falcon the 3 round first and then we gonna get it back okay so such a great performance from them so the last question do you have anything to say to your fans because this is the big win from you and now you get into the final round มีอะไรอยากจะบอกแฟนๆไหมคะที่เราชนะทีม Falcon มาได้แล้วก็ได้เข้าไปในรอบต่อไปด้วย
ก็ฝากเชียร์ AG ไปเรื่อยๆจะพยายามเอาแชมป์ครับ
เอาแชมป์ในคลาสสควอตนี้ให้ได้เลย
ครับ
Alright so please fans keep supporting us and we will get the champ for the class squad mode so please keep supporting us alright thank you for watching our interview section and we're gonna have a little break before get back to the tournament with the WAG versus Buriram United Esports
First blood. Triple kill. First blood.
Welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall Season Clash Squad Swiss stage. We are at the 2-0 bracket, and this is the last best of 3 of the evening between WAG and BRU. One of the teams who will join AGAL in playoffs is Husky and Dana Lee to bring you the final series of the night, and it's going to be a tough mountain for WAG to climb.
Probably the toughest mountain in the entirety of the Clash Squad tournaments. Buriram. I think a lot of people classify Falcons and Buriram in the same category, the Goliath category, and very few teams qualify in that group. Now, this is not to say that WAG, they are not a great team. They are a fantastic team. We've seen them time and time again. They can absolutely play toe-to-toe with our top teams, but in Clash Squad against Buriram, this might be their biggest challenge yet, and I think if they can upset here, that would be a huge testament to the team's development thus far, because I think a lot of us, we've seen WAG develop over several years. Like the players, they have just been getting better and better and better. And I think Husky, you and I both remember when Vietnam, the region itself, like when it first joined Free Fire, they were nowhere near the level of any of the regions that had been participating in Free Fire's competitive scene. But look at where Vietnam is now. Like the region has been so committed to the game, and they've been improving year after year after year, and they're now playing with Thailand, the best region in the entire Free Fire scene. And there have been times where they have bested teams from Thailand.
Yeah.
And now this is probably going to be a really great story for the two regions, because you now have the very best of Vietnam going up against... I don't think we can safely say Buriram is the best in Thailand. I kind of feel like it fluctuates depending on the season. Like sometimes it's Buriram, sometimes it's Falcon, sometimes someone else. But they are definitely the very pinnacle of Free Fire within the region there. So I feel like there's a lot on WAG in terms of expectations. Like I know people are expecting Buriram to win, but I do think WAG is going to give them a really good fight today.
And it didn't come easy. I think the journey with
No,
Vietnam as a region, it's quite an interesting story, right? Because I think in the earlier days, it's Vietnam and then like Malaysia. At that time, Malaysia was the closest to them, and then there was a period where we were at the same on par with them, and then we overtook them for a little bit, and then we fell off the radar, and Vietnam started to struggle because Indonesia started coming up, and then Vietnam hit kind of the lowest point, right? They only had one team to qualify for EWC, and that was Esports. They said they got none, and people were wondering, okay, so is this region for real? Have they reached the glass ceiling? I personally think in the fall season, Battle Royale and Clash Squad, regardless of which mode you're looking at, Vietnam is at their best. Right? This is their peak. This is the best that they've ever, the highest achievement that they've ever gotten, at least the best performance we've seen from the region as a whole that involves more than just one team, and WAG is one of those teams.
And it's just so fascinating to see how far the region has come. And so to see this matchup, I'm actually very, very excited, because now we're going to be able to see the individual skill of the best players from these regions in a proper 4v4 format. Because we've said this again earlier today, the Clash Squad and Battle Royale, these two formats, they're similar but also fundamentally very different, because Battle Royale, you've got external factors. Sometimes you have third parties, sometimes you have to, worry about your loot. Whereas for Clash Squad, it really is just a case of 4v4, and if you do well, you get rewarded, and if you don't do well, you get punished. So for me, this is really a test for me to see how far has WAG come. Have they reached that point where we can say Vietnam is equal in terms... I don't know if we can say it's equal yet, because we're technically just looking at one team, but if you have one team that has reached the top of the world, then that team will carry the region, because the teams from that region are going to practice with them and scrim, and everybody in the region gets better if the best team of the region hits the top of the world. So there's a lot of things here for WAG. I think I might be hyping them up a little bit, but at the same time, like, I've seen this region grow like a child. And it's kind of, it's kind of very emotional watching this team because, like, wow, this region has, like, come so far. Like, how proud am I going to be today?
Well, I mean, there's one way to find out. WAG is definitely one of a kind. I think after the reign of Team Flash, which became Hua, people thought that Esports was going to be kind of the one that takes over the torch. But I think WAG is truly the one that showed up and ran with it, right? And I think it definitely inspired the rest of Vietnam to step up. We have had even, veterans that go further back, like Heavy. But at that time, Heavy was more of a Buffalo team than Heavy is a team. So this like new version of Heavy, we have Don't Cry in it, formerly of PE. But overall, it was WAG that really kickstarted kind of the new gen of Vietnam, I'd say. Cassie banned out, so Santino gets opened up. Oscar too, so WAG picked up Poison.
Everything is open. And Oscar is going to be the priority pick for WAG. So glue walls are not going to be as effective for Buriram. But then again, I don't feel like this is a team that really is too reliant on glue wall usage. So the Oscar might not be as much of a problem for them. But the Zane and Tatsuya pickups, I do like this for Buriram. I feel like these two choices, they are very... When I look at these two, you put them together, I think of Buriram. It's just perfect play style for this team overall.
What else? BRU, okay, Tetsuya Zane. Okay, now we got Santino, right? It has to be picked up. Santino, Koda, Santino, Clue, Santino, what else? There's no cast there.
I'm just thinking.
Ignis.
Okay, so Ignis?
Yeah.
Clue. I feel like, okay, I like the Clue a little bit better, I feel, because you're also denying the Clue from Moshi. Now, obviously, that does mean there are other options for Moshi too. So, is it locked in for Clue? They do lock it in. So, Clue will be taken. So, Moshi needs to play something different, which is, we've seen him play Iris. We've seen him play, what else? Okay, what else have I got? We've also seen him play... Skylar?
Yeah, he did play Skylar, yeah.
I don't know if we want to pick Skylar and then I feel like the Irish pick is probably the better option here for Moshi. And it is Iris Coda for the final two for Buriram, which, good lineup. I do like the lineup for Buriram.
Yeah, I think Iris Coda is fine. Let's see, Clue. What else is left? I suppose, I mean, Raiden?
Do you want to play Raiden?
I mean, there's still Ignis, right? Like, Ignis is still up. You could still go Ignis.
Yeah, Ignis is also an option if they feel like they need to break down blue walls. What else? I think we just leave it up to WEG, really. What did they feel would be a really good choice here? Skylar for WEG? I mean...
Wow. Okay.
Okay, I don't know about this honestly. Like, yeah, I guess the Riptide Rhythm, it's like another way of breaking down those blue walls, but I don't know on this matchup, to be completely honest. Because like for Buriram, they want to be in your face, right? So like Tetsuya, Zane, they're probably going to be using more natural cover than they would really worry about anything else. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'm a big fan of the Skylar pick, but then again, like, what else is there left?
I think... Thinking of the Ignis. Skylar is... It's not too bad, I think. Obviously, I would have looked at the Ignis first. But with the Skylar... I guess it's just more like Blue Wall Destruction, right? Like Skylar and Oscar.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, not within like my expectations for sure.
So just going off of what we have right now. So like what's the general gist that we're kind of getting for playstyles? Like WAG, they want Oscar and Santino to get into Ram's face. They have Leclue to provide vision. They have Skylar there to provide Riptide rhythms in case they have to break through walls. But as for Ram, like, does Ram kind of want to get into WAG's face as well? Like, I mean, Moshi's got Iris, so he can always play from range.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of feel like there's lots of options for both of these teams. Like, they're not really locked into a particular play style, especially for Ram, because they have access to both range and CQC.
I think BRU's draft definitely is a lot more balanced. I mean, you have a stronger front line for sure. But for WAG, it's not too bad, right? You have Clue to gather intel. You got, and we've seen kind of the approach of WAG in one of their games earlier on, where they run double sniper. Like Export is a lot more flexible now. Like he can be a support, but also a sniper at the same time, alongside PLS1. But I think the main person you want to look at is Tikui, right? Because this guy is quite a kid, quite a prodigy in the Russia role from Vietnam. So, and Tikui, he really showed up in the earlier series. So this one is going to be very interesting. Like, he demolished Kagendra, of course. The game 1 was close, 6-4, but game 2, he made it look like child's play. So I think if you want to hinge your bets on anyone, it's going to be him.
Yeah, I think the only counter I would have to that is, like, we can't compare Kagendra to Bueram. Bueram is a whole different monster as well. So, like, as much as we want to, like, really get behind Tikui and Export, I think the ultimate for these two players would be their performance playing up against Bueram. Like, how do they maneuver Jonah and Wasana, and can they also cut down on Moshi? Because I feel like Moshi might be one of the major issues that WAG is going to run into, because, like, WAG wants to get in your face, but Moshi kind of prevents you from doing that. Like, if he has line of sight, he will be able to snipe you himself. So I'm kind of wondering for WAG, like, are they going to go for a bit of a split where maybe X4 goes on his little assassination mission to try and chase down Moshi, and then Tikui plays up in the front lines with Vanvo and Please One to try and keep Bueram at bay, with X4 going on his side mission. Like, I kind of think you need to apply pressure onto that Iris, because, like, we've seen what happened in the past. You leave Iris to do whatever Iris wants to do, and someone's going to the hospital, and it's not Iris.
See how this first round plays out. Of course, the opening round doesn't really, dictate much. I think the economy is also in a very decent state in how it develops, depending on whether you win or lose rounds. I think WAG, I know you say we can't, compare Kagendra to BRU, but I think if you want to hinge your bets on someone, like Tikui is the one. He just missed Moshi.
He just missed him? Oh my gosh.
Finally sees him, takes out half his health bar, but that was a missed opportunity for sure. Export will cover that up.
First blood.
So Moshi goes down.
And that was going to be a major problem if they absolutely miss Moshi there. But it's not over for Bueram. They still have 3 players remaining, and this is Bueram. They can turn things around even without their sniper, but they need to get a proper line of sight. And Jonah here is going to be playing towards that central area of the circle, whereas Get High is on that outer edge. I don't know if he's managed to catch sight of them. He will reveal himself actually to Vanvo, and his teammate's going to be there as well. They do go for a bit of a swapperoo. Is that Jonah there? Jonah goes in, and they do get the drop there on the Tikui and Please One. But Get High and Jonah will be cut down. It's now Wasana versus Export. But who gets the final shots?
Triple kill.
And Wasana with a 3-piece for the first blood. Oh, that has got to sting. Because WAG, they got the drop, and then Wasana happened. It's another day in the office for this young man.
Just another day in Free Fire. Oh man, Bueram, a whole different monster. But we have to say, props to WAG. They had a really great start in that first round originally, cashing out Moshi. But at the same time, they're also going to have to identify that just because there's a numbers advantage, that doesn't necessarily mean the game is won yet. You have to win the game to guarantee that you have taken the round. So Adjustments already being made on the side of Buriram, going for a big split for this team. So not playing together, it looks like.
The Esports gonna make contact with Jonah. Of course, relocates to the Santino. Gets that clone destroyed, so the ability goes on cooldown. Another 50 more seconds before it comes back off. And I swore I saw someone from BRU in the back line, and that's Tikwe out.
Whew! That's a big elimination.
It's not able to, not allowed to do anything. I mean, he had 1 assist. Even in round 1, Tikwe kind of left in the dust. I feel like Vanvo might have seen the cross from Jonah, but is not able to act upon it. And BRU, they are more than happy to slow the game down.
Oh boy, what's the plan here for WAG? They are still pretty split, so anyone that gets downed here will be heavily punished. And a couple of shots being thrown out as well, so they did manage to catch vision here of Vanvo. Jonah is there to try and deal with it. Jonah very low himself, 57 health. They will manage to get the down there onto Vanvo, so it's just Export and Please One against the world. Rosanna gonna finish off Vanvo, and we got 2 more to go. Please One gonna try and go for the Dukes, but Export's been spotted as well. Please One on the ground, and that's gonna be a flawless victory here for Buriram.
Started
2
with
games already. Yeah,
started with the cross of Tikwe getting caught out. Of course, the smallest of margins between Jonah and Vanvo. Jonah just landing more shots, and the leg shot towards the end by Moshi. Gonna snap an ankle in half. BRU up 2 rounds. Again, I think WAG has some good ideas, but of course BRU, we saw how they manhandled PE Sports. Not PE Sports, how they manhandled their matchup earlier on.
Oh, scary moment there for Tikue, and Wasana even gonna go for the rush up onto the rooftop. Get high though! Getting cut down by Tikue, what a quick play! Oh, but he gets cut down as well thanks to Moshi.
Moshi again stemming the bleeding and get high still. Not out just yet. And with Vanvo going down, allow the rest of BRU to spring into action. It's the same exact treatment that Virtus Pro received from BRU. They're just so quick on the draw. There's really nothing much that WAG could do in that situation. PLS1 will be hung out to dry. This is a guaranteed 3rd round for Buriram.
Yeah, it looks like that is going to be the case. I kind of wonder what conversations WAG are going to start having amongst themselves now, because very quickly they are learning that, you know, even though I'm pretty sure they know that they are a very skilled team, but they're quickly learning that what level Buriram is playing. So what kind of changes would they be able to make on the spot to be able to accommodate that? Because like, game number 1, very close. Game number 2, not so close. And I kind of feel like this gap between these 2 teams is widening as Buriram also learns how WAG are playing themselves. So I'm a little worried here. You know, as much as we love WAG, we are seeing some moments where Buriram are just completely outclassing them, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, like WAG going for the straight up, well, BRU going for the, basically the full on speed run. It's making life so tough for WAG. I know, I think, I mean, I look at BRU and I look at WAG and realize that again WAG get the same treatment as what VP had to go through earlier on. They're losing the gunfights, and BRU, they're so quick to get into position, and I think that's something that most teams have not been able to fully master. And I'm not saying that BRU master it, but they definitely are cut above. They get into position very fast, and they knew exactly where to scout out afterwards, right? You see how Moshi get these early snipes, Jonah as well. Unsuspecting victims that normally like crosses that should have worked, they're not working against BRU.
Yeah, and I think, okay, maybe something to add on top of that as well. I'm not sure if you've also noticed this too, Husky, but have you noticed for this matchup, WAG are starting to slow down their play style as well? I kind of feel like they've kicked their game style back a few notches to try and match this like very slow, very calculative play, like this calculative play style by Buriram. And I feel like it's coming back to bite them because this is not a play style that I would associate with WAG. Because like the games that we saw for WAG against Kagendra, they played really quick. Like they played so quick that there was very little time for teams to make decisions. It was just sort of you've got a fraction of a second to make a call. Whereas like in this game that we're seeing with Buriram, there's a lot of waiting around. There's a lot of scouting. There's a lot of just hoping the pieces fall into the right place. And I feel like if WAG continue to play like this, I feel like they're just gonna slip and lose the series 2-0. Because I don't think you can really afford to play so slowly against a team that is so experienced like Buriram.
But I think it's also understandable, right? Like you play fast
Oh,
for,
yeah,
like,
totally.
for the first round, and then you realize that it's not working, and then suddenly you also realize that you play slow, and you're still getting run over. I think in the WAG, they're probably caught in this headspace where nothing is working for them. It's better to take lesser risk than to take a risk and not have it work out. Either way, it's going to be a tough few rounds ahead, because I think round 1 and 2 were the closest that they've gotten, and even that didn't work out.
And the economy difference is going to get bigger and bigger unless WAG find a way to sort of pull that gold back in their direction. Yeah. It's very, very difficult, you know, for BG. But again, we cannot blame them too. This is their toughest matchup to date in Clash Squad for this season. So, you know, whatever happens, but there is definitely a lot of support by a lot of our viewers, a lot of people watching the team in-game, sending their support. Probably one of the, I kind of want to say like one of the most supported teams I think we have in the Free Fire scene.
Yeah, I mean, if you tell me, like, as a player, that I had a clean sweep and the next opponent is straight up one of the best teams in the league, I honestly have no idea what I would feel, right?
Yeah, I don't think you would feel anything. You might want to numb it, because if you feel too much, maybe emotionally you would not be able to play the game. But look, this is WHG as well, so I'm pretty sure they can maintain their composure. This might be the round. Remember, this is the golden rounds. If WAG can make a comeback happen, it's gotta be this round.
It has to be. It has to start by winning this round. Anything beyond this is gonna be tough. Let's get destroyed. No more Santino. PLS1 is not having a good time at all. And Jonah finds it with the nade of all things. Sequoia was able to get an exchange on the Wasana. And that's something that you want, right? That's gonna help your team rally a little bit. Your Russia winning out the gunfight. PLS1 gets picked back up. BRU now down 1 man.
Oh man, get high and Jonah, they're trying to get to Wasana. They do catch out Banbo on the other side, however, but Tikui, he's still standing between them and Wasana. He's not down yet. Wasana is going to be finished off, and Jonah is also on the floor as well. We only have Moshi left on the side of Buriram, and he's going to go up against 4 players, and we said this before, this golden round for a lot of teams has been the turning point, so maybe, just maybe, WAG are gonna start picking things up after this round, after they finish Moshi. They will be able to finish them off, and oh my, Husky. Oh my. We could be seeing a change now.
Yeah, that's the round. That's the important round that we all wanted to see. Again, kudos, WAG. Started off with Tikui, getting that drop, the first blood onto Wasana. And just giving his team the upper hand by taking out literally the tip of the spear. It still was very close though, so Wasana's first death that game. WAG can't be complacent, right? Only Tico and Export have got the elimination so far. Everyone else needs to step up a little bit. They don't need to perform miracles, but they need to be able to hold a bit more weight.
Oh, I don't know if I like the split. It's a 2-1-1 split with their sniper in the back lines. Tico and Vanvo leading the charge. Export on the high ground. Moshi is there on the same level with Export. Jonah going to be hitting the ground first on Buiram. Get High is the next one to follow. WAG might be able to break through this barrier. Wasana the next one. Moshi, again, the last one standing. WAG secure round 5.
Brilliant stuff, WAG. Again is T-Kui with the opener. This time takes out the captain. From breaking the tip of the spear to cutting off the head of the snake, T-Kui allowing Export to do his work. Things are looking better, way better for the side of WAG in this past 2 rounds. And like you say, Danny, they might be able to give us a good game.
It's rain money. Oh yeah, it's raining. But I just saw the economy for WAG, and I know some WAG supporters, they're going to be super happy with this. But money does not solve all problems, Husky. It also comes down to skill. And in particular, this Tikui Wasana matchup that we've been seeing these past 2 games has been fire.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Like this Tikui guy, he's something else. I mean, if you can do it again and get the equalizer for WAG, you can bet that they are so back in this game. 5 eliminations.
Yeah, I love how we're just getting these little mini 1v1s. We've got Vanpo trying to catch out, Get High. But they're also scared to pull the trigger because if you miss, then there's that reload time where you're vulnerable to getting jumped on.
Oh yeah.
Explore up on the high ground here, just gonna scout things out. I think he did catch sight of Wasana. He should have caught him there, so they do know somebody's on that low ground. Moshi on that second floor alongside Jonah. Yeah, Borivam is taking this very slow. I think after those 2 round losses. Oh, please wonder, he fell down.
Oh, must have gotten shot on his way down or something. That is not good. He did get back onto his feet. So nothing much was lost. Just Tikui about to receive this hit. Breaks the glue wall with the valiant dash. They're all very low, but this time, BRU more than ready.
It's not over yet though. They still have Vanvo, but Vanvo does finally hit the ground. So it's Export versus Get High and Jonah if they can finish them off before they get picked up. But no, that's gonna be it. So Buiram, it's not gonna be 3-3. It's gonna be 2-4. For our match score.
Yeah.
So WAG still got a lot of work to do, but I think Buiram breathing a sigh of relief, knowing that this game is no longer as close as it potentially could have been.
And this time BRU are more than ready for Tikui. We saw that Valiant Dash being used to bust through the glue walls and try to take down some members of BRU, but it was a 3-on-1. BRU tripled up on him. If they can't beat him 1v1, they might as well make it unfair. And this initial shot, Get High. That one was preordained. You will see your opponents run up the stairs like that. It was a clean shot. They do bring it back up. Here comes the overhead hit. Tikui doesn't get hit. Has to do the time turner to back off. And now another rush through. The red tie rhythm was a bit late. Tikui, another opener onto Wasana. And finally Get High too. Tikui with a 2-piece. You leave him alone. He gets to work magic.
And Get High, he is now being held hostage by WAG and will be taken down. Oh, Moshi and Jonah, they have a mountain to climb if they're going to try and take this game and force that 5th game victory for themselves. Vanvo and Export, though, ready to receive Jonah whenever he's ready to try and go for that jump. But I don't know. There's also a lot of pressure on Moshi to try and perform. Export, though, does get clipped by Moshi and will be eliminated. So step 1 of this comeback plan being set into motion. WAG, they still have to respect the players left on the side of Buiram because just because you have a numbers advantage, it doesn't mean you've won the game yet. Jonah's there. Tikui throws a shot down, does quite a bit of damage. Moshi also receiving some damage himself, trying to run away as the glue wall is finally melted, and he will finally get clipped there thanks to Vanvo. And all that's left is Jonah all by himself, having to hide on that staircase. But I think we might have been able to do it here with WAG. To force round number 8 and to change that scoreline to 3-4.
Once more is Tikui getting the opener. That Valiant Dash has really paid off. in a lot of these situations. And when it works out, we see the impact that he has. Even VRU, as sharp as they are, sometimes struggle to react to the variant. This is one of those examples.
Yeah, and I think it also goes to show why Oscar is a high priority ban for a lot of the teams in Clash Squad. Like, just the ability alone, it kind of acts as like multiple abilities, right? Like, it's a dash, it's a way to break glue walls. There's only so many characters that can do what Oscar does, but then you kind of have to combine two normally. Now, Tikui gonna be leading the charge here. Oh boy, he hasn't been taken out as of yet though. Really great juking so far, as Wasana did have to back on out alongside Get High. And you can see they are so afraid of Tikui every time he runs in. Ram just going for a full retreat as Moshi takes half of his health and damage.
That respect given when it's due, for sure. The BRU, they're gonna take the time to heal back out. Moshi uses the last medkit that he has in his inventory. Wasana runs out of glue wall. Economy not looking the best. I think if WAG wins this round, suddenly they are going to be making a whole lot more in terms of money. The shots from Tikui are going to be so crucial. That one does go wide. This one needs to connect. But it's not willing to take the shot. It's not easy.
No, it's not. The circle is coming in. So eventually these players are going to have to jump onto that low ground. Export does take some damage, but nothing too critical. So he's going to be in position to provide support for the team. Throwing grenades up onto that high ground. Tikui is the next one to go down. Next up is Vanvo. Wasana, though, jumping into a little fight there with Tikui. Both players on the ground, but Moshi's also been clipped thanks to Please One.
Get High with the overhead onto Vanvo to equalize the score a little bit. Tikui finally getting dropped. And now it's down to Export and PLS1. Can they save this? The state of this game is Get High and Jonah Export. What a delivery mid-air. And it's down to Jonah now, the captain of BRU, to stem the bleeding, and it is not possible. WAG finds the equalizer.
4-4. And I think a lot of us were expecting this to potentially be Buram's round, but man, WAG are putting in the work with the roster that they're given, what resources they were given in the early game. And they are just ripping Buram to shreds. Now, obviously, it is not a convincing game yet. These matches can go either way, but it's really coming down to the execution of some of these key players on both sides, and especially on the side of WAG. Tikui, he has played such a pivotal role in creating these openings for his teams to follow through. So as long as he's allowed to do whatever he needs, he wants to do, Buram is basically at the mercy of this Oscar. So all eyes on Tikui so far, and you can see even Buram, all of them are watching Tikui's movements, trying to decide how do we react to this.
Yeah, Tikui has been instrumental. So instrumental in these crucial rounds. It's not to say that the rest of WAG aren't pulling their weight, but Tikui definitely was the catalyst for that. And it's reached a point where even when Tikui goes down, WAG was still able to recover with the remaining members, and that's how far ahead they've gotten.
Still a very tense moment, and Wasana almost the one to make the first move, but both players, Tikui and Wasana, throwing up blue walls to try and change the terrain in their favor. Expor, though, going to be going into his mannequin form. Jonah is here with Get High and Wasana. And this circle is getting incredibly small now. Please One playing on the low ground. The rest of the team, though, going to be trying to come in from that sideline. They've managed to find Get High. They will isolate him and get rid of him. Wasana, though, going to try and go for Please One in the back lines. He did not get the one tap, though. Wasana will be going down instead thanks to Tikui. Please One is somehow still alive. Moshi to follow. And now it's all up to Jonah. But with how things are going, WAG are about to take this first game against Buram United Esports.
Wow, patience is a virtue for WAG. And once more, WAG delivers on that end. They play slow, they play patiently. And once the iron is hot enough, they strike when BRU least expected. And now one more round. WAG are going to lead the series. We did say that there's a possibility for a potential upset for WAG to draw some blood, even though the odds are low and it's the toughest challenge, but they are starting to prove us wrong.
Okay, deep run there for Expor, running into Buriram territory to see if he might be able to get a cheeky snipe, and he may have just caught whiff of someone there. But at the moment, going to be focusing on vision rather than trying to go for any cheeky plays. Back to his mannequin. Still looking. But as you can see, both teams really just trying to find their entry point in and as safely as possible, especially for Buriram as well, because they need to force another game. They need to win this one, and then they have to win another match right after this if they want to take game number 1. So they are grouping up a little bit more tightly so that they can provide support to each other, and that Moshi can still provide cover fire as well, because Moshi's had a really tough game this series. He's really struggled to provide that support fire because he's always watching out for Expor. He might be trying to go for that backstab. But the rooftop has been occupied here by Buriram and WAG. They are on the ground floor. Husky, I don't know about you, but is this where you really want to be if you're Buriram, on the rooftop? I think it's fine, right? Like, Get High is totally in the front. Obviously, you give Moshi a vantage point to work with as well. With WAG not in the best spot, though, they have to go back to lower ground. I think they're chasing one of the stragglers on BRU. Moshi's back turn. Thankfully, that wasn't a headshot. That could have been deadly. Santino was used. Get High from behind and just drops Expor as WAG. They lose focus just a little bit. Went on a wild goose chase and punished by BRU. That's the equalizer there in sight. T-Quake got to pull off a 1v4 of a lifetime, and that is just not possible against BRU. So we go to distance. It's 5 apiece. Okay, that was genius, because if you also think about it, Tikoi, because he's on that low ground, he's not on the rooftop. And in a lot of situations where we have seen Tikoi really rip Buriram to shreds, it's because both teams are fighting on the same level. They're not working with elevation. So maybe this is the key for Buriram. You need to play with elevation where Oscar does not have that free range of movement to just freely Valiant dash wherever he wants. So it's worth that round, but is it possible in this final round? Because it's match point here, Husky. It is do or die. One mistake and you lose the set.
Yeah, it only gets harder from this point onwards. Again, I think WAG lost focus a little bit. Moshi in a dangerous state. And luckily, he did get brought back up. Now it's going to be tough. WAG, they're going to get rushed at. BRU right in the face. Tikoi again with the Oscar. This time, Get High. Not going to go down just yet, but PLS1 will ensure that that is going to be the case. With Get High out of the picture, WAG have a dang good chance of winning this out. Calling Jonah to action. Wasana finding Tikoi. And maybe Wasana is going to be the savior for BRU, but he has a lot of work that he needs to do. Van Vo stops that, and WAG looking for the very first blow in this best of 3. Is Moshi against Expor and PLS1, and Van Vo getting brought back up. Moshi goes down, and WAG draws first blood.
They draw first blood, but such a huge play happened in that final round. I hope we can actually catch it in that highlight clip. But Wasana actually fell from the rooftop, and because of that, the team was actually fighting 3 versus 4, whilst Wasana was trying to rush his way back up onto that rooftop. We're gonna have to catch on the highlights because I think he fell down. I'm not sure if it was because of a glue wall or if he got pushed, but I kind of feel like that fall lost Buriram the game because he was not there, he was not present, he was not able to fulfill his role as a rusher for the team. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe that happened.
I mean, this is the closest series we had so far, closest game we had so far, a battle of inches. But for BRU to come out on top, that not BRU, WAG to come out on top, that has to be quite a feeling, right? I mean, we didn't expect it to be this close. Maybe 3 games, but for WAG to pull up such a fight right from the get-go is very impressive.
Look, I think it's not unreasonable to say a lot of people thought would at least take this first game, but WAG, they put on a show, they entertained. Buriram, they also put on a show and they also entertained, but WAG was just the better team overall in that set, I feel. especially with how the game originally started. Like Buriram, they originally kind of led the way. WAG were the ones to kind of play catch up, but as the game just continued on and resources were exchanged, I just feel WAG was just the better team. Now there are obviously like factors, right? I think one of the factors are the lineups for these teams. I think we both agreed coming into this matchup, WAG had a really scary lineup. We only had questions with Please One Skylar. That was the only pick where we were kind of thinking like, this one's a little bit of a weird one. But I think we also lost sight of Tikui and Export because these guys really know how to play Oscar and Santino. I kind of feel like the impact they had in the game was because of them just playing their roles so well. Tikui running in the front, creating opening, using the Valiant Dash to break blue walls, and then Expor constantly threatening the back line so that Moshi didn't feel safe. Even Get High wasn't feeling safe doing whatever he wanted to do in the back. So there was just constant threats looming, and Buriram were watching multiple angles. It wasn't just WAG in the front, but they also had to watch like, okay, is there anyone coming from the side? Where's this Santino?
Yeah.
Just,
I mean,
crazy matchup.
You also did mention that, Tikui, we can't really judge his performance based on the earlier series, and my reasoning is that he did have a good round, good match, regardless of who the opponent was, right? And we wanted to see if he can replicate that performance. I think he definitely has.
Definitely.
It came late, took him a while, but when he came online, he was awake. He was basically there the whole time. He was the reason that the team was winning, and he was also the reason that BRU gets control whenever they take him out of the equation.
So I am going to make a maybe not so bold prediction here. I don't think Tikui is going to get his hands on the Oscar. No way. No way is he going to be able to play Oscar next round. So my questioning here is, what other characters are we going to be seeing Tikui play on that's going to have the same impact as the Oscar? That is going to be playable.
Tatsuya is like the best. Tatsuya or
the
Ignis.
closest.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think Tatsuya and Ignis are like the closest too. Like aside from that, I don't see anything else.
Yeah. Thoughts on, let's say WAG managed to get let's say we get Cassie Chrono.
I can see, Tikui on Chrono, we've seen him on Chrono, literally, where he, what Kagenra gave him the Chrono, and he just made it look easy, right?
Yeah.
But if you're looking for the same effect as Oscar, obviously I would be looking at Tatsuya and Ignis, but the Chrono is always a good shout.
Yeah. But if you're Buriram as well, let's look at Buriram's point of view. Which one of those options would be the easiest to deal with? Because I really think you need to nerf Tikui's impact in these games.
Oh man, I'd rather get rid of Oscar, I guess.
Just get rid of Oscar? Sure.
Yeah, if I deal with Tatsuya, at least Tatsuya doesn't break my walls, right? But Oscar does. And that makes a lot of difference. And not to mention that they had Oscar and Skylar. So you're not only worried about the Oscar ramming through your glue walls, you're also worried about the Skylar throwing a Riptide Rhythm from afar, breaking down your glue wall, and then the Oscar becomes a secondary way of just breaching through the front.
Yeah. And then you have to worry about the backlines, Export, Santino. It's so crazy now going into this game number 2, because I think there's a very deep conversation being had by Buriram, and now they're currently thinking, what can we get rid of and what can we deny? And I kind of feel like there are multiple things that they're considering at the moment, which is Santino. Is this worth banning? Do they continue to ban Cassie? Is this a character that they can let slip through and ban something so that they don't deal with it? Do they also need to worry about Chrono, because Chrono is also a character that Tikui can play very proficiently? I think Oscar is a certain ban, and if he's not a certain ban, he might be first pick. But if I'm not mistaken, hang on, let me have a look and see for this round. So for game number 2, So Buriram is going to be getting the first ban for Kalahari.
If that's the case, I think you ban Oscar, right? I feel like you have to ban the Oscar, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like if you ban Oscar, like Chrono, Tatsuya, all these other characters, I think are way more manageable. Personally.
I agree. But let's say like if I'm thinking like, to be fair, even when we say the Oscar is a big playmaker for Tikui, it was still a very hard fought battle, right? So the Oscar wasn't.
Oh yeah.
It's probably the crux of the problem, but I think it's still manageable.
Okay, thoughts on Clue?
Ooh.
WAG getting Clue. I also feel like Clue played a pretty big role in Tikui and Export being able to play so aggressive.
That I can agree with. I think just having that information for the Clue, right? It's either Clue or Coda. I think both teams are definitely you definitely have to make a choice to trade. Either we take the Clue or the Coda. Obviously, the main difference is that the role it gets slapped on, right? Like the Clue goes into a sniper, the Coda goes into a support. But the fact that we saw WAG having the willingness to go for the Skylar, aside, it means that the pockets are deeper than I think most teams realize, and that could be.
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I think that's an advantage that they have, right? The deep pockets.
Yeah. Deep pockets, being unpredictable and being able to pivot roles. Because if you pick a character and one team thinks you're playing it one way, but then all of a sudden you pivot and play it a different way, it can really throw off your opponent as well, because they draft a particular lineup because they're expecting for you to play a certain character one way. So I really like that they have the option to pivot that Clue, and all of a sudden it just throws a wrench in Buriram's plans, because they now have to think like, okay, if it's a support Clue, we're gonna pick this. If it's a sniper Clue, it's gonna, yeah, lots of things to think of. Man, I love the drafting aspect here for Clash Squad, because there is so many ideas that the teams are thinking about, and obviously us viewers and us casters, like, we get to try and decipher what they're thinking at the same time too. So really fun times here doing Clash Squad. Like, it's very different to Battle Royale, because Battle Royale, there's a lot going on, and we would love to theorycraft Battle Royale, but I think you'd probably need 10 casters at once to try and explain what is going on. One caster per team.
I mean, the rabbit hole goes way deeper than you think, I think, for Clash Squad.
Oh yeah.
As much as this, like, I personally wish that the meta was a lot more versatile, a lot more flexible. But even with the current one that we have, we still have teams that are willing to innovate, right? Starting with the Indonesian teams, bringing in like Homer and Raiden, and then you have WAG, which I think is the only team so far in this competition that can play singular or double snipers, and that's due to the uniqueness of having X-Bor and PLS1 in the same roster, right? We've seen them do one sniper where X-Bor becomes a support, but we also seen them do double snipers where X-Bor and PLS1 takes on the same role. So the flexibility, like you pointed out, from X-Bor is kind of like the X factor that's allowing WAG to experiment with some very unique approaches to the game.
Yeah. And I wonder if that is causing some issues for Buriram, because they don't get to think one way with the game. Like, they have to really open their minds up and think like, okay, what happens if this scenario is going to be what we play against? How do we sort of deal with this? But I do believe we are just about ready to jump into our second game flow. So everyone that is still here with us from the very beginning, thank you so much for sticking with us, and thank you for being patient as we do try to sort things out here for our players. Game number 2 is about to begin for WAG versus Buriram. This is our last match of the evening. Winner is going to be going straight to the playoffs, and at the moment WAG is leading this best of 3 1-0. If we're gonna go to that game number 3, Buriram needs to win this next match. And I mean, I hope they had enough time to sort of think and get ready for this next game, because I think WAG, I'm pretty sure they're gonna come into this with another crazy plan.
Yeah, I think WAG, they are definitely warmed up. Again, it's a big morale boost taking that game one in such a close fashion, right? Like, it's one thing winning a close game, but it's another winning a close game against a team that is pitted against you. The odds are against you, but this time the Oscar goes over the BRU, so they deny WAG of a very powerful pick. WAG will get the Zane in return.
Which, I mean, this is probably a better exchange for Boomerang, because now all of a sudden they're going to have access to the Oscar and they might be the ones to be able to dictate how these fights happen. But what's the second pick going to be for WAG? Tatsuya, okay, very likely to be Tikui's choice of survivor here, so we still have access to that front line. This was the one that you suggested next if Oscar wasn't available. But what's the follow-up after this? Like, what is WAG gonna need? Like, obviously both teams need access to some kind of vision. Clue and Coda are both available within the pool. Snipers, all options are available, and these next two picks of Roram, I love this. Chrono and Clue, such a dangerous combination together.
Incredible, a lot of incredible ways to stay in the front line, but also, right, the intel gathering. That's what makes it so deadly. I feel like this Chrono Clue is going to be the key for BRU to win out a lot of these crucial rounds. But of course, Iris Coda for WAG, nothing out of the ordinary there. Really isn't much choices, for left in the pool. So the Skylar now goes over the BRU. Both teams basically trading Skylars.
Well, both teams basically swapped drafts. The only thing that is actually missing is the Chrono in place of the Santino for Boomerang. So it looks like both teams, they're just saying like, well, we're just gonna go for a little bit of a switcheroo. We're gonna play your lineup better than you for game number 2.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be pretty interesting. There will be a difference in playstyle for Boomerang because Chrono fundamentally plays much more differently compared to Santino. So it's not going to be a case of WAG having to worry about multi-pronged attacks, but they will be able to get into WAG's face. So I kind of hope WAG are ready to deal with this because, like, I like their lineup. I mean, it was Boomerang's lineup in game number 1. I mean, how can I complain? But I just feel like a lot of the utility in the original WAG draft, I'm a bit worried that it might be a little bit too much for WAG in game number 2.
I can agree with that. Again, the Skylar can be a big difference maker in terms of taking out those blue wall. We saw how Skylar Oscar was kind of utilized by WAG in the previous round. So I wouldn't be surprised if BRU uses the same exact trick on WAG, but I'm also willing to give WAG the benefit of doubt, right, coming into this, especially with the Tatsuya on Tikui. I mean, he's all warmed up. You give him another hard game. We look back at game 1, he actually was controlling Wasana very well. Maybe the Chrono is going to be the answer to this Tatsuya, but vice versa, if Tatsuya goes off, then suddenly BRU are gonna have a lot of problems on their hands.
Yeah, maybe. Although, I think we're also going to have to take into account that at least in this game, I think Moshi is going to be able to have a much easier matchup because he doesn't have to worry about a looming Santino who could be hiding around that corner. So, I think this is actually one of the main reasons why I also feel a lot more comfortable with Boomerang going into this next game too, because they don't have to worry about all these extra shenanigans coming at different angles. It is really just going to be a case of a frontal 4v4 with, I don't know, maybe someone's going to try and go for that big wraparound for WAG, but we know for a fact it's never likely going to be Tikui because he really has to be that front lining guy to keep Boomerang at bay, whilst if anyone is on that side quest to successfully execute that side quest. So, if WAG can win with this lineup, this is a big statement. They basically said, hey Boomerang, we can play this lineup better than you. So there's a lot on the line here, not just the playoff slot, but maybe a little bit of ego.
Oh yeah, I agree. I think for WAG is all about confidence. For BRU, it's about that reset, right? Can they reset themselves and bring themselves back into this game, and bring us to a game 3? Because I think if BRU brings us to game 3, high chance BRU is gonna get the reverse sweep. So it's up to WAG to stop them from happening. I think the onus is on WAG.
No, I agree. It's really going to come down to WAG to basically prevent Buriram from having the potential comeback. We are jumping into the match, folks. I hope you're ready for this. It is game number 2. We may be having a game number 3, but for that to happen, again, Buriram has to win this set. They have to get through 6 points to force that game number 3. And so far, today, we have been... Some people might call it a curse. Some people might call it a blessing. It's been 2 0s all day today. And if the curse continues, it is in favor of WAG.
Oh yeah. Teams basically have been just clean sweeping. There really hasn't been any game that's gone to 3. I mean, we've gotten close to it. Osana with the initial takedown. That's gonna give BRU some hope. That's Vanvo also removed.
First blood.
We've seen this first blood before. Obviously, don't get your hopes up if you're BRU. You can win the first round, but WAG did come back just now.
Whoa.
Double kill.
Okay. Very nice opening there for Buriram. Just able to take that off of WAG. It's just the first round. Not really a lot to be said yet. It just sort of sets up the economy for these teams as they get ready for this up-and-coming match. We won't really know the state of these teams up until games 3 or 4 when we do start to see them rocking some kind of inventory. And as these teams start to adapt to their opponent's play style. So I do expect Buriram, especially with their lineup, to play much more aggressively than they did in their previous game because they have the characters, they have the active abilities to be able to not just soak up damage, but also really play in the face of WAG. But looks like Tikwe going to be going for a cheeky play. He is going to try and go for a low ground wraparound. But for that to happen, they're going to have to buy some time. And Vanvo, not looking too happy himself, hiding behind that glue wall, almost going down. But the backstab is there, but not quite successful to catch out Moshi. Vanvo, though, will be hitting the ground first on the side of WAG. Wasana going to be trying to go for a 1v1 fight up against Expor. Moshi was on the ground, but they should be able to pick him up. Tikwe, though, not so lucky. Neither will be Expor, as Tikwe is gone, and Expor is the next one to be bleeding on the ground. It's now down to Please One, and he gets picked up as well. Buriram secure game number 2.
And that is going to raise some eyebrows a little bit. We saw WAG actually got a decent opening. They were able to down one of the members on the side of BRU, but a follow-up just was not there. It was absent. Of course, BRU responded very, very quickly. 2-0. We've seen this before. And the question is for WAG, can they stem the bleeding? Right? Can they win this round and make sure that Buriram doesn't go any further? Because if they let BRU run away with this, can be very sure that we go to a game 3. WAG and Santa Catarina here again going to the second floor. Tikwe, he's really trying to look for an opening, but BRU have adjusted. They're not letting Tikwe do whatever he wants.
Oh, this smoke making it really difficult for these players to try and pinpoint their targets. Vanvo and Tikwe, though, very low already. Get high, though, already hitting the ground, followed by Vanvo. Moshi, though, has been caught as well. We still have 3 players very healthy on the side of WAG, though. Tikwe and Please One, they are both down. It's just Export up against Jonah and Wasana. And Jonah, he's going to be hiding behind this crate for now, trying to find his last target. And Export, he is on that second floor. All they need to do is either catch him out and surprise him, or just basically take him out. But yeah, it's going to be a 1 versus 2, unless they can pick up Moshi, which he is there. He's still bleeding. I think they're just going to let him go and say, okay, it's 2 of us versus 1. There is theoretically no way we lose this, but we have seen some crazy shenanigans in the past. So I hope Buriram, they are ready to take this as methodically as possible, and they do take him. Explorer is gone. So 3 rounds back to back. It is in favor of Buriram United Esports. Husky, it's round 4. This is the gate. They need to bust this gate open, because if WAG are the ones to bust the gate open, that is a bad sign.
You know, to say better be safe than sorry. That's kind of the approach from BRU in the previous round. Money-wise, BRU definitely looking slightly better, but WAG not too far behind. And I think that's the good news for WAG. They're not lagging too far behind. There is still a chance. But like you said, he has to start by winning this round. And that's the hard part. Wasana, he's gone exploring and he's very far up. WAG needs to somehow punish him.
I think just the fact that they lost the first 3 rounds, they are a little bit scared to show their faces. So they want to be very decisive with their movements. And we do have Get High and Jonah together. Moshi is alone, but he is quite far from the team. And Wasana also on his own little side quest. If Wasana's able to survive that side quest and he doesn't get picked up, this might be a Buriram round, putting them 4 wins ahead of WAG. But it's a question of who makes that move first. And Tikoi's still scouting out for the team, still unsure where he really wants to go because there's just way too much cover. You do see a couple of gunshots there, and Get High has been spotted. Explorer's there to provide Tikoi with that vision.
One of the slower rounds we have so far. I think WAG showing proper respect to BRU. And they definitely have made an impression, right? Because BRU, they're not willing to go exploring too much. Waiting for the fight to be brought to them, and Explorer is trying to spring into action. Blue Wall is all he sees, but they were able to chip away at the health bar of some of the BRU members. It's Jonah and Moshi down low. There's the Riptide Rhythm being thrown up by Moshi. Good time turner to negate the damage. Explorer still ends up getting sprayed down by Jonah. And I thought that WAG has had a chance, but BRU just cleaner on the engage. Tikoi with the mini Uzi downs Get High, but he needs to do more than just one down. But unfortunately, 1 is all he gets. And that's the 4th for BRU.
And this was a round that a lot of teams struggled to take, especially if you had a 3-game advantage going into round number 4. So Buriram, they have beaten through one of their largest obstacles yet. All they need to do now is to win 2 more games, and then they can force that game number 3 up against WAG. And so far, Buriram, I think they are now starting to realize the strength of this lineup. And also, even though they don't have the Santino themselves, that WAG, they do not have a lot of flexibility with this lineup, right? Like, they have to really focus on playing that very front head-on play style, because they just don't have that mobility that they have with their previous lineup. And Tikoi already going right in there, trying to finish up Wasana. He did not get the 1-tap though, still playing in the front lines, going to be going up the side hill. Lots of glue walls being deployed as well. They use the smoke screen for a little bit of cover to try and go for that reset. Health bars are low, but we aren't quite there yet with any knocks. Wasana and Jonah are going to lick their wounds and will be healing back up on the high ground. And we're back to square 1 here, Husky.
That's just unfortunate. Tikoi got 2 good shots, but it's on different targets. Because Tikoi could have made a difference. Now that changes. Wasana on the hunt. It's a 1-for-1. Jonah goes down thanks to Van Vo. Explorer does get dropped, but cause the game stay looks slightly better for BRU. Jonah needs help. Explorer eliminated by Wasana. Does get spotted out, but not down just yet. And that's not good enough for WAG. They need to down someone. Wasana willingly takes the punishment. Jonah needs help right now, but Wasana is hunting for Van Vo, the person who downed his captain early on. Glue wall against the time turner. Tikoi does get high, and Moshi downs PLS1. PLS1 was able to get a trade before that, and that's enough to give WAG their first.
Their first win, a huge safe of money is going to be deposited in their bank account as well, meaning they will have access to more, to higher quality guns, more resources as well. If I'm Buriram, I'm not shaking, I'm not scared yet, but I will be feeling a little bit nervous because you have given away some resources to WAG in the process. So I think you still continue to play extra safe, extra careful, just really evaluate where WAG players are, but really try to utilize the range and damage output that can come out from Moshi's direction. And already just lots of grenades. Esports been caught in the front lines, didn't even get to play the game. Fanbo's also down, but Get High also has been clipped. Wasana's been caught too. It's a minefield, Husky.
And it's all up to T-Quay. They gets the job done once more. Vanvo gets picked back up. The retirement was slightly late. Jonah and Moshi trying to keep this ship afloat. PLS1 does take a shot in the face, but it's okay. T-Quay is still alive. Jonah going on the hunt, but couldn't find it. Moshi up the container. Most of the WAG members are on the low ground. PLS1 finds the trade, and that's good enough. A 2v1 in favor of WAG. Moshi contemplating whether to save the captain or not and decides against it. It's just too dangerous to do so. And WAG finds the second round.
Oh man, is this where things start to collapse here for Broram? They had a 4-game lead and now things are starting to collapse. The ship is sinking. There's a hole in the hull. It's filling with water. Where's the band-aid? They need to cover this hole because we've seen this story before where, you know, Broram, they have a strong lead. But sometimes, some way, you give away one too many resources and all of a sudden you may have just thrown your entire lead in the opposite direction. They still have 2 games over WAG at the moment, so Broram fans, it's not over yet. But Broram does need to stabilize somehow. They have to figure out a way to safely take these games without being in such risky positions.
Not just that, it's also T-Quay. He came online. BRU put him on a leash,
Oh,
but
Jordan,
unfortunately not long enough. T-Quay springs into action.
What?
And that's the battle cry. He rallies WAG, and that's a quick third round. And it is starting to look dangerous. WAG finding 3 rounds in a row just like that.
This team is too smart for their own good. They are learning, they are thriving, and Broram, I really think they might be underestimating WAG now. Look at that money. Look at what they're rocking in their inventories. They are stacked. Oh man, and Broram, I think they've gone all in.
I think you have to. Feels like something Falcons would do, but if I'm in BRU's spot, I would not. I would do the same. Would not blame them for this move. It's a necessary investment. You have to stem the bleeding.
I'm so afraid of Moshi because Export is running in his direction. He knows, and Moshi's already down to half.
I bet Chad is starting to get a bit nervous right now.
I'm nervous, Husky.
Tico is going to be the hero. He is going to. They better treat him to something good after this. He has been the hero so far this series. I mean, him and PLS1 for sure. But again, T-Quay was the catalyst. Export losing the initial trade against BRU. Wasana on the chase. Whoa, what a shot from Export. Now boxes himself away from the doorway. Relocates. Ignis while thrown out. He's trying to get away.
This is insane though. You can see how many resources Broram are investing to ensure that Moshi does not get picked off by Export. Like Export alone is forcing out so many resources for Broram, and now the circle is starting to move in. Glue walls had been used, and now it's time to push. But T-Quay and Jonah both have been clipped at the exact same time. So both players, they have lost a player each. Jonah can still be picked up if anyone is there to pick him up, but they're gonna leave him bleeding. Broram moving as a 3-man unit, going around this tower, and I think health bars are starting to go down. Export and Vanvo both have been caught. It's down to Please One all on his own. Smoke screen is up. Can he get high? Against 3 players, he does get high. He's got Moshi and Wasana to deal with.
Yeah, no way he gets out of this. PLS1.
He clips Moshi. He just needs a little bit more. Not enough time.
Smoke dissipated. And this one was all Moshi. Gets a 2-piece as he rushed them down. If not for Moshi, this could have been a lot closer, but again, we saw the effects of not having T-Quay in the equation. Trade Jonah for T-Quay, I'll take that any day. Match point for BRU, but T-Quay is the richest on his team, so he's going to be decked out. M590 in hand of all weapons. Most powerful weapon in this current patch. A good chance for BRU to close this out, and WAG, they got about to decline.
If you're Broram, you play to win. I don't care how clean, how dirty, whatever play style, you do whatever it takes to win, to force that game 3. Because WAG, They are still not out of the woods yet. They need to win 3 games back to back if they're going to force a 2-0. So it's really going to come down to this round here. If Royale are able to get that opening of their dreams, or if we're going to be seeing another game forced out by WAG. And this is such an awkward map as well. Like this section of the Kalahari map, absolutely awkward to fight on because there's crazy elevation, you've got the bones, you have the battlefield on the low ground, you have the cliffside as well. Like so many angles to watch out for. Oof.
Ooh, Tikui. Oh, this is gonna be a tough one. The Riptide Rhythm. Oh, Moshi. That second shot could have been deadly if he didn't have the dash. PLS1's gonna now provides a backup. Tikui drops. Oh, that is gonna be punishing. That is the worst case scenario for this man. Tikui falls to his death. And now down to a 4v2.
Jonah's there just watching Tikui. He will finish him off though, which also reveals to Expor that he's there. Wasana though did get caught by Expor. It's still 2 versus 3. And Jonah, next one to follow. Wasana does get picked up though. It's still 2 versus 3. And for Vanvo, he is trying to keep an eye out on that high ground because he still knows that someone is up there. Expor gonna try and heal himself up, and he will run into Moshi. But Moshi! He's been caught by Expor!
So still a 2v1 though. Wasana full health. Export just cannot do it on his own. Vanvo needed more. And that's game 3 for BRU. Really came out to one mistake. I mean, we saw in game 1, the last round, it was Wasana falling off a building that costed them that. Exact same thing happened. It was
Expor fell from the bones.
Tikui fell from the bone. Export couldn't hold it.
Oh, it's a Tikui.
Yeah, they needed Vanvo to do a lot more. Like he's been on the low ground since the start of the round. I felt like he needed to do a bit more, do a bit more on top of what he already was doing for the team. Because if he had, I think that would have been a lot more closer. Because Vanvo really only sprung into action at the very end, and that is just not good enough. I think if you are in that position.
Yeah, I think that was something that I felt quite odd for Vanvo. I'm not sure about you, but I kind of felt like, considering that he was playing the Zane, I thought he would be a little bit more proactive in some of those fights, but I don't know what happened in that last round. If maybe he was trying to be the backup guy, where if things just start to go sour, he's supposed to try and come in and save the day. Is he supposed to be there to punish Buram if they overstep their bounds? Like, it was very strange. It was almost like maybe they were just too pressured, and maybe Vanvo just sort of lost sight on his role as well, playing on that Zane. I mean, it's not over anyway though, because for WAG, yeah, they did not get the 2-0. They did not guarantee their way to the playoffs yet, but we are going to be getting a game 3. Buram fans, I think they are breathing a sigh of relief. They're saying, "Whoo, our boys are still in the running." Wasana, look, this game was much better for Wasana. He actually got to play the game, and he pulled off his role magnificently.
Yeah, Wasana was definitely a huge contributor to the win, right? This again, since the later stages of game 1 and the entirety of game 2, it has all been about Tikui and Wasana, especially Tikui. On rounds that he is not allowed to function, BRU much easier time. But on rounds where Tikui is able to come online, oh my goodness, he's such a headache for BRU to deal with.
Yeah.
And even in this game where they were able to really keep him in check, it really felt like it could have went to 11 rounds instead of just a 3-6 scoreline.
Yeah. Alright, so going into game number 3, I believe this is correct information. On Bermuda, Buram is getting first ban for this final round. So, knowing this information, I kind of feel like this is a little bit of a disadvantage for WEG because they won't be able to pull off their drafting shenanigans. So, I don't think they're going to have access to the Oscar at all. Santino's probably off the table because they also need to consider banning either Oscar or the Santino, because you also don't want to give that away to Buriram. So I kind of wonder going into this match number 3, like how do you draft for this last game if you're WAG? Because like I don't think this lineup that they played, like they played it great, but they definitely played their game 1 lineup much better. Like you could tell they were much more comfortable playing that kind of lineup. So I'm here sitting and wondering, is there anything else that they can pull out that they either haven't pulled out yet, maybe a surprise pick, maybe they just go absolutely crazy with picks and just completely confuse for it? We don't know.
I mean, I personally also wonder if if they are gonna get access to a different pick. I mean, if the bans would change, right? I think the bans changing in favor of WAG is going to be the most important thing. Like, we saw the Cassie being banned out 2 games in a row, and usually that doesn't happen often. But I think BRU also understood that, okay, without the Cassie, that's already step number 1 to shut down T-Quid. So I don't think BRU is going to budge on the bans, but I do wonder if if a WAG is willing to trade.
Maybe. So then what would the first pick end up being, you think?
I think if Oscar is open, you go for Oscar. For sure. Or do they ban out Oscar?
WAG?
Yeah, I think like WAG ban Oscar, I would assume. And then like,
okay, so
first pick for BRU, I'm wondering if they're willing to gamble a Santino for BRU.
I was gonna throw up a crazy idea and say, what if you just let all of the overpowered characters through? Because WAG get the next 2 picks, right? So they get first 2 dibs on the next 2 characters. So if they are already understanding that they're giving the Oscar away, they might be able to lock themselves in, let's say, Santino and Zane. Just a thought.
That's true. Let's see,
So-
Santino banned out.
Okay, so it's not going to be the Cassie. So WAG, what is the play here? Do they ban the Cassie or do they leave it in the pool? Chrono is going to be taken out, which I do think is a reasonable ban, meaning that there are going to be some outrageous picks left in the pool. And is this Oscar first pick for Buriram? I really think you have to deny it from T-Kui.
Yeah.
And yeah, it is being picked. Good choice. Good choice. I do not disagree with this at all.
Cassie Zane as a response, I definitely respect that. It's either that or Tatsuya, right? And now BRU gets to choose. Do you want Tatsuya or you go for like Iris Coda or Ignis? A couple of choices that BRU can make at this juncture.
Okay, crazy idea. I think if I'm Buriram, I kind of want the clue. I do not want to give clue away to WAG. I think. I really feel like the vision advantage that clue provides, it's too valuable, and Moshi plays it so well.
There it
And
is.
it is clue Tatsuya.
Yeah, right on the money. Like, we know that the Tatsuya has to be taken. It's not they're giving way too much to WAG. Clue
And
is
we
a
also
good
have a
shout.
pivot pick 2. The clue's a great pivot because Jonah played it last round. So it could either be Moshi or Jonah because both players have played clue in the tournament thus far.
That is true. So Coda, I would assume Iris is the last pick, right? Yeah, Iris. Now this could still be a Skylar for BRU. But there's nothing stopping them from a Skylar now.
Honestly, I think if they want to Skylar, they grab it unless WAG... Hello?
Or they go Ignis, right?
Hello?
No way you're giving off the Iris.
Hello? Sir?
No way.
There's no way. They clearly have to be talking this through.
If they pick the Homer, they're literally giving away the Iris.
Everyone's question marking in the comments, right? I mean, I don't know what the comments look like.
I mean,
I'm very
I
sure
talk
there's a
about-
lot of question marks.
I talk about the gamble, right? But this one is, oh boy, this is risky.
This is a playoff slot. I mean, okay, I wanted crazy stuff and I wanted something to surprise your opponents, but I don't think Homer gets locked in and Homer together. Ah!
Is this? This has to be an Iris pick, right? This has to be an Iris pick.
No, Oh my. Okay, hang on.
No,
My brain
no.
is glitching. My brain is glitching. Wait. They got locked in.
Wait a minute.
Kenta!
What is this?
What is going on?
Are we not playing? Are we not trying to play for playoffs?
I'm so sorry. We're not trying to play for playoffs. Oh my gosh.
I'm very stumped.
I'm speechless. Okay, hang on. So, this is the first Kenta, right? We've seen for this season.
Yeah, first Kenta
Okay,
forms a shield in front of you that blocks damage from in front. It resets when you shoot. But is this like a pseudo chrono?
It's like a directional chrono, but it's like it's from the front. It's one direction. Chrono's a circle.
Hey, as the great tactician Sun Tzu once said, if you don't know what you're doing, no one knows what you're doing.
Oh my gosh. Even
And there's
the
a
cast
there's a method to the madness. What? I could have sworn that it's Ignis or Iris. I know that. I mean, the WAG took a gamble, and then BRU was like, "We'll one up you."
So hang on, who's playing the Kenta then? Like this is Moshi Clue, right? There's no way it's
It
not
has
Moshi
to be a Jonah Kenta. It has to be.
And then just watch them complete and throw us up. It's Masana! It's Masana! Help! Help! I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Help! Oh my gosh, what a game! I'm not ready for this, Husky.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in case you're confused, this is for playoff slots. Okay, this is not a fun match. This is not BRU fooling around. This is actually for playoffs. Is this a secret tech? This could be a secret tech. I mean, I welcome it with open arms. Okay, like
Look, yeah, open arms, open shields, apparently, according to Wasada.
Because we say if I did say I wish the meta was a lot more flexible. If this opens possibility to more versatile meta, I'm all for it. But I have to see it work first.
I think both of these teams are pulling out secret strats here. Because, like, we were already very confused with the Homer pick, right? Like, the Homer last pick, we thought it was going to be... Oh my gosh. We get Homer and we get Kenta. I cannot believe we are getting this now. These are picks that I may have suspected during the first round of a tournament. You know, maybe you're trying something and just hoping that maybe it works in a competitive setting. And maybe some strats need to have high risks tied to them. Maybe playoff slots, money, life in the tournament.
Now, the main question is, have they practiced with it before? Or is just they were scrolling through the characters and then they were like, it's time to bring out the secret weapon. This is what's gonna get us to playoffs.
Oh my gosh, I love it. 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 I want to see more of this. Although if any of these teams qualify, we're probably not going to see any more of whatever they decide to pull out today because they'll be in playoffs. We'll see. Maybe we'll see in playoffs. Who knows?
It will be a pick that I expect like the fourth game in the grand finals and the score is like 2-2. Then maybe.
Yeah.
But let's see. It's only one way to find out. Last game of the day. The most important one. Winner goes to playoffs and loser goes down to 1-1 bracket.
Oh man, I just want to see this game play out, Husky. We just have to see how these lineups play out. Now, to be fair, first rounds is not going to be the best indicator of how these lineups work yet. It's normally round 3s to 4 where we start to see actives really kick in alongside the economy. So different guns, inventory. But we do have Wasana still leading the charge here for the team led by the rest of the roster. Get High is there. Tiku has vision of them. And they do manage to clip Get High with a grenade there, but Wasana just gets immediately cut down. His ability does not matter at all. And we do have a battle continue here. Get High, though, does eventually fall. Export to join in and finish off Jonah. And with Moshi, last person remaining on the team, he's got a lot of work to do, but Export says, nah, this round is ours.
Absolutely blasted. He puts up the shoe. Maybe a bit too late. Again, this first round is not in any way indicative of who is going to win the game, but it definitely does give WAG a leg up, right? This is the last game of the series, so this could be the last 6 rounds, or if they go far enough, the last 11 rounds for the team. Last half an hour in the server before one of them gets to take a long holiday.
Oh my gosh. These drafts for a holiday. Well, I hope these are the best games of our lives because the draft itself was already fun. Get High gonna be leading the charge here with Tikui and Vanvo side by side. Export already down to half health though. Will be able to heal himself back up, but it's going to be 2 versus 4. Wasana actually going to be going through the sidelines there. I think he's meeting up with Export. Tikui though, very, very low. Will be able to be healed up thanks to the Cassie there. Just gets latched on. And Wasana fighting up against Export. The shield goes up, but it barely did anything. And Wasana's on the ground thanks to Please One.
Yeah. And unlike Chrono, your shield is not omnidirectional, right? So you can only block in front.
First blood.
And unfortunately, in a lot of situations, if there's anyone in other angles that is not in front of you, you are as vulnerable as it can be. So that's another round for WAG. That's 2 rounds in a row. Again, not indicative of anything yet. There's still a chance for BRU to make something happen. But it gets scarier and scarier as the game progresses.
Yeah. Although we are seeing a bit of a change up in who is leading the matches, right? Like originally we saw Buriram leading the last 2 rounds. Obviously in the first set, WAG did eventually overtake them. So this is a bit of a different round now with WAG currently leading. So maybe it's going to be a reverse case of WAG leading and then Buriram are the ones to play catch up. We can see Get High trying to jump into the backlines there. Wasana though going pretty deep, trying to use the corner to cover his backside. Tikui though trying to finish up, but Wasana does go down at the cost of him. He will be able to get Vanvo. X4 the next one to drop thanks to Jonah, who does manage to shoot him in the face. It's going to come down to Please One and Tikui up against Get High and Moshi. Jonah will be caught thanks to Tikui, but Moshi will be able to finish him off, leaving Please One as the lone survivor up against 4 players. They are going to be able to pick up their entire roster. And yeah, this is a pretty big ask here for Please One playing on the Homer, which this should just be a pretty easy end of a round there. Buriram getting their first point on the board in round number 3.
I would say Jonah did a lot of work. This round. Looking for openings and infiltrating the back line, putting immense pressure with the utilities he had in hand. The ice grenades, for example, and then I think that allows him to just run straight at WAG and cause a lot of disruption. So good on Jonah, the captain, taking matter into his own hands. So we go to Peak. Well, in Battle Royale mode, Peak is a fortress for BRU. This close quarter combat can get extremely tricky to navigate. Let's see, WAG deciding to play outside instead of in the building.
Yeah, I think just between these 2 teams, when it comes to locking down a compound, I do lean a little bit more towards what Buriram has. So I think if you're WAG, try to force those fights in more open spaces, because that's where they really thrive with their lineup overall. But once that circle starts to kick in, I mean, you're really forced to have to go into that compound at some point. So they do need to decide where they want to go in. But at the same time, don't get bottlenecked in one entry point there. There's Jonah, he'll be standing in the corner, but look at that though, dashing right past them. Vanvo getting caught, Export already low, Please One as well getting taken down. And oh my gosh, what a clean round there by Buriram. Not only do they occupy the compound, but they just rush in and clean up WAG like they're nothing.
It is another clean round from BRU, like you said. WAG wanted to fight outside, BRU was like, okay, I'll catch you outside, how about that? 2-2 economy, great for BRU. They have some super strong weapons. So stats-wise, BRU looking a whole lot better than WAG.
Oh yeah, much better. And economy-wise as well, Buriram going to be sitting on a nice little pile of money as well. So if things do go a little sideways in this round, they still have something to fall back to. Tikui, they're going to be running in right away with Vanvo. He does go down a little bit, but thankfully is going to be still connected up to his partner, so the heals are still kicking in for him, but he does get taken down. Jonah came out from the window. I love that assassination play. Just getting rid of Tikui. Doesn't matter if you have that little bit of healing. If we delete you, healing doesn't mean anything anymore.
Oh, not at all. And Jonah taking matter into his own hands once more to create the opening, but the members of BRU are pretty low. Get high and Wasana healing up, but not Moshi. Not able to heal up in time. So that's WAG with the equalizer, but they did lose Tikui, the catalyst of the team. So BRU still sort of found a decent trade, all things considered.
It's not too bad. Now, just looking at where the circle is at the moment, Buriram, they are occupying that central compound. So this is going to start pushing WAG into that building. And they have to make a decision when they want to try and make that rush come in. They will start with Export there. They do catch Wasana! Please, one! Beautiful shots landing. And that's going to put them at a numbers advantage. 2 versus 1. It's Get High versus Jonah against the world. But Export still afraid to go in. Does not want to be caught out by a shotgun. And I think that was a very smart move. And so they do now catch vision of both players on that second floor.
Just wait it out. WAG, no plays slow.
Out the window.
What? Cool, come collected. Get High. Actually able to find one. But unfortunately, that's all he gets. Get High. Can't really make a miracle out of that situation. At the end, it is once more WAG coming out on top.
And really, it was just originally that one-to-one trade. Most people would assume that because Tikui is out of the picture that this game should have tilted in favor of Buriram. But I kind of feel like because Buriram didn't make any plays happen after the initial knock of Tikui, I feel like they gave a little bit too much room to WAG to kind of recover and just position themselves outside the compound. Because you also need to be prepared, like, where's that circle going to move once it has completely come in? Because if you're stuck in a compound like that, you're on the second floor, you got to jump out of a window. You're already at a huge disadvantage because you're stuck in that animation lock when you jump.
Yeah. And against a sharp player, just that fraction of a second can make all the difference. So again, Tikui and Van Vo sticking together. This has been a dynamic duo that has delivered every single time. And even though, you know, Van Vo sometimes struggles to keep up, but Tikui, again, topped up by the electrotherapy, and that's why it's such a valuable ability to have. Now he gets to go onto the offense, put some pressure. That's Moshi that he is dealing with. Tikui just casually backing off. The ice grenade barely tickling him. He can call for backup if he wants to, and Export is the backup. The Riptide Rhythm actually breaks down all the glue walls, and a pandemonium ensues. Tikui, Export, they all need some help, and his Export that goes down. Get High, getting the job done. Unfortunately for WAG, they were able to chip away at the health bars of BRU, but no takedowns.
Not yet. Vanvo is still linked up to Tikui, but here comes all of Buriram. Wasana's the first one to go down. Tikui is still hanging on, but he will get taken out thanks to Get High. This man carrying his team on his shoulders so far. We still have Please One on the side of WAG.
Hold on.
We got Jonah. Hang on. Hang on. It's going to be a battle of the snipers. Please One. Whoa.
PLS won. Once in a blue moon occasion. A lot of times when he's put in the spot, the nerves does get to him. Doesn't seem like he have what it takes to pull off a clutch. But I think the kindred spirit between him and Tikui has finally resonated. PLS won, the most important clutch of the entire series, puts them 4-2. And not only that, completely shattering the finances of BRU. 2 rounds ago, BRU had better guns, upgraded versions guns. But now, they are back to square one, to tribal age. It seems Export losing half his health bar. But WAG, they definitely have better weaponry if they just play it slow and patient. Whereas for BRU,
Export?
patience is something that they cannot afford. With Export down, BRU goes on the chase.
What? Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. We might have a bit of a reset here because Buriram, after seeing 2 drop the floor, they go right in to finish off 3 of WAG's players. And this was a really wonky map, Husky. Like, it just... What kind of happened in WAG here? They look so pristine and so well put together in their previous games, and then all of a sudden, they're just all over the place.
I think it's again. I think for BRU they understood that they cannot afford to play slow, right? It's a luxury that they cannot afford this round. They needed to take action. WAG resting on the laurels a bit, and BRU just ran at them when WAG thought that BRU would be playing slightly slower. And that caught WAG off guard. So great decision from BRU. Good calls being made to once more put a band-aid on the wound. Stop the bleeding for now and make sure that WAG doesn't run away and get to match point, because then it will be even tougher for BRU to catch up. He also recovers the economy for BRU a little bit. Again, better guns acquired. These close quarter combats are a lot more closer, a lot more dangerous than WAG anticipated.
Yeah. And Buriram, they did invest quite a lot into this round as well. So if they can win this one and push this game 4-4, they're going to be in a much better position, especially when it comes to their inventory. But both teams going to be rushing into that first compound. Both snipers staying outside. Moshi outside the house. Please one a little bit further back. Jonah already down to half. Tikwe, though, already taken out by Get High. This man is deadly with this shotgun and export. Next one to follow. Jonah on fire this game. Vanvo also falling, leaving Please one all on his own outside of the compound. It's 4-4 Husky.
And that round is BRU essentially coming back to life. And unfortunately, this time for WAG, they had no answers to whatever shenanigans BRU had. It's just an honest gunfight. They both want the same building, but it was BRU that drew first blood. And now the bank breaks for WAG. One more round like this, and they're going to go into round 10 with virtually nothing to work with. So this round is pivotal for WAG to win.
Yeah, and Buriram as well. I just saw their economy. They spent nothing. They're saying, we're just going to use the exact same stuff that we used in that previous round. We're going to be saving this money if this run goes any deeper. So right now, Vanvo and Tikoi already leading the charge, followed by Export. Now this map is a little more open. It's not too claustrophobic, so they do have a lot more room to work with for their front runners. But the same thing can be said here for Buriram. Export, though, playing a very, very risky game, playing out in the open, just trying to provide vision and scout things out for the team. Just give them some intel and tell them where everybody is. But I don't think we're going to be seeing any more action until this circle starts to close in a little bit more, because as you can see on the map, both snipers are very, very far back for their teams. And Vasana looking to try and assassinate Export. He does force him back with a glue wall. And Wasana going to continue with the chase. He really wants to chase down Expor.
Oh, Vanvo actually takes out Jonah. That's great, Vanvo! Oh, when you least expected, Vanvo springs into life. There's 2 down for BRU. Moshi with a good response on the PLS1, but the Hellfire not looking too good for BRU. WAG needs this round.
Well, Moshi.
And Moshi is the one that's keeping the trust together, but WAG snaps it in half. And WAG on match point, barely averting crisis. And the finances now recovered. WAG goes into the last round with decent arsenal to work with. You can say the same for BRU, and that was expected because BRU spent nothing. But WAG, they needed money to make sure that they get into this round with better finances. And now they get to all in, spend everything. And they have to win this.
They've got almost all in for their 14 grand. So Buriram, they've got to make the most, because this could effectively be their last round. So they are fully decked out. And same thing for WAG. This is the best that they have to offer at the moment. And I'm a little bit worried here for Buriram, because this section of the map, it's not so claustrophobic. There is a lot of space, and we have seen time and time again, if it's claustrophobic, if there's a lot of bottlenecks, Buriram are amazing when it comes to team play. But if there's a lot of open space, WAG, they have been able to make these plays happen, Husky. So I really worry for Buriram here. They really have to take advantage of every aspect of the terrain.
I think the scariest thing for WAG is that now they have to win this round, because if not, all the investment going into round 10 is going to get wasted. If they lose this round, round 11, the sudden death mode, I mean, your economy gets reset, sure, but you don't want to get to that point. They are the one with a round to spare, and this time playing slow will benefit them. We said that previously BRU don't have the luxury to play patient, and that's because that is not match point. But now the situation is a bit different. Moshi waiting for the clue to come back off cooldown, but I'm not sure if they can wait that long. Moshi needs to find something.
It's either Moshi or one of his teammates. They're going to try and work with the elevation. This is something that is pretty unique with the terrain here, where WEG, it's not just so much looking around the corners, but they also have to pay attention if there's anyone on that higher ground. But where that circle movement is going to be, I feel like this is going to hurt Buriram so much.
The clue came back off cooldown, so it's starting to scan out the members of WAG, and WAG knows that. They're waiting to receive this hit. Ice grenade
There's
being
the
thrown
bottleneck.
down.
There's the bottleneck.
Another ice grenade, make it 3. Number 4, WAG trying to slow down the exit. There's still some room for the BRU to wriggle through, and now the retire rhythm gets thrown out, but the Ignis firewall comes out. BRU, they can't really walk out just yet. Now the circle shrinks. BRU have to somehow make a run for it. It comes down to the wire. Tikui and Vanvo holding the front as this circle is going to be unforgiving. Tikui with the opening. Motion knocked out by the blue zone. WAG with the upset. And they will join AGL in playoffs.
The patience play by WAG. Not fighting inside the factory, instead waiting to see where that next circle was going to be. And after they saw that passing, they knew there was going to be a terrible bottleneck for Buriram. I love the usage of the ice grenades to keep them inside the factory up until that very last moment. WAG, geniuses, absolute geniuses. Give them their master's degree. Gosh dang it, they played that so well.
I bet you some people got heartbroken twice. First Falcons, now BRU. This is a top 2 team. They were the top 2 teams of Clash Squad. Overall, statistically and historically, the top 2 teams, the 2 teams that have won titles, that's Falcons, both have won titles, both have appeared in grand finals the most, and here they are, both in the 1-1 bracket. There's still a chance for them to make playoffs, but it's going to be a long journey.
Jeez, if there's anybody out there that correctly predicted the outcome of our last 2 games for today, props to you. You're a psychic, you have a talent, you should open a business, because I don't think anybody on this planet was going to naturally make that prediction. But oh my gosh, the games that we got today, even though we had a 2-0 in a previous matchup, really fun games, very close. And even for this game, you know, our very last round, last pick Homer, last pick Kenta? Question marks? But man, just the games, like we saw the pinnacle of Free Fire, especially for Clash. Just like these teams really thinking things through, not just picking their lineups, also working around their economy and really navigating the map. I think one thing that Clash Squad is going to bring to the table for a lot of these teams is that when you play Clash Squad, you pay a lot of attention to your terrain. And I kind of feel like as these teams play more and more Clash Squad, this is going to massively improve their map awareness and situational awareness when we do go back to the traditional Battle Royale, which is what we're going to be doing starting on Saturday and of course Sunday. So if you guys are more interested in Battle Royale, we've got that happening as well. So don't worry, but man, we're starting the week off strong here with Clash Squad, Husky.
We are. Give Vanvo his flowers, man. The round where they needed to recover economically, it was Vanvo. The round where they needed to have a lifeline in the game, it was PLS1. I mean, clutch of the clutch of the clutch. It started again with Tikui and then Export, and then the newcomers also chipped in. This is a very evenly distributed stats board, right? At least for WAG, you know, everyone contributed to elimination and assists on an even capacity as compared to the previous series that they played, which against Kagendra, which was very lopsided. It was a Tikui show, but this game 3 against BRU, everyone stepped up to the occasion. They finally fulfilled kind of what I wanted to see, where everyone splits their responsibility equally and to give us the most exhilarating match to fight for playoffs.
And we're not even at playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. We're just getting started, which is the craziest thing. But to be fair, you know, I don't think it's all bad for our Falcons and Buriram fans today, because it just means I get to see more Buriram and Falcons in Clash Squad. So we got some more stuff happening in the coming weeks. But wow, I mean, just knowing that this is the beginning, I think this is a sign that there is more to come in the future.
You know, the craziest thing, the last time this happened, where WAG made such a comeback, it was against Fluxo, and again, that was during our Ninja Clash All-Star show match. But still, WAG, this team is something else, right? It's not just the resilience, but the adaptability, right? Like, the way that they are clutching against BRU. Of course, some people would say, man, if only Wasana didn't pick Kenta, like sure, right? They almost won with Kenta. But it's more of WAG being able to adjust to BRU. And then the final round was the perfect scenario, making all the right decisions and investing heavily in utility to force BRU into a do-or-die situation, making sure that they themselves have the upper hand.
Yeah. Oh man, I think a lot of us have things to take away from that particular match. In particular, patience. Okay, don't run and gun. Sometimes run and gun, lose game. If you like to win game, wait. Don't run and gun. Wait and gun. Wait. But I can't tell you when to gun. That's up to you. So good luck, guys. I trust you to make the right decision.
I mean, there's also like some advices. I mean, the people, your team lost, but there's no need to call for their retirement. All right, like they're not out just yet. There's like they can still play. You know, calm down. It's competition. BRU is gonna bounce back, but we gotta, again, credits to WAG, right? Celebrate WAG's win. This is definitely a bigger upset than AJL beating Falcons. Either way, we have seen our fair share of upsets today, which I honestly thought was not going to happen. But here we are, the last two series, and the fight for playoffs ended with unexpected results.
Yeah. We are getting ready for our interview, folks. So, of course, we are going to be hearing what WG have to say, especially after that win. I kind of am looking forward to this interview because I feel like this is a very, very rare moment for a lot of teams. And I've just been informed we are ready to go. So let's head on over to the stage and see what WAG have to say after securing their playoff slot.
My goodness, what a happy ending for all of us, the Vietnamese, and welcome to our interview after the match. And I'm Yusu, and right next to me is PLS1 from WAG. Xin chào tất cả các bạn khán giả, thực sự rất là tự hào đúng không ạ? Và chúng ta đã kết thúc ngày thi đấu hôm nay một cách vô cùng trọn vẹn với chiến thắng của WAG với Buriram United Esports. Và chào mừng các bạn đã đến với phần phỏng vấn của Yusun cùng với tuyển thủ PLS1 đến từ WAG. Đúng là, alright, so let's turn into our first questions. Alright, so moving on to speaking about the feelings, how do you feel about playing against Buriram versus Team Falcons during in your time Ninja Clash? Xin chào PLS1, thì không biết là bạn có thể miêu tả cảm xúc của mình khi mà mình thi đấu với Buriram với Team Falcons đợt mình thi đấu ở Ninja Clash, có cái gì khác nhau được không ạ?
Em nghĩ là khi gặp Team Falcon á, thì tâm lý của tụi em kiểu như là có một chút sợ hơn. Còn khi gặp Bro thì bọn em tự tin hơn rất là nhiều.
Tại sao mình lại gặp Falcon mà mình cảm thấy sợ hơn vậy?
Kiểu như là Team Falcon có Keroro, một người chơi bích đầu rất là ghê, cho nên là bọn em hơi về chừng Team Falcon.
Vậy còn Bro thì sao?
Bro thì em nghĩ là họ mạnh về khả năng teamwork hơn, cho nên là không đáng lo ngại nhiều hơn bằng Keroro.
Alright then, so for the answer, he said that for Team Falcons, he feel a little bit scared because Keroro is a very good player. His headshot is really good, so that's why that is kind of harmful to WAG. But for Buriram United Esports, PLS1 can see that their team's play, their team skill, the teamwork is really good. But overall, WAG can handle that really good, so they feel more confident playing against with Buriram United Esports. So on to our second questions. I was wondering about our game 6 that you guys decided to pick Homer instead of Iris. So why are you guys playing these decisions? Như Xuân thấy được là có một game thi đấu chúng ta đã chọn fan pick có một cái pha banh pick cuối cùng là như Xuân thấy là mình đã pick Iris rồi, nhưng mà kết quả cuối cùng thì rất là bất ngờ là mình lại lựa chọn Homer. Thì không biết quyết định của huấn luyện viên và cả đội mình là như thế nào vậy ạ?
Do là game cuối bọn em muốn chơi kiểu thuần công luôn, là kiểu đánh phủ đầu ngay từ lúc mới vào trận, cho nên là em quyết định Homer thay vì Iris.
Và PLS có cảm thấy là mình đã chơi trọn vẹn cũng như là xuất sắc cái vai trò này không ạ?
Em nghĩ là chưa đủ hay.
Chưa đủ hay. Thì lần sau bây giờ mình có cơ hội mình lên nhắn thắng rồi, mình lên nhắn 3-0 rồi, mình sẽ chơi hay hơn nữa không? Mình sẽ có chơi lại bài này nữa không?
Dạ, chắc sẽ có thể.
Alright, then for the Homer, they decided to pick Homer is because they want to play full attack. They just want to full attack from the beginning of the game so they can get more advantage. And for himself, for PS1, he feel like he haven't played this good enough. So maybe in the future he will play it again and become a better version of the Homer by himself. Alright, on to our third questions and also the last questions today. Okay, I can see that you got a very good team, good play. You handle like 3 kills from Buddha United Esports. How did you do that? Like, were you afraid? Were you scared of that? Như sẽ thấy được rằng là ở game cuối cùng chúng ta có một cái pha cân bằng rất là hay của PLS1. Thì lúc đó là tâm trạng của như thế nào? Kiểu có lo sợ không? Hay là kiểu anh em ngồi lại bảo ban nhau là cứ công đi. Thì lúc đó thì PLS1 có thể diễn tả lại cái tình huống đó cho tụi mình nghe được không?
Kiểu lúc đó em cũng hơi run, nhưng mà hên sao bắn đại tự nhiên chết 3 đứa luôn, cho nên là cân bằng.
Bắn đại.
Dạ,
hên. Bắn đại bằng cách nào đó không có thể gục được cả 3 mạng luôn. Wow. Như Xuân nghĩ rằng ở WAG không chỉ chơi hay nữa mà còn được cả thần may mắn phù hộ đó mọi người. Cho nên là có thể là con đường của họ từ đây sắp tới sẽ được trải hoa hồng siêu nhiều luôn. So for PS1, he said that it was a fluke. Actually, it was kind of lucky for me. At first, I was kind of nervous. I was really scared, but I don't know why. Somehow, I can shoot 3 people, and then that is when I can rush up, and then I decided to flick off the game, and that game is mine. Well, it's just a fluke, right, you guys? But you guys still can see it's very perfect fluke. So that was I was saying, like, maybe WG was blessed by the lucky god. That's why. Well, I think this is the end of our interview, and for me, I'm really happy that WG can defeat Royale United Esports again and can prove themselves in the Clash Squad mode of FFWS SEA 2025 fall. So, good night and we will see you guys tomorrow. Cảm ơn các bạn khán giả rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi phần phỏng vấn của Yusun cùng với tuyển thủ PLS1 của WAG. Và bây giờ thì đã kết thúc rồi, cũng đã khá là khuya rồi. Cảm ơn các bạn khán giả rất là nhiều vì đã ngồi đến tận bây giờ để theo dõi WAG và cổ vũ thật nhiệt tình cho đội tuyển của
that's it.
chúng ta.
That's it from our interview. It's good to know good to know that WAG in perfect spirit, where they it's been a long day. Taking out BRU is not easy. It's not an easy task. We even pitted BRU to be the team that wins, and I think WAG coming into this, they definitely felt the pressure. But the fact that they beat BRU and have people calling for Moshi to retire due to that loss, I think that's a great achievement. So good job, WAG.
Yeah, Moshi's not retiring, so don't have any expectations there, okay, folks? You keep those are inside thoughts. We don't type that in chat anymore, okay? So, as you can see from our Swiss stage, we already have 2 teams that have advanced: AGAL and WAG. Teams that I think a lot of people did not expect to advance together. Maybe one of them was going to make it through, but I don't think anybody expected both to make it through. But congratulations to both teams. Absolutely deserved it after their performance today. But for everybody else, they're going to have to keep playing. So there's still a lot on the line for our teams, because at the end of the day, you want to qualify. And to qualify, you're going to have to play a lot of games. So good luck to everybody that is still within the competition. We're Falcon fans, don't worry, we've got some more games. So make sure you come back for more Clash Squad, because your boys are still playing.
Yeah. Tomorrow's going to be very important, right? Because we are eliminating 2 teams tomorrow. But that's the story for tomorrow. We're done for the day. It's Husky and Dana Lee. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more Free Fire action. Good night.